where we are a few minutes away from getting underway. Day 2 of this county championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Worcestershire. The state of play: Hampshire, who won the toss yesterday morning at 10 o'clock, are still batting in their first innings. We had a full day's play, 96 overs, and they will resume this morning on 373 for 4, with Nick Gubbins on 153 not out, his highest score for Hampshire, and Liam Dawson 102 not out. Together they have put on 199 unbroken for the 5th wicket. That's how the game looks. As far as your commentary team for today, it's a little different. Nikki Chowdhury is here, she'll be with us shortly, but it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Hereford and Worcester, it is Dave Bradley. Dave, good morning.
A very good morning, and it is another good morning. Probably not quite as bright as yesterday morning. There's a little bit of cloud in the sky, which we hope stays till about 5 o'clock, because it does get warm. But another lovely September. I'm nearly. Was it Neil Diamond? September morn? No, somebody else. Anyway, somebody will know. Which was September morn. It was that one. Yeah.
Right.
You don't get that on Test Match Special at 10:30 in the morning, do you? Somebody's singing for you.
It was like Neil Diamond was in the room there for a minute.
That was the fella. It is. It's a lovely morning, and they're in a great position here, aren't they, Hampshire? Crack on this morning. Well, they could get to, let's have a look, 600 by tea if they were still in. But there again, as we saw yesterday morning, it does a little bit. We're in September, might be a little bit dewy, might be a little bit come up under the covers. Although the covers were off early to get the sunshine on it this morning. So anyway, we shall see where it goes. As we know of this great game, you can try and predict it, but you're not quite sure. Joe Leach is starting off from the pavilion end, bowling to Nick Gubbins. Gubbins turns this one off his thigh pad, and that brings up the 200 partnership for these two. I was just looking up the partnership records. Actually, this must be getting towards some sort of a record, I would have thought.
I'm glad you looked it up, because I thought of that this morning and I'd forgotten.
Okay, well, thanks for that.
Which is no
Kevin
help
James,
at all,
ever
course.
helpful.
Yeah.
It is actually, I'll tell you after this ball, and this time it's Dawson facing, who batted well. I mean, Gubbins batted well, but Dawson yesterday, he really looked like $1 million. Well, a 5th wicket partnership, 209 for the highest. It's the highest for Hampshire against Worcestershire.
Oh.
Bailey and Rogers at Southampton in 1946, and before you ask, I wasn't there, because I am very old. 1946, Bailey and Rogers at, well, that'd be Newland Road, wouldn't it?
That would be Jim Bailey and Neville Rogers.
Oh, okay. This next ball pushed away on the offside to backward point. Ethan Brooks, the fielder, no run. I thought we were saying Nile Rogers, but because he's happy, I suppose. Yeah, so that's in serious danger of the 5th wicket record. The Book of Knowledge will tell us the highest 5th wicket record for Hampshire against anybody.
Oh, I think that would be a lot higher, wouldn't it? They normally are.
273.
Oh,
Dawson and Brown against Kent in 2022. Well, you'd have seen that.
yes,
Next ball played defensively, out on the offside.
I did. That was at Canterbury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So not a million miles from that.
I was going to say it was an excellent partnership, but that's pretty obvious, really, isn't it, when you look at the figures?
Yeah.
It would have to have been an excellent.
Yeah. We had a partnership of 274, but it was rubbish.
Yes. Streaky.
Leach has got a couple of slips in there. You could say that he's walking in the kind of backward point position, and this is just tapped away on the onside. So semi-defensively, but there's nobody in there saving a single. There's no mid-wicket. There's no square leg as such. So the batsmen are able to run a comfortable single. 375 for 4. So these two came together with the score on 174, Add 210 to that, and you get 384. So when they get to 384, they have broken the partnership.
Oh.
According to me.
Yes. And your website that you're looking at.
Here's the next ball, which is played off the back foot down into the gully, and there's no run. We won't say which website it is, but what did we do before? We had Cricket Archive, you've got to ask yourself.
Well, and other cricket websites available.
Available, but probably not as good. End of the first over, and at the end of it, Hampshire 375 for 4, Dawson 103, and Gubbins 154. And Tom Taylor is going to open up from the Hilton end, as it's called.
So, an interesting day yesterday, a good day for Hampshire, as we've mentioned. Still a talking point was the James Vince dismissal from yesterday. I did speak to Nick Gubbins after the game, and he was the non-striker at the time, so he had a reasonable view, you would think, pretty close to the action, and without me actually asking him, when he was talking about the partnerships, of course, a 100-run stand with James Vince as well to go with the 200-run stand here. Here's Tom Taylor with his right-arm medium paces, and that's worked by Dawson up to mid-on, and there is no run. And he said he didn't actually think it was out.
Yeah.
He wasn't sure, but he said he felt that it wasn't out. So we've not yet had a definitive answer from anybody saying that was definitely out.
As somebody said yesterday, the person with the best view was the square leg umpire, because he had an unobstructed view as to what had happened. But it was always all a bit of a blur, wasn't it? All a bit of a flurry.
Taylor bowls. Oh, it's a good delivery. Dawson's playing and missing at that one. It's bounced and it's just straightened up on Dawson. And that was a terrific delivery with a ball that is into its 12th over, with the new ball taken in after the 86th over last night.
Yeah.
That did skid through, didn't it?
Well, even yesterday, even in the afternoon, when the batsmen were obviously on top, every now and then there was one that did a bit, and it's, as you say, new ball, early morning. So
here is Taylor, runs away from us again, and leading edge there from Dawson as the ball works its way out to the covers. Dawson has a good stare at the wicket as he begins to walk down and pat that particular part of the pitch down. Colin Sturmey, who's already emailed this morning, sullencricket@gmail.com, he says, is there any further light shed on Vince's mode of dismissal? He says, I've watched it numerous times and found it to be inconclusive. Well, that seems to be the general view, that lots of people who've watched the video don't really know, and I don't, and I've watched it 10, 12 times. You spoke to Gareth Rodrick, didn't you?
Yeah.
Or, as the keeper, as that's a length ball, played out on the offside.
And I don't think he really knew what happened. All he knew was the ball hit the stumps. Yeah. Or I think it hit the base of the leg stump, didn't it?
So he does think that that's what's happened.
Yeah.
But he's not 100% sure, was he? Or was he?
Well, I mean, there was a lot of action, wasn't there? Because he was sweeping. And now, if you're the wicketkeeper, you're trying to find out where's the ball gone, or am I going to get my head knocked off? and all of a sudden, the ball was there, just bounced onto the stump. So who knows?
Here's Taylor. Dawson tries to cut that one. It's quite wide.
We may never know. It will remain as big a mystery as the man sat on the side screen yesterday.
Well, yes. How do you get away with that?
Yeah.
But it does beg the question that you would think that if there are enough people in and around that incident that aren't sure, there are a lot of people that have viewed the video and are unsure. How can you then say,
well,
the batter is out? Surely the batter gets the benefit of the doubt.
Unless the square leg umpire had a really good view of it and said,
True.
This is what happened.
True, and the umpires did come together, didn't they? Well, that's come back at Dawson. That's a great delivery. Dawson somehow, I'm not sure he was trying to work it out square on the leg side, but that's where the ball ended up. That's a huge bit of reverse swing there from Taylor. 376 for 4. Dawson keeps the strike with that single and moves on to 104.
The crowd so far, compared to yesterday, I would say is disappointing. And we're back to that conversation we had yesterday. First day crowds in county cricket are generally, in my experience, pretty good. But sort of if your first day is on a Friday, you get a really good crowd, and then the next day there is a considerable difference for a Saturday fixture because there's not so many people in. Here's Joe Leach, and this is they're going for a quick single here, and they've got it as well. Good throw comes in underarmed from Logan van Beek. No, it's not. It's Tom Taylor who comes in from mid-on, hits the stumps, but the batsmen are into their work, and they're through. Scary thing I found out this morning is that our commentary goes out live in the score box. That is creepy, mate. That's creepier than Vince's dismissal and the secret man in the side screen yesterday. That's creepy, because we've got to be very careful, very, very careful what you say. Because you can upset the gate man, the umpires, the players. Don't upset the scorers. Here's Leach in, bowls, the back foot played out to mid-off, no run on this occasion. Don't even. And unless you've got a whole afternoon to spare, never ask county cricket scorers how the run rate, the over rate is worked out. Never do that.
Is that right?
Yeah. Because,
even though they're listening to us right now.
Yeah. It's almost as if I've been told to say this. Don't ask them about the over rate. Honest, it's a whole murky world. Anyway, back to the cricket. Change here because one of the slips has come out into a short extra cover position. The sun is with us. It was a bit cloudy earlier, but the sun is has poked through. Leach in, bowls, and this is whacked away down to third man, or just back of the square on the leg side. It won't go for 4 because Logan van Beek is hurtling around the boundary. Come back 4-2. 3-7-9 for 4.
Have we reached it yet?
Well, I'd said 384, didn't I?
Oh right, so we're
210. It had to be on top of 174. So even my basic comprehensive school left at 15 and went down the mine says that's 384. Leach in, bowls. Oh, that's a nice shot. It's a half volley, you could say, but he just put it away with. We just dismissed it. Boom. Right off the sweet spot. Kashif Ali's got a long jog out there because there's nobody there to throw the ball back.
No.
That takes it to 383, so I reckon that equals. This is the highest stand, folks, if you weren't with us a few moments ago. Bailey and Rogers at Southampton 1946 put on 219 for the Hampshire. 5th wicket. 209 rather. And it's 209 at the moment, we think. Leach is the bowler and just tapped away, just trying to open the face and run it down to third man. Probably got too much bat on it. Brooks, who's at backward point, comes round to do the fielding. And there is no run. 1 or 2 more drifting in, I'm sure. And I've been asked the question again as to why county cricket starts at 10:30 in September and not the rest of the season. And I don't have an answer. Bearing in mind all the late finishes that we have now, Leach bowls again, Gubbins forward, pushes out on the offside, and there is no run. Total at the end of the over is 383 for 4, of which Dawson has 105, Gubbins 160. I don't have an answer.
I have. I thought it was obvious.
What?
Because the light tends to go quicker in the evenings, doesn't it?
In September?
Yeah.
Yeah, but why don't we do it the rest of the season?
Because the light stays better
Yeah, we're
in
still.
the evenings.
Yeah, but we're still playing at 7 o'clock some nights.
Yeah, that's true.
When all the crowd, half the crowd have gone home.
But in theory,
Yes.
I mean the theory.
Oh
behind
yeah. I understand the theory, but I'm not sure that in practice.
No.
We couldn't start at 10:30 in the middle of July. But there must be a reason for it. But I didn't know the reason.
Taylor starts over number 15 personally. And that's a length ball, which Dawson. It didn't quite come out right, but hey.
What was your one yesterday? Renaissance?
Yes, it didn't come out right at all either, did it? No, It is unfortunately a habit of mine that words don't come out that easy.
Yes.
Phrases even more difficult. It's a wonder I'm still doing this job, to be honest.
Is this a job?
Yeah, well,
do we get paid?
Well, that's right. Because actually, good words and good sentences are actually part of the job.
Yeah.
Here's Taylor. That's flicked away by Liam Dawson. So there's the record. This is now a record 5th wicket partnership for Hampshire against Worcestershire all time. And Hampshire now move on to 385 for 4 and Dawson on to 107. Fortunately, there was no exams to do this job.
Oh, goodness me, no.
Otherwise, I think I might have been at the bottom of the pile.
Just turn up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you talk? Yes, well, you've got the job.
Okay. Yeah. Can you talk and can you drive? Yeah. Long distances.
Can you make 10 seconds worth of entertainment? Can you squeeze that into 2 minutes? Yes.
Yeah.
So you've got the job.
Can you talk rubbish for 6.5 hours?
Yes. Oh yeah, comfortably. Here's Taylor. Bowls. And Dawson works their way down to fine leg. I often say, and I'm sure Brad, as you've been doing this a long time, same as me, that it's actually quite difficult to talk rubbish for 6 hours a day. 10 minutes, 15 minutes here and there, not a problem. But to actually do it for that length of time, it's not easy.
Yeah. Yeah. When I first started in radio, and Lord Reith said to me, no,
that radios hadn't been invented yet.
No, we had to change the valve. A guy said to me, tell them what you're going to say, tell them, and then tell them what you said. And he said, if you play a record in between, that's 15 minutes radio. Here's Taylor. And that has gone, it's a wide.
Oof.
Like, you've got to do well to bowl a wide in county cricket. It's a wide down the leg side, which Gareth Rodrick tried to get a glove on. It ended up at, Joe Leach's at fine leg, and he was the nearest fielder to it. I don't know whether they ran. It's up as 4 wides on the thing, so you can run a wide, can't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
We got it back again.
It's weird. We have this buzzing sound, and it just turns up. It's like a giant wasp.
Taylor Bowles, it is my over, by the way, Brad.
It is, yeah. Sorry
about
that.
Mid-off. No, that's fine.
I got too excited.
Yeah, there's some people that I would get quite annoyed if they took my over, but it's not a problem.
Yeah, no.
You do it so nicely.
We don't care.
That I don't even notice.
There is a certain, camaraderie to it.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
I must mention this during the over because I got an email late last night from John Hooper, who's the secretary of the Hampshire Cricket Society.
Oh, well done, John.
Yeah, and he said, could I please give some plugs for their forthcoming winter programme of speakers. Driving is Gubbins up to mid-off, fielded by Brett D'Oliveira. He says, and I missed this last week, and I was really disappointed that I did, but he says, after our recent meeting with Jeff Thompson,
Tomo,
a former Australian fast bowler, which I really wanted to go, but I was in Canterbury, unfortunately, so I hope that went well. I'm sure it did. He said he had an overwhelming response to people who wanted to go. He says the Cricket Society starts its autumn/winter programme of speakers at 2 o'clock on Wednesday, October the 2nd. Wow, the season's hardly finished. It's all at Romsey Golf Club, and it's quite a good spot, I have to say, as that's worked up towards mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, 391 for 4. Hampshire have not lost a wicket in 15 minutes of play this morning. It starts with Simon Lister on Sir Frank Worrell, followed by Angus Fraser, former England and Middlesex seamer, Matthew Maynard.
He's very good. Did the Worcester one last year.
Angus Fraser?
No, Matthew Maynard. Very good.
Yes, you were saying, weren't you? Yeah. Simon Hughes, who we had with us yesterday, he will be at the Christmas lunch. James Taylor.
Yes, very good.
Good. Oh, yeah, you've heard these.
Titch Taylor.
Yeah. Tim Tremlett, who's former Hampshire all-rounder, club secretary. And finally, Lawrence Booth, who's the editor of Wisden. Membership forms and a programme card can be found at the reception desk at the atrium. The Christmas lunch is on Wednesday, December the 11th, he says, so happy to mention all that, John. That sounds like a good programme for the winter. Keep people
they do a great job, the cricket societies. The Worcester one, actually Joe Leach, who's just about to bowl, is the January guest, I think, for the Worcestershire Cricket Society. Always a misfield down there, Ethan Brooks, which is unusual. So they pick up a single and the total goes to 392 for 4. Dawson 109, Gubbins 160. Also, this winter, our guest yesterday, the analyst, Simon Hughes, he's there. Gareth Batty, former Worcestershire. I'm doing these off the top of my head. I've got a list somewhere, but
can't be bothered to get it out.
I think it's probably at New Road. But they are very good. Yeah, Stourbridge have a cricket society as well. Leach is in, bowls pushed out to short extra cover, no run. And yeah, it shortens the winter. It really does. Second Tuesday in the month at New Road, I think. But James Taylor is very good. He starts off talking about the reason he had to pack up playing cricket, which is very scary. When he was taken ill at Oxford in the parks, as Leach is in, and there's an attempted, whatever you want to call it, lap flip, get it over the wicketkeeper's head shot, which it looks as if it came off the bat because the umpire hasn't signalled anything. So one more to the total, 393 for 4. But yeah, he was taken ill, and his heart rate was something like 260 beats a minute. And Jake Libby was 12th man for Nottinghamshire, and they sent him home. And then he felt ill later that day, and I think he ended up in the Radcliffe Hospital, which is in Oxford. Played off the back foot up to mid-on, and the surgeon who operated said if you hadn't been a sportsman, you would probably be dead.
Oh dear. Because
of that ridiculous heart rate. But yeah, speaks very honestly about that. Has good opinions on cricket. I actually said at the time to him that one of my favourite cricket pictures, is him and Will Jefferson.
Oh, the tall ex-Essex batter,
yeah. As Leach bowls, and that's gone. It's gone off the wicketkeeper's glove or off a pad. It's gone off a pad, down to fine leg for a leg by. But there's a picture of them talking in the middle of the pitch. They were both playing for Leicestershire. So there's James Taylor 5'2", Will Jefferson 6'8", talking to each other, and he's kind of looking up. It's a great picture. It's one of my favourite cricket pictures. There's no action in it, but it's just, I think it sums up the game, because you can be 6'8", you can be 5'2", you can play cricket. So, yeah. Here's Joe Leach bowling right arm around the wicket, and he's bowling who drives up to mid-off to Nick Gubbins, who's on 161, Dawson on 109. I'm going to go make the tea.
Again?
Well,
you love a tea?
Yeah. It's good for you, it's good for you old people. It keeps us going, It's like wintergreen in the summer.
Dave Bradley will be back in about 20 minutes. Hopefully you'll have made about 2 or 3 cups of tea by then. Nicky Chowdhury, who's making a debut appearance here, is going to come in alongside me for this next period of play. 394 for 4. Hampshire have not lost a wicket this morning, and they have added 21. Welcome, Nicky.
Morning, how are you?
Yeah, good, yeah. So the last time I worked with you was the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day up at Derby, where the Vipers were dumped out of the semi-final, let's put it that way.
Yeah, it feels like ages ago now, wasn't it?
It was a long time ago. So we have worked together. Here's Tom Taylor running in and flicked away. It's in the air. Now this is going to be caught at square leg. It's a steepling catch, and Dawson goes, coming down the wicket at Taylor. He got a big top edge there, went straight up in the air, and Hampshire have lost their first wicket this morning, and they are 394 for 5. That partnership is broken now. Adam Hose with the catch, and it is a record 5th wicket partnership for Hampshire against Worcestershire.
My goodness, that ball spent an awful long time up in the air, didn't it, Kev? There was enough time to get round to square leg to take the catch.
Dawson will get a big hand. Again, another major innings that he's played. And listen to that. It's not a huge crowd in here, but listen to that applause. Third 100 of the season for Liam Dawson.
Yeah, great knock from him, and he's definitely being recognised by the crowd. It echoes it in here, doesn't it? I haven't been here in a while. You can...
It certainly does. It's got that sort of acoustic feel in this, because I mean this is actually a camera gantry. It was built originally for cameras to be in here. We only moved here by default really, but it's all right, as you'll find out later on today. It'll get very hot.
Well, I'd rather it be too hot than cold. I've had my fair share of windy days out on a cricket pitch this year already, so I'd rather take the heat any day of the week.
What was that story you were saying? Because you were at Kidderminster early in the season, weren't you?
Yes, I was at Kidderminster. It was when Worcestershire couldn't play at New Road because it was flooded and they were still trying to get it back to fit conditions. So it was Worcestershire versus Somerset. And unfortunately, no one warned me that it was in a little, not even a marquee, outside, literally with the marquee open on both sides. So it was a wind tunnel. And it was cold enough as it is. I think it was like 13, 14 degrees, windy. And let's just say I had my entire winter wardrobe with me. Some of the spectators were so sweet. They saw how cold I was on the first day, and the next day had brought around some blankets and jackets. So I ended up being nice and toasty eventually. But I've had my fair share, so I'd rather it be nice and warm here.
It will be, believe me. So it's Tom Prest is the new batter for Hampshire. Now he's having a good season, just over 500 runs at 65 apiece. And he's facing Taylor outside the off stump, and that's edged safe because there is no third slip, and that's racing away to the top end of the ground, and that's 4 runs.
It's a nice way to get off the mark.
Yeah, a bit of bounce there.
A bit of bounce. He rode that quite nicely though, so with no slip in place.
2 slips, I suppose, at this stage is probably about as many as Worcestershire can afford. Now, Tom Prest is another batter with a couple of hundreds under his belt. In fact, he's got 300s this season already. 1 here against Durham. Got 1 at Old Trafford. There's another one here somewhere which I've missed. Prest moves that out towards extra cover. Let me just go through that again. So we get 1 against Durham here. Oh, 1 against Essex here. And 1 against Kent last week at Canterbury.
Oh, I do like your little notebook. It's very efficient.
It's old school, isn't it?
It's nice and neat and clear and organised. Oh.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It is a bit old school because I probably should be doing it on a tablet or something. But
oh no, you need to write these things down. It's not the same sort of effect when you put it on a screen.
I thought you were going to say to me, Kev, you're such a dinosaur. That's driven up to mid-off by Prest. It's well fielded. And there's no run. You're being very polite.
No, actually, I generally personally find it that I can't. If I'm like revising or trying to study, I need to write things down by hand than try and type it. It doesn't stay in my head otherwise.
Agreed. I just find it easier if it's in a nice, neat book like that. See, look at all these notes from previous matches. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
You can show that you've actually done some work throughout the summer. If someone says, well, what did you do all summer apart from just talk cricket? This is what I did.
Just write some stats. Here's Taylor running away from us. 398 for 5 then, and Taylor bowls, and that's whipped away down to fine leg. This could be 4, not quite, or is it? Oh, Verdi doesn't stop it. And that is 4 runs, and Prest is not wasting much time here, and Hampshire are now 402 for 5, so we're inside the 110 overs, so that means that is another batting bonus point. And just for clarification, that 5th wicket stand was worth 220 between Dawson and Gubbins, and that is a new record for Hampshire for the 5th wicket against Worcestershire. So Prest is 8 from 4 balls, clearly intent on playing positively from the word go. Ooh, that's a good ball from Taylor. That's just straightened a little bit, and that's come off near the bottom of the bat of Prest, but that was just threatening to Just go past the outside edge. Anyway, good over from Taylor. 3 for 79 for him, 402 for 5.
Given that's my first game here,
Yes.
do we call that the pavilion end?
Pavilion end.
There we go.
Northern end.
Northern end.
Our commentary end. Yeah.
There's
So have
always
you
a
never-
surprise.
Yeah, have you never done any commentary of any sort here?
No, never.
Have you
Never.
Oh, okay.
I've only been here, I think, a couple of times, and that was once a few years, well, a fair few years ago, when there was a ODI between England and Australia.
Okay.
I think that was like maybe 2014, 15, something.
Oh my
Around
word.
then.
You were only a baby then.
I was a baby. Still am.
Was a little baby.
Still a baby in the larger scheme of life. Leach at the top of his mark. Turns, and in he runs now towards Gubbins, who's low in his stance, crouches and turns this to mid-on. Will take the single. Score moves to 403 for 5. Yeah, that was a while ago. That was...
Was it a good game? Can you remember?
I was in hospitality, so I think it was a good game.
You weren't watching much then.
No, it was a good game. I think England won actually because the crowd were very intense, especially here as it echoes as in comes Leach now to Prest, who turns this down to deep square leg. Slightly straighter delivery here from Leach. They'll take a single. Score moves to 404 for 5. And then I think a couple of years ago when I was working on the 100 with the Oval Invincibles, they were playing against the Southern Braves, so I had come down with the team then, but I think only a couple of times.
Okay. So as it's your first time here and you're relatively new to Hampshire cricket and what have you, come back to that.
Is Leach to Gubbins, who's forward and this time pushes it to mid-on, no run.
So a little bit about you, because first and foremost, you do a podcast with Melissa Story, don't you?
I do. Storylines, the women's cricket podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing that, I think, just over a year now with Melissa. And yeah, it's been going quite well. It's been fun.
Was that?
Yeah, we have a good natter. Sometimes we have to time ourselves and be like, right, we've spoken too much. Let's call it quits here. But yeah, it's fun to work with Melissa, and we've also been lucky enough to actually commentate together as well. As in comes Leach to Gubbins, who off the back foot, that one stays low, hits it to extra cover. That did stay low, and Gubbins did a good job to actually watch it all the way through. Bent down with the ball. And yeah, so we got to do some IPL commentary together, actually, Melissa and I. And bearing in mind, before we even started this podcast, we'd never met each other. We'd only ever just exchanged messages on Twitter or X. And I think it was maybe 2-3 months into starting the podcast, we first met each other, as in comes Leach to Gubbins, who advances down the track and turns us around the corner down towards deep square leg. We'll take a single. Score moves on to 405 for 5.
Right. So how did you two meet to start this podcast then? What was the story there?
This is a really funny
How were
story.
you put together, I guess? Yeah.
So Melissa actually reached out to me on X asking if I'd be interested. But this is, I think, maybe 2-3 weeks before an incident at the Oval where I was covering a game, and our father podcast, which I'll come back to after this, and then comes Leach to Prez, who's down the track and drives to extra cover. It's fielded, a brilliant stop, otherwise that would have definitely gone all the way. That will also conclude the end of the over as well. Hampshire 405 for 5. So Simon Hughes and Simon Mann have the Analyst podcast, and I was at a game at the Oval doing commentary where at lunch it was Surrey versus Hampshire. You were there.
Oh gosh, yes, I remember.
And
yes.
at lunch, Simon and you were having a conversation. I remember being sat at the table, and Simon was having a discussion, thinking maybe they should get a women's podcast up in association with the storylines. And I remember just eating my lunch and not really thinking anything of it. A few weeks later, Melissa messaged me and then asking if I'd be interested. And that's basically how it happened. And we did a few episodes, and then at the end of the summer, we actually met at the Oval.
Taylor starts a new over, round the wicket to Gubbins, a length ball. He's worked it up to mid-off, looking for a single, but Brett D'Oliveira picks that up. The score remains at 405 for 5.
So we never met each other. It was just, would you be interested? Then we started recording some episodes, and then it was England women versus Australia, I think, at the Oval last year, where we actually met each other for the first time. Apart from that, it was all virtually on screen.
Good. It's going well?
Yeah, it's going well.
Yeah,
it's fun.
Good.
Especially with the Women's T20 World Cup coming up, so we'll definitely be having a lot more episodes.
Gubbins works that away wider mid-on. Wow, he's timed that beautifully. And that is 4. Very aggressive there from Gubbins. Moves on to 167, and the Hampshire total now to 409 for 5. Just that one wicket this morning after 20 minutes of play. Liam Dawson skying a shot across the line. The ball went high to square leg where Adam Hose took the wicket, or took the catch, off Tom Taylor. Dawson went for 109, added just 7 runs to his overnight total. Now you're a Surrey girl, really, aren't you? That's your team, isn't it?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I know. I probably shouldn't say that out too loud.
I want our listeners to like me, Kevin. Come on.
They do. They will do. That's hooked away by Gubbins. Out in front of square. Fielder just slips a little, but gets it in. Gubbins completes 2. Definitely an up-tempo here, certainly since Prester's been in. And Gubbins moves on to 169. So as regards the overall table, because Hampshire, mathematically, if results go their way, if they win this, and Somerset somehow don't win theirs, and maybe Surrey falter again like they did, was it last week? They could. You just never know. Hampshire might just come up on the inside rail at the very last minute. But how do you feel the position that Surrey are in? As Gubbins is forward, has taken a quick single out on the offside for 12 for 5. Surrey there again, do you think? Are you confident that there's another title there?
I think after the game against Somerset last week, it obviously disrupted their path a little bit, and they're going to make it slightly more harder, or it's going to be more on the line to get there. But the way they've played, I think they will be. But that's just me being biased, I think. I think they will be. But it makes it all more exciting now, especially rather than having a lead of 20, 30 points, where now it's really all in.
Has come back in at Preston. He's caught at mid-wicket. Second wicket of the morning. Prest goes for 9. And Hampshire are 412 now for 6.
Yeah, Prest was a little casual on that one, as he tried to turn that into the leg side, and that hit uppishly, body weight slightly back on the shot, and Hampshire lose their second wicket of the morning. Prest will have to depart after scoring 9.
So Ethan Brooks was the catcher, and Taylor picks up his second wicket of the morning and moves on to 4 for the innings, 4 for 86 for the seamer. Again, that ball just looked like it just shaped in a fraction, didn't it? Which maybe just Prest not quite in the position that he really should have been to execute that shot.
Yeah, a few of them from Taylor have. Even the shot that Gubbins hit for 4 through mid-wicket, that did cut in as well. So he did a really good job to watch that one all the way and take it across. But just going back to the Surrey-Somerset game, I must admit I've never followed a game so closely when I wasn't on commentary. It was so exciting at all points, and people say red ball cricket is dead, and I think last week was a fabulous example of what it definitely not being dead, right?
Yep. New batter is James Fuller. Now he is another one that plays positively, so we shouldn't see any noticeable dip in the scoring rate. I've got an email here from Stephen Clark, who sits up at the far end of the ground, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, good morning. He says, what a team. He says, you and Dave were exceptionally entertaining yesterday and have picked up where you left off. Great to hear Nikki joining you, even if she is from Surrey, or a Surrey girl.
I told you, you're not meant to say that, Kev.
Well, this is it. Well, no, but it seems that already people are forgiving that side of... they're quite happy to put that away. Out of the way.
Brush it under the carpet for the next 3 days.
That's right. He says that he can confirm that you and Dave are particularly adept at talking rubbish for 8 hours. That's pushed out towards extra cover, and there is no run. End of the over, 4:12 for 6. He says the Hampshire Cricket Society does indeed shorten the winter. Cherry and I arrive early to have lunch and a couple of pints ready for what is usually a wonderful talk in the afternoon. So yeah, I've been to 1 or 2 of those meetings, and they're good value. I think even Mark Church spoke at one I went to. Of course, you'll know Mark Church from Surrey, and was doing the BBC commentaries. Somebody said he did the BBC commentary last week.
Yes, I believe he was on air last week.
Yeah, first time for quite a while, wasn't it? Which is good to hear.
I heard someone say Churchy's back just in time to watch Surrey lift the cup again.
Yeah, he's only come back, yeah. Chance of glory. Be associated with some glory.
I must apologise, by the way, Kev. My voice is a little bit funny. I had a long weekend in Barcelona for a wedding, so...
Were you doing lots of shouting?
Not intentionally. It might have just...
Trying to shout over the music. That's what normally does it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Or a few drinks. Well, a few drinks to go with that as well.
I don't know how much I drank. It's best I didn't count. Verdi is back into the attack from the pavilion end for the first time this morning. And he's going to be bowling to Gubbins. Just adjusting the field right now. I realise I'm going to have to stand up because I'm too short to actually see.
Well, do you know what? There's some towels over there which Charlotte Taylor used to put into a bunch and sit on that chair. Do you want me to get you some?
I'll be okay. I'll stand.
All right, but we'll get them for next time you're on.
I'll be fine as Verdi just turns his arm over to extra cover. Looking at the field, we've got a short third, backward point, deep cover, extra, long on, long off, deep mid wicket, a 45 and I'd like to say a long leg. As in comes Birdie to Gubbins, who taps his bat end off the back foot. It's stayed low, and Birdie shouts, and I'm going to have to watch that back on the replay from where we are. It's not the greatest angle.
Oh, it's well outside leg stump. Yeah, just came in with the arm.
Just adjusting the field once more. Leach is being brought around to more of a backwards square leg. In comes Verdi now. Right arm round as Gubbins plays this down the track towards long on. Will take the single, wants the 2, but is not going to get it. 413 for 6. Fuller on strike.
And we've got that unusual situation now, Nicky, haven't we, where the batter that's been in for ages and a new batter, the old batter, everybody's out. Let him have a single. We'll have a go at the new batter.
And now everyone's just come back in.
Yep.
We've only got a deep square leg and a deep cover. Oh, and a long off, actually. Long on. As it's going to be Verdi to Fuller. Now. Fuller just taking a look around, examining the fielders, and mid-off's just been pushed back onto the rope as well.
It's almost like they're expecting him to play a big shot straight away.
Verdi in to Fuller, uses his feet down the track and drops us into the leg side. We'll take a single. And actually it was a pretty easy single. Hampshire 414 for 6.
Yeah, it's a leg by as well. Gosh, he's straight down the wicket. Second ball.
Well, get to the pitch of it, don't allow it to spin.
Mm.
That's one way of doing it, as in comes Verdi now, and this one's played off the back foot down towards long on by Gubbins, and we'll take the single as well. Tried to pull it, but it was just slower from Verdi and didn't quite get it square enough. Decent crowd in, actually, for a Wednesday. The sun is shining.
Yeah, it's all right. At the moment, it's not quite as many as yesterday. It was all right yesterday.
Verdi to Fuller, who's down the track, and he's missed a stumping. He hasn't. That's gone down the leg side, and oh.
I think that's turned as well, isn't it?
It's come down the track. That's gone down the leg side, and gosh, it's missed everything. Verdi into Fuller this time. Stays in his crease, off the back foot, pulls, and it goes all the way It's a bit of a freebie there from Verdi, and Fuller made the most of it, and that is also going to conclude the end of the over. Hampshire 419 for 6.
Nikki Chowdhury is staying on, and Dave Bradley will join her.
Thanks very much, Kev. We'll be back together again very, very shortly. As I can say hi to Dave. Dave, it's been a while. How have you been?
Oh, all right, thank you. Yes, I was there that day you were talking about at Kidderminster. It was probably the coldest day I've ever been at a cricket match, although...
I'm glad to have someone agree with me, because everyone I've told this to has thought I've been exaggerating. And
I've bored people with my story about a day-night game at Northampton in May, when the highest temperature all day was 9 degrees and we were playing cricket at 9 o'clock at night. I think I was colder that day.
Well, I believe it was the other day here when it was the England-Australia game where it said it felt like 6 degrees.
Yeah, a friend of mine came and he said it was the coldest he'd ever been watching cricket. It was just, well, there you go. That's what you get for playing nighttime cricket in the middle of September in this country. Van Beek is on from the Hilton end, North End, Golf
Northern
course
end, I think.
Whatever you want to call it, from our end.
Not the pavilion end.
No, it's opposite the pavilion end. We had all this yesterday about the Meon Valley end, but apparently the Meon Valley is about 200 miles north. So you could say, if you're going to say that, you could say it's from the Edinburgh end or the Birmingham end, whatever you want to say. Anyway, it's this end. Anyway, it was a dot ball because it was played back then, and we now have an invader.
Sorry, it was a bit dramatic.
It was a wasp. A Jasper came wandering around. Next ball's turn on the leg side. It's away for a single. I think Hampshire have come out with intent this morning to get on with it. There seems to be, because I think Dawson played a couple of shots that he wouldn't have played yesterday, and he got out. And Gubbins has played a couple, and Fuller, but I think he only plays one way anyway. But Preston played a couple of shots that I thought, they just need to. I think they want to push the game on a bit. Van Beek has got one slip. He's got 2 out on the rope on the leg side, a fine leg, a deep square leg as a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover point on the boundary, and a third man, and a slip in there as well. And it's the mid-wicket, who is Brooks, who picks a ball, threatens to throw at the non-striker's end, but realises there's nobody backing up. It wasn't a fault of whoever should have been backing up. It was just the angle that he was thinking of throwing it at. And I think that's Jack Home, who's at mid-off, who's the Worcestershire 12th man. So we'll try and work out who's gone off. Possibly Tom Taylor, who's just finished bowling, maybe gone to change his boots. Sweaty socks. Next ball from Van Beek, turned on the onside, and Brooks comes in to do the fielding. 420 for 6. Almost a cloudless sky. Out over the sea. Beyond the hills there's just a bit of cloud. Lovely sunset last night. Gorgeous. Almost drove down to the coast to watch the sun go down over the sea. Here's the next ball from Van Beek, pushed away. 2 backward point. They're thinking about 2, but Kashi Valley is in. He's quick over the ground, and they will settle for 1. Gubbins has 173. That single takes Fuller to 5. Yes, almost did that, but in the end I didn't. Probably because I was too lazy. I was still recovering from the heat yesterday afternoon. We've warned you about this.
You've built it up, so it really has to come through today.
Van Beek bowls, and that's a waft, and it goes over the top of slip, off a thick edge, down to the boundary for 4. So there is great intent there from the batter. He's gone on 2. 177 Gubbins, Fuller 5. End of the over. Hampshire 425 for 6. I just looked up because Gubbins is going well here. The second highest ever partnership. What? Kevin James, speak on the microphone, Kev. It's much easier.
Gubbins' second highest individual first-class score.
Okay, thank you. There you The highest score for Hampshire against Worcestershire, Cyril Mead in 1922, got 235. I mean, Gubbins has got a long way to go, we know that, but he's there, so it's a possibility that he could get a few more.
In comes Verdi now, and this one's worked off the back foot to extra cover by Fuller. Must admit, with half the players wearing their sweaters, it's hard to make out what numbers on who's back, as in comes Verdi in again. This one's slightly tossed up, and off the back foot, Fuller works this into the leg side, and it goes all the way down towards the boundary. Quick footwork from Fuller. He made space on the back foot, and that's rushed away. 425 for 6.
Rob Jones, who's fielding at mid-wicket, had no
idea.
No.
I just saw him.
Yeah, he had no idea where it went.
He put both hands up in the air and was like, hang on, did that even come in this direction?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was probably 20 yards to his left.
Well, I don't think there's too much doubt about Fuller's intent this morning.
429 for 6. Adjustment in the field, as clearly the intent has been figured out and understood, as Verdi at the top of his mark from the pavilion end skips through to the crease. A flatter delivery, and this time worked off the back foot down to long off. Will take the single. Hampshire 430 for 6. Gubbins on strike, 177 to his name of 297 deliveries. I wonder if Kev James can find us exactly how long he's been at the crease in minutes, as in comes Verdi round the wicket now. This one's worked into the offside, and they'll take a single. He's off the back foot, makes some space. Just the angle that Verdi comes in at makes it slightly easier for Gubbins as well. 431 for 6.
He came in this time yesterday.
This time yesterday.
We could probably.
Some scoring systems where they tell you what time they came in and what time they got out. Verdi into Fuller, and he's been trapped in front, and the finger goes up. Didn't really move his feet there, did Fuller, and unfortunately Hampshire lose another. 431 for 7. Fuller's gonna have to depart. 10 from 11. And if we just hopefully get to watch that through again on our screen with a replay. But there was not much foot movement from Fuller. He didn't really...
No, he went for a flat foot whack, really. Yeah, you could see his intent, but...
you can tell the gear shift has changed.
Yeah, you've got a guy at the other end who's on 178. You know, maybe just stick around with him for a bit, and I don't know. Easy to draw up here. I'm still just trying to find out if I can.
Trying to find out what time he... I've set you on a task now, haven't I, Dave?
No, it's I'm quite enjoying things like this. It's for us old people, it tests us mentality, you know, make sure that we're still with it, you know, still in this world. No, can't find it. So
oh, I'm sure we'll find it at some point.
Having gone through all that, sometimes they put them on the scoreboard.
Well, Felix Organ makes his way out to the middle.
Well, we were conjecturing before the start where this game was going to go, and would Hampshire bat on? Would they still be batting at tea? Well, yeah, they've lost 3 wickets this morning in the first 45 minutes. Yeah, 50 minutes maybe. So, which puts a different complex on the proceedings. I don't, there's definitely an intent out there to get on with it this morning from Hampshire. So maybe they think that the wicket's going to do a lot. I don't know. I don't know what the. I still go back to, you know, Gubbins is out there on 78. You know, surely if you're coming in now at number 9, you're just going to
play around him,
block it out, and give him the strike.
It's going to be Verdi at the top of his mark from the pavilion end to Organ, who goes down on his knee and he sweeps into the leg side. Will only be the single as deep mid-wicket comes round to do the fielding. 432 for 7. And that is also going to, I believe, conclude the over. Hampshire 432 for 7. Organ off the mark. And Gubbins on 178.
Live cricket coming to you from the Utilita Bowl in Southampton, or outside Southampton, in Hedge End, if you want to be specific. I'm Dave Bradley, Nicky Cherry alongside me. Kevin James will be back very shortly. We are on all sorts of platforms, on one of which you will know about because you're listening. I got a fact coming in.
Oh, I love a fact.
A fact from my mate John, who tells me as Van Beek comes in, and that's got him in all sorts of a problem. Just let him have one, and it's come off. I think that probably came off the glove. He may just have played it down off the bat, but it was a good one. It was a good. Yeah, welcome to the game.
Well, he wore that, didn't he? He's going to have a mark to show it later as well.
There is this mathematical thing about Worcestershire being safe from relegation, which I think they were safe from relegation after they won at Essex, really. But mathematically, as this ball is cracked to cover and extra cover more, Ethan Brooks, a diving rolling stop. So if Worcestershire get 2 bowling points...
He's shaking his hand now. That was absolutely smoked to Ethan
It was
Brooks.
going, that was. So they've got 2 bowling points and score 300 in 110 overs. They will mathematically be safe. Lancashire will not be able to overtake them. So thanks, John. Here's the next ball, which a big wahoo with this one. An inside edge, a dribbling edge out on the leg side for a single. And the total goes to 434 for 7. I'm sorry to baffle you with facts, but Hampshire's highest ever team total against Worcestershire is 500. 500 for 9 declared here in 2013. I'm not much of a stat over. They could still conceivably get to that. Here's Van Beek's next ball, which is played away to... I was looking on the leg side there. He was looking to play that on the leg side. Let's have another look at that. I'm sure he was looking to play... Oh, it's gone off the thing. I'm sure he was looking to play off the leg side, and that went off at leading edge and crept out into the covers. Anyway, picks up a single. I did take that one on the hand, because he's taken his gloves off and he's looking at his fingers now. So, as they say, that'll be sore in the morning. Next ball down the leg side, or towards leg side, helped on its way. Poor ball, and bowling to a bloke who's got 175 runs on the board. Now goes to 179. In fact, he got 179, now goes to 183. That's not a great ball. So, flicked away nicely.
Yeah, not the greatest delivery there from Van Beek, and Gubbins being on 183 is not going to miss out on those sort of deliveries.
As Van Beek is in, and that's smashed away. No, it's not smashed.
It's not. It's dropped literally a foot away from him.
What totally put me off there is I saw him. He played a big shot, came off the bat, and Ethan Brooks at extra cover dived it onto the ground, and the ball had gone about 2 feet from the batsman. Anyway, they've picked up a single. Now that is the end of. Let's have a look on that board because I can't read that one.
108, I think.
108 overs. So they need 10 for another bonus point. 10 off 2 overs, Hampshire, to get another batting bonus point. So as somebody with a greater knowledge of the game than I has just pointed out to me, that's why they're going at it a bit. But I hadn't really worked that out, so I cannot claim to know why that was going on.
Yeah, it was quite comical, wasn't it? Ball ended up being maybe a foot away from Gubbins, and we've got extra cover diving all over.
Yeah, but he dived, and I thought, I couldn't see the ball at all.
Here's Verdi into Gubbins now. Off the back foot, cuts away down to deep cover. And we'll take the single, 441 for 7. I think Gubbins was actually a bit surprised with that as well, because he just ended up legging it to the non-striker's end and then realising the ball was a foot away from him.
Until the bowler started to run up the pitch, I had not a clue where that ball was.
Verdi, right arm over to Organ. Tosses this one up. Organ on one knee, goes big over, not all the way over mid-wicket's head. It's straight down mid-wicket's throat. That's another wicket here for Worcestershire this morning. That was a brilliant catch on the deep as well. And I believe it was taken by Ethan Brooks, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's Logan Van Beek out there. Now, he did actually step over the road, but I think he threw the ball up in the air.
He threw it back. He was
back
backpedaling as the ball was in the air, backpedaled and caught it.
Yeah.
Jumped over, threw it over, back over the rope. And he did it so casually.
He did.
Did it so casually. It's another wicket for Worcestershire. Hampshire 441 for 8, which means Kyle Abbott is going to be the new batter out to the middle, I believe, unless they decide to.
Well, there's some people giving the umpires some abuse down here, but clearly, well for me, I thought he threw the ball up in the air, stepped over the rope, came back and caught it again. That's how I saw it.
And he did it as straightforward and simply as you make it out as well. So casually. Watched it really well. Knew his bearings, did Van Beek.
Well,
wickets falling in quick succession this morning for Hampshire.
Yeah, they still need 9 for the extra batting point. One more wicket and Worcestershire have got the 4 bowling points. What a strange morning's cricket this is. Talk about the game moving on. It's going at a rate of knots. I did not see all these wickets falling this morning, to be honest.
Cricket's a funny game. It can surprise you.
It's a funny old game. If we knew what was going to happen, it wouldn't be worth turning up, would it?
No. What's the fun in that?
Yeah.
What's the fun in that? It is Kyle Abbott. He's out in the middle marking his guard as he gets ready to face Amir Verdi.
Well, Verdi could finish with a 5 for him.
He could. He's got 4 wickets so far. Into his 35th over. 2 maidens, 4 for 126. There's currently a little bit of discussion between Abbott and Gubbins, and umpires.
Not quite sure what's going on here. Oh, helmet coming out? No, helmet. Vicky keeps going.
Something coming out. Someone's running downstairs.
Helmet for a short leg. Helmet and pads for a short leg.
There are pads, and there is a helmet. Go on then. Come on. Why not? Men round the bat.
I'd love to see that catch again, because I was pretty certain that he caught it, threw it up, stepped back onto the pitch, and threw it in. I think because he knew he'd stepped over the rope, I think if he had still had the ball in his hand, he would have signalled a 6. Because, cricketers are, for the most part, fairly straightforward and honest people. So I don't think he would have deliberately tried to con anybody, because from where we were, it was pretty obvious that his foot had gone over anyway. So, as far as I could see, the ball went up in the air. But there we are.
So the delay we're having is because we're getting a short leg in place, and they're currently padding themselves up. Can you make out who it is, Dave?
It's usually it's Adam Hose actually. So it's either he or Kashif Ali, but I think it's Adam Hose, who's about a foot taller than Kashif Ali, which is a bit of a clip.
We're ready to go now. Slipping a short leg in place for Verdi, coming in from the pavilion end, skips through to Abbott, who off the back foot drops this into the offside towards cover and will get a single, gets himself off the mark. 442 for 8 Hampshire, now 8 short of another bonus point. It's going to be Gubbins, 185 to his name. Abbott has one job here, to support Gubbins, who taps his bat, and in comes Verdi, and he goes to reverse sweep, and this goes through under the keeper's legs, I believe, and it's going to race down towards the boundary as well. He's just must have got some glove on it.
Well, the umpire's indicating 4 runs
Yes.
off the bat, so maybe a bottom edge glove.
Unfortunately, the view was disrupted by Gareth Rodricks with the gloves, so score 446 for 8 as in comes Verdi to Gubbins now off the back foot, looks to turn this into the leg side and plays that with a straight bat down to long on. We'll take the single, 447 for 8. Yeah. Another adjustment in field as short leg comes back into play. And clearly, I think that Abbott is going to look to go big. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and in comes Verdi now, as off the back foot, and he's got him stuck again. And Amir Verdi gets his fifer. You just said it, Dave. And he traps Kyle Abbott, who goes off the back foot, looks to turn it around, but doesn't actually make contact with that, and Hampshire 447 for 9. Amir Verdi getting his fifer, like you just said, Dave.
The more I watch this game, the less I know about it. I didn't know much about it when I started, but if you'd have told me that Hampshire could possibly have been bowled out almost within an hour of the start.
I don't think anyone really thought that, did they?
No. I mean, they may not be, but just all those wickets have gone tumbling now. I think Kevin James is going to come in and...
I think he is. I'm going to go.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, don't go all together. I mean, stay for a bit longer, have a cup of tea and a biscuit.
I will.
So, what do we know? What do we know about this game? What do we know? Don't ask us. 447 for 9. So Worcestershire have 3 bowling points. Kyle Abbott gets an extra round of applause as he comes into bat. So, excuse me, I'm just trying to do something technical at the same time.
Yeah, it's quite interesting actually. I thought it was a bit odd the way they were playing this morning, and thanks to Joe, who texted me a little earlier and just said, look, it's probably because they're playing for the bonus point, and it's pretty obvious now. It's an interesting situation because for me, they've kind of sacrificed the situation in the game,
yes,
in the pursuit of the bigger picture. The bigger picture is, and Nick Gubbins did actually hint at this last night when we were talking after the game, that the only way, you've got to think big. And the only way they're going to catch Surrey, even if Surrey blow up a bit, is that they need wins and maximum bonus points. And they're kind of sacrificing their situation here more for the bigger picture.
Van Beek is the bowler, and that is smashed into the ground, and the bowler himself comes across and does the fielding. But I was saying earlier, with a guy in on 190, I would have thought push for one and give him the strike. But there we are.
Yeah, well, they've gone for it here. I mean, they've lost 5 wickets in the pursuit of that. But as I say, they're kind of thrown away a little bit the amazing position they were in. But as I say, it's more about the bigger picture here.
Here's Van Beek, and this is driven down the ground to Brett D'Oliveira. A game within a game here.
Yeah.
3 runs needed, 4 balls left.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? And this won't mean much to Worcestershire fans, but last week, Kent game, they didn't see the bigger picture. They could have actually declared on that last afternoon and set Hampshire a very tricky total, but in their sort of thought process, let's get a couple of points just to keep it going for another week, whereas actually they could have...
Yeah. Van Beek bowls. He's got this one away. It's trickled down to towards fine leg. Such a trickle that the wicketkeeper, Gareth Rodrick, is able to come from behind the stumps to do the fielding. So 2 off 3 in the game within a game.
This is interesting, isn't it? Batters having a conference as well. James has emailed, James in Southampton, southerncricket@gmail.com. He says, loving the commentary. Nick Gubbins came to the crease at around 10:50 yesterday. It was actually 10:45 to be exact, but you're right, so he's batted for just over a day.
Yeah, he did go to sleep. Not, he did go out and have his tea.
That's right. He's had the odd break.
Here's Van Beek in again to bowl, and this is turned away, and that it's a lovely shot. Shot of the day from Mohamed Abbas. Angled in towards leg stump and just flicked it away.
I tell you what, I mean, Mo's batting has been, his bowling's talked about a lot, of course, but equally his batting. And the first time he made double figures for Hampshire was last week in the game against Kent.
Man in form.
Well, there you are. I mean, look at that shot.
Shot of the day.
That's a terrific shot.
Beautiful. Flicked away through square leg before. So the bonus point has been achieved as Van Beek bowls down the leg side. And Hampshire are 452 for 9. Last ball for which bonus points can be achieved, but Hampshire have got what they wanted and Worcestershire basically have got what they wanted. Yeah,
and it's sort of kept them, in the game. And really, I mean, Hampshire could have, blown them away, but they've just gone for the pursuit of the bonus points.
Yeah, I can see that. Here's Van Beek in again, and this is turned down to backward square leg, but no, they're not going to run. There was a comfortable single there. So the inform Abbas has been robbed of another run. 452 for 9. Don't know, what do you think about declaring now?
You just go for it now. No, you just bat now. Just try and eke out a few more, because at 373 for 4 this morning, that's a fabulous position. They've got the bonus points they want, certainly the last one, which takes them to 5 in the game. You've got to get 460, 470 now to sort of almost drag it back in terms of the situation at 10:30 this morning. Ralph Brooker has emailed southerncricket@gmail.com. He says, hi Kev, sorry Nicky. It's caught on already. But they still love you, obviously. They'll forgive you for that. And Dave, a couple of big players in this Worcestershire side. He's saying that Verdi and Leach look,
big players.
Not lean.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah. Well,
here's Verdi then, and Gubbins works that up to deep mid on, and it looks as though he's going to look for a big shot here, because that could have been a single.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's always been.
He has been, but he's
and Verdi, really pretty much the first I've seen of him this season.
Yeah. I read it out mainly for the top line. There's a sweep shot, but it's gone again. It's gone to a fielder. That's Leach. And there is no one. I think it's Leach down there, is it?
It is.
Yeah, it is. So 452 for 9. We're into the 111th over. So we're in the last throes of the Hampshire first innings. The pursuit of bonus points means that 5 wickets have fallen inside the first hour and 5 minutes or so. Gubbins goes in the air, safe, up to deep mid-off, but with so many people back on the boundary, that it's going to take something special to pierce the field. And we are 3 balls into this over, so Gubbins may look for something here, even if it's just a single. Got to be careful here now, of course, because the momentum in the innings could be taken away. He's tried to sweep that, gets wrapped on the pad, and there's no run. A few overs of this, and all of a sudden the life gets sucked out.
You would have thought at 10:30 this morning Worcestershire wouldn't have too many thoughts of batting before lunch.
No, I agree.
I mean, we went through several scenarios, didn't we, before we went on air?
Yeah, mid-afternoon you would have thought.
This wasn't one of them.
No, it's not. No, but you're right, it's been a game within a game this morning. I'm sure have looked at the overall picture come the end of the season next week and trying to give themselves some sort of chance. It's going to be a quick single as it's just nudged out square on the leg side. Slight hesitation initially, but Abbas is home. I wonder what Mo Abbas is going to do. Buoyed by that 13 not out last week and that shot to bring up the 5th bonus point this morning. He's got grandiose plans, I'm sure, now about the batting. He did say to me a while ago, because when he's in, he either never lasts long, of course, or somebody has a whack the other end and he's not out, one not out, or out for those similar scores. But he did say to me a while ago, he said, he said, before I finish with Hampshire, I will get double figures. And I obviously didn't take him serious enough.
Well, yeah, bowlers, they take it seriously.
They do. Yeah, he's 13 not out, number 11 last week, yeah. First innings against Kent. Short leg in and a slip in. 30 bowls. Oh, perfect for defensive. Crowd love Mo's batting. Whether it's a flick off his legs for 4 or a forward defensive like that. Still an applause as well. So Worcestershire basically have got out of this morning what they would have hoped for.
Yeah.
Probably hasn't come about in a way they thought.
No.
But both sides have probably got to a point where they're reasonably happy.
Yeah. What, I mean, people were saying mathematically they're not safe from relegation. They're still not safe because there's 1 point in it. But if you look at the scores of the Lancashire Somerset game, that's probably going to be all over maybe today. With Somerset batting again twice on the opening day. Here's Van Beek in bowls. That is cracked through. Eventually goes through between extra cover and mid-off. I'm not sure if he was aiming a bit straighter than that, Gubbins, but he's been in so long that he can adjust. He's on 196. What did I say that would highest score against Worcestershire was? Was CP Mead, 235 in 1922. Well,
Phil Mead, the great Phil Mead.
Yeah, he will have to. His partner will have to hang around for a while for him to get to there. And he's gone big on this one. This has gone over Jack Home, the subfielder. Couple of bounces over the long on boundary.
Well, he's gone big here, hasn't he? Started the morning with 153 not out. Only his second ever double century, and he is now just 1 run away from equaling his highest ever first class score. But a super innings there from Nick Gubbins. 315 deliveries for his double century.
Van Beek is in a bowls, and this is in the air. He could go here, or he could get away with it. No, he's gone. No, he's dropped. Ethan Brooks coming round from mid-wicket, and he was looking at Brett D'Oliveira. They were trying to decide he was going to go for it. In the end, Brooks went for it, dived, got the ball in his hands, and he just spilt away.
That was a bit of luck. I've got a feeling that the two fielders between them, I'm not sure about the communication there, because
they did
Brooks looks as though he'd got there.
Yeah. But he did get there, and he will say, I'm sure, that he should have caught it anyway once he got there. Van Beek into Gubbins, who chops this one out towards the cover boundary. Square, I'm just trying to think, that's Rob Jones out there. Anyway, he picks up a single, so Abbas has got 2 balls to face at the end of this over, and he equals his highest score in first class cricket, according to my very good friend Mr. Jones.
Yeah, 201 not out for Middlesex.
You never see a bad 200, do you? You know, nobody gets a dodgy, scratchy 200 or anything. But this has been a very good 200, because he came in yesterday morning, and I mean, they were in a bit of trouble there, Hampshire, and batted really well throughout yesterday, timing the ball. Yeah, looked the part. So here is Abbas to face, and he's gone. Caught at second slip by Rob Jones. Just reached for a wideish delivery, maybe swung away a little bit. Very straightforward catch, Jones. That all seemed to be almost in slow motion. Nobody really celebrating from a Worcestershire point of view, but Nick Gubbins is 201 not out. I'm sure he'll get a huge ovation as he goes off here. Abbas caught Jones, bowled Van Beek for 4.
Wow, well, that was an entertaining morning.
It was.
An entertaining hour and 14 minutes. And I'm just going to do a quick calculation.
Okay.
Because wickets fell regularly. Just wait for the applause there for Nick Gubbins, who's equalled his highest ever first class score. Ironically, it was 201 not out for Middlesex, and here he is walking off. 201 not out now for Hampshire. And everybody at that far end, and quite a few at this end as well, standing up and applauding that wonderful knock. So Hampshire this morning, 462 all out. Lost their last 6 wickets for 89 in an hour and 14 minutes. It was all about the pursuit of the 5th bonus point, which contributed to 1 or 2 of the batters' downfall. Felix Organ caught right on the deep mid-wicket boundary off Verdi, who picked up 3 wickets this morning to complete a 5 for. Tom Taylor took the first 2. Liam Dawson, who added just 8 to his overnight total, the first to go after 20 minutes, but it was a bit of a procession after that. And 89 runs in 1 hour and 14 minutes, 6 wickets taken.
Bowling figures, Leach 18 overs, 1 maiden, none for 68. Tom Taylor 17 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 86. Logan van Beek 18 overs and I think 4 balls, it's not quite caught up here, but 1 for 95. Amar Verdi 35 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 133. Ethan Brooks 14 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 38. Brett D'Oliveira bowled 4 overs for 21. Kashif Ali bowled 4 overs for 8 runs.
We're going to take a break and we'll be back with you.
Time for a cup of tea.
Oh mate, your 5th of the day. We'll be back shortly. The game has moved rapidly forward. Hampshire resuming in their first innings on 373 for 4 have been bowled out for 462. So you'd say, well, what a collapse that was. Well, it is in terms of the ratio of wickets to runs, because Hampshire lost their last 6 wickets for 89, but that doesn't tell a full story. The story was that they were going for the extra bonus point, which they did, and they got it. So they picked up 5 bonus points in their first innings, the maximum 5, but it came at a cost. And it left Nick Gubbins 201 not out, equaling his highest ever first class score. So, your commentary team stays the same. A little later, Dave Bradley, after about his 10th cup of tea this morning, will join us in about 10 minutes' time, but it's myself, Kevin James. And as you've already become known, Nikki, in the short time you've been here, Surrey Nikki Chowdhury, how are you?
Oh, all right. I like the new nickname.
Yeah, that is, you'll be forever known. Nikki is with us for the next couple of days, assuming this game lasts that long. So yeah, it'll be Surrey Nikki from now. What did you make of that this morning?
I was as surprised as you with the sudden shift in gear from Hampshire, but then once it was made apparent it was due to the extra batting bonus point, it all made a bit more sense, and I'm just glad that Gubbins got his 200, because he's worked hard for it and he's played a brilliant knock, and it would have been a shame to see him stranded on 190 or 180.
All yours.
Oh, here we go. Abbott in from the pavilion end to Rodrick, who's off the front foot and lets this one go through into the gloves of, I believe it is Ben Brown.
Yeah, I'm just working down the follow-on figure initially. I should have done that in the break, but we were chatting, so I didn't get around to it. So unless your maths is as good as mine, I'm doing it on the calculator.
My maths is shocking.
Yeah. 313.
Abbott at the top of his mark turns and runs down towards Rodrick now, who's forward and solid in defence, plays this down to mid-off, and there is actually no mid-off, so he'll get a single as well. Timed that really well to actually nick a single between the time it took mid-on and extra cover to run round to field the delivery. Worcestershire off the mark.
So 2 batters out there for the away side. So who we got facing now? We've got Jake Libby, it's been a good move from Nottinghamshire for Libby.
Libby on strike now, crouched in his stance, is forward and lets this one go through into the gloves of Brown, probably a 5th stump line. And he now takes some steps down the wicket to do some gardening. So his stats, when he was at Notts, played 48 first-class matches, averaged 26. In his 57 matches for Worcestershire, he averages 47. Been a good move. It has been. As he taps his bat now in his green helmet, looks down and looks up towards Abbott, who runs towards him now, and this one off the front foot, defends to extra cover. Slightly harder length there from Abbott.
And Kyle Abbott this season, with the ball, 41 wickets at 23 apiece.
3 slips in place for Abbott. He's making his way back to the top of his mark. Sun shining in all its glory here down at the Utilita Bowl as Abbott turns now to Libby, who's forward and again pushes this one into the offside, fielded at extra cover. It's a day that you need to make sure you're wearing your sunscreen. Not like Friday when I was actually on my way to the airport and it was 2 degrees.
Was it really?
It was 2 degrees. I got into the car to get over to Gatwick and the car buzzed and it said it's 2 degrees. And it just didn't make sense to me. It's September. It's not meant to be that cold. It was a bit of a shock landing in Barcelona at 32 degrees.
Oh,
Surprised I didn't catch a cold, as in runs Abbott now to Libby, who's forward, and this one cuts back at him, and there's a shout, and I think it's probably jagged back too much. And Libby seems unbothered. And that will also conclude the end of the over. 1 on the board for Worcestershire off the first over.
Wow. Has that caught a little inside edge? Just watch that on the replay. I don't know if Libby was just giving a little indication that it may just have caught the inside of the bat, but obviously not by very much. That was desperately close. Whoa, things happening already. That's Kyle Abbott's stop ball, really, the one that nips back. He's a dangerous bowler when he gets that going. How long were you in Barcelona for? How many days?
I went Friday, came back Monday.
Ooh.
So it was a short and sweet trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I flew into Barcelona. I was actually just outside in a little town called Girona. Apparently, if you've watched the Game of Thrones, they've shot a lot of Game of Thrones in this town. It's very medieval, cobbly streets everywhere. It reminds me a little bit of Florence as well. It's got colourful houses on a bridge and a little lake.
Look at you. It is Mo Abbas. He was a little down on his season's wicket tally. He's 26 currently at 27 apiece, and he's bowling to Gareth Rodrick, right on medium pace, and it's worked to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Got an email earlier from Nicholas Rogers, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, is there any news on Keith Barker? Do you think we've seen him in a Hampshire shirt for the last time? I'm not sure, actually. I must admit, I don't know. He's had lots of niggles. I mentioned this before. He's had lots of niggles this year, and I must admit, I haven't heard too much as to his whereabouts recently. I'll try and find that one out. So 1 without loss, Worcestershire. Hampshire bowled out earlier for 462 in the pursuit of bonus points, and they got the maximum 5. Forward is Abbas. Everybody's got excited behind the stumps. It was off the bat though. This will be a testing little period. We've had the heavy roller on the wicket, which I guess at some point will just deaden the wicket a little bit. That's always a factor to take into account. But yes, Dave Bradley's got the biggest.
It's got biggest binoculars I've ever seen.
They're long. They're almost like 2 telescopes taped together. They're that long. He doesn't do anything by halves, does Dave Bradley?
Clearly not.
Here's Wheel, bowls and forward. Ooh, there's an inside edge on there as it goes past Fletcher Middleton's right hand at short leg. See, there's the size of my binoculars, Nikki.
The contrast.
Yes. And there's Dave's. Look at that.
Your binoculars are so tiny. My palm is bigger than your binoculars. And then Dave's binoculars on the other side is bigger than 2 pint glasses stuck together.
I agree. You couldn't put those in your hand luggage, could you?
No, definitely not.
So sorry.
I was going to say, I'm pretty proud of myself, actually. I travelled over the weekend with hand luggage only.
Did you?
Yeah, I challenged myself on one of those.
So much easier.
Yeah, it was a lot easier, actually.
Keep all your baggage close at hand, as that's a length ball which Libby pushes up to mid-on.
But with the size of those binoculars with Dave, I feel like you'll see a lot more than you actually want to see.
Oh, yeah,
Too much detail.
Yeah.
So you can see his house. Can you see mine? Maybe that way.
It just takes Dave's eyes nearer the action. Yeah, you're right. I've not seen any as big as that. Here comes Abbas again. 3 slips and short leg away, and that's nipped back. He's bowled him. There's the first wicket
wow.
in the second over of the Worcestershire innings, and it is Jake Libby that's got a wicked nip backer there. There may just have been a hint of an inside edge on that one. Watching the replay now, do you reckon there might have been just hit the top of off? The perfect delivery is hit the top of off.
That's
and Libby goes for no score.
Beautiful delivery. That's a sweet one there from Mo Abbas, and it's just the penultimate ball from his first over as well, from the northern end.
Well, this
it's all
game,
happening, isn't it?
It's
all happening this morning.
We've had 7 wickets this morning. Everybody around the country will be looking at this saying, oh, that pitch is disintegrated. But that does not tell the story. It was because Hampshire were in the pursuit of bonus points and sacrificed wickets. But that was a genuine super ball from Mo Abbas that would have got a few players out, I think. Well, I got you out that one, Nikki. When was the last time you played for Surrey?
I haven't actually played a game this year because, yeah, it's been a bit of a long story, but I was injured at the start of the season, and then in the summer, various bits and bobs occurred, and I got busy. There was lots of work going on, and I didn't quite have the time to play. And I feel like personally, I need to be training, hitting balls, as opposed to some people can do it, but go from game to game.
Sure.
So unfortunately, I didn't really get to play this year, but hopefully next year will be a better one. But that was a beautiful delivery.
Wasn't it? Wow, yes. I can watch that all every day of the week. Now, Cashier Valley is the new batter for Worcestershire. He's averaging over 50 this season, with just under 750 runs. And he has a couple of hundreds to go with that as well. So, Mo Abbas with the last ball of his first over. Comes into Ali, bowls, and Ali gets a leg ball, works that out square on the offside. So, a good over from Mo Abbas. And Worcestershire are 2 for 1, replying to that all-out Hampshire total of 462.
Yeah, good start here from Hampshire. Did a good job getting a good, decent sized score on the board this morning as well. All out for 462. But like you said, Kev, it was a fair few wickets. 7 wickets fallen so far this morning, as here's Abbott from the pavilion end running in towards Rodrick now, who's forward and pushes this to mid-on, wants to take the single, advances a few steps down the pitch and then turns back. Does a U-turn.
It's pretty smartish as well. Rodrick this season is averaging 30 with just under 600 runs to his name. Career-wise, he averages 33 for Worcestershire.
Taps his bat now with an open stance. He looks up and awaits Abbott, who's running in towards him now. He's forward and defends to extra cover. I always find batters who have more of an open stance, if you are playing the moving ball, to make sure that you really cover the line when the ball is moving initially, it's, I'd say, maybe more difficult, as opposed to if you were to have an orthodox stance, both feet in line. You've really got to make sure that front leg gets across.
But you don't want to close yourself off.
But you don't want to close yourself off. And it all depends on comfort and what's easier as well. As in comes Abbott now, and this one's left alone by Rodrick as it's through to the gloves of Ben Brown.
It's quite interesting though, isn't it? Looking at you're right about Rodrick. Stands, addresses the ball, doesn't he, as the bowler's running quite open. But there actually is a little trigger movement after.
To come across a little bit to get in, yeah.
Yeah, just a little trigger movement, just as the ball, probably just before the ball leaves the hand. Interesting, watch that again.
I'll watch it on this one, as he currently taps his bat now. Full open stance here. He's probably lined up with mid-on, as in comes Abbott now. Rodrick forward, and this is defended into the leg side, fielded by short leg.
That's quite interesting, isn't it? It's almost like he's facing mid-on.
Yeah.
Initially.
He's lined up to mid-on, and then upon release point, I'd probably say, then he just about does that little shuffle.
Yeah. I've never noticed that before, Nikki. There you go.
Learn something new.
Yeah.
Every day's a school day is in and runs Abbott now. From the pavilion end, Rodrick forward, and this one gets the outer edge and runs down towards backward point. There's no run.
I'm just going to quickly read this email out, because at the end of this over you're going to be joined by Dave Bradley. This is from Chris Bruce at solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm watching the stream on YouTube and it looks like the slip cordon is very close and maybe could give each other a bit of space. Is this the picture of the stream, the illusion, or is this normal spacing? They do actually look quite close, don't they?
Yeah, they are.
maybe a little closer than normal. So no, it's definitely real.
It's happening in real life as in runs Abbott now to Rodrick, and this one's slashed through the offside. It beats diving point, and it's going to go all the way down to the boundary, and that is going to be the first boundary for Worcestershire this morning. 6 for 1.
Nikki staying on. Dave Bradley's coming alongside her.
Thanks very much, Kev. You can be back on air again very soon, I believe, after lunch with me. But as of now, it's Dave. Hi, Dave. Might want to press the mic.
Hello. Hello. Yes. I've only been doing this for 35 years. I don't know what to do. I have no idea what's going on.
Oh,
it's
cool.
interesting. I was just watching. There's some coaching backroom staff of Hampshire walking around who've got big coats on. So obviously, at that side of the ground, in the shade, it might be a bit chilly.
Well, it's not chilly here, and I'm extremely grateful for that. Otherwise,
Goes up about 2 degrees every hour. Yeah. Here's Abbas, comes in and bowls to Kashif Ali, who has bat held high and plays the ball back down the pitch. Kashif Ali missed part of the season, but has done pretty well for Worcestershire. As we've mentioned before, he's one of those graduates, if you like, from the SACA, South Asian Cricket Association, of which I'm told there are 8 professional players now.
they've done so well, haven't they? The work that Saka have done and the players that they've produced through the system.
And some coaches as well. Here's Abbas bowls, and this is flicked away to mid-wicket. That is that James Fuller there? Yeah, it is. In a quite a big floppy hat. It's a good floppy. A couple of floppies out there. I'm never adverse to a floppy hat, you know. It's.
I feel like a floppy screams cricket, doesn't it? You have to wear a floppy. You have to own a floppy at least.
Yeah. If you never wear it, it has to be in your bag.
It'd be criminal not to own one.
Abbas right arm over to the right-handed Kashif Ali, who's got an edge and gone, caught at first slip, taken there by James Vince, the skipper. And Worcestershire in a bit of trouble here. 2 wickets down with how many on the board? It's come up off the board, but Kashif Ali caught Vince, bowled Abbas, and we did say, would the Hampshire bowlers get more out of this pitch than the Worcestershire bowlers did? Well, they certainly did first thing yesterday morning, because they too took a couple of early wickets, but then it drifted away from Worcestershire as Gubbins and then Vince did really well yesterday morning when it was doing a bit. So 6 for 2 Worcestershire.
Yeah, another good delivery there from Abbas, and I think Kashif Ali just slightly hard with his hands there, reaching outside, and unfortunately that has not gone his way. It hasn't gone Worcestershire's way, and they're now 2 wickets down. Just 6 on the board. A long, long way to go.
What a morning. If you'd told me this morning, we've had, 8 wickets this morning in the morning session, because somebody will say it's after 12 o'clock, so it's not officially morning now. It's after 12 noon. But in terms of cricket, it's morning. So,
In terms of cricket.
So 8 wickets down in the morning. If you'd have told me that at 10:30 this morning, I would have laughed my proverbial socks off. Which did get slightly wet this morning, my socks. It's a long story, this, folks. Bear with.
What did you do this morning? Why have you got wet?
I went for a walk over the golf course, and I thought,
In your socks?
No, in my shoes, but my socks, which were inside my shoes at the time, got wet. So, luckily.
I think you need new shoes then.
Walking on a damp golf course in trainers at 7 o'clock in the morning is probably not the advisable thing to do. Here's Abbas with his proverbial tail up. 2 wickets in his first 9 balls. He's bringing his mid-wicket in a tad closer as he bowls, and this is steered away, I should say. There's plenty of bat on that from Rob Jones down towards the boundary. He's got 4 for that. Just opened the face of the bat and away it skipped. Worcestershire go to 10 for 2. This is in reply to Hampshire's 462 all out. Just in case you haven't been with us this morning and you're not catching up on social media or anything, Hampshire's wickets to go this morning. Dawson for 109. Prest for 9, Fuller 10, Organ 3, Abbott 1, Abbas 4, and Gubbins equaling his career best with 201 not out, and Amar Verdi for Worcestershire picked up 5 wickets. Here's Abbas in bowls. Oh, it's a good ball. Just shapes away. Actually went through pretty low, that one, to Ben Brown, the wicket keeper.
It did, but we've seen a few of those.
Yeah.
A few of the deliveries this morning have stayed a little low as well. Just the odd one.
Yes, these, well, the obvious for these two Worcestershire batsmen is to be there at lunch, but we've got what? How long have we got till lunch? Can't see the clock from here. Yeah, we've got 16 minutes till lunch, but they could be a very awkward 16 minutes. Is Abbas races in, and this time Jones is forward, just plays it down into the ground. Taken by short leg, Fletcher Middleton under the helmet. End of the over. I'm maybe a tad surprised there's not a 4th slip in there. You know, with looking at the scoreboard pressure on Worcestershire, they've lost 2 wickets and it's 15 minutes till lunch. I would certainly bang another slip in there. Do you need a mid wicket?
I don't think so at this point. I think mid-wicket is redundant at this point.
Not many going to go through there, although he's probably going to hit the next one through there.
Here's Abbott to Rodrick, who's forward and full face of the bat, plays it to mid-on. No run.
We discussed this yesterday. Obviously you weren't here, but the Hampshire whites are very white. They have whiter than white whites. And
I prefer whites of that colour than whites that are of the creamy white shade.
Worcestershire are a little more creamy, but these are whiter than white whites, dazzling whites. The sun almost reflects off them.
Here comes Abbott from the pavilion end to Rodrick, who's off the back foot, defends respectfully back down the line of the wicket. It dribbles down towards the umpire where mid-on comes in and does the fielding. It's a great set of whites for a washing powder commercial.
Yes.
It would be great.
Yeah.
This is how white my soap can make your whites.
This is after.
Yes, exactly.
You're whiter than white whites.
Get us on the marketing team. As in runs Abbott now, and Rodrick forward and defends. Bat face slightly closes on contact as this runs into the leg side, fielded by short mid-wicket.
I assume they're just different kit manufacturers using different materials.
Maybe they've chosen a different shade of white though. Apparently you get different shades of black, and to my eyes that's just, it's all the same.
Do cricketers, they don't go through the Dulux colour chart, do they, saying we want this colour, we want that colour? I do have to say some of the one-day kits are horrendous.
I prefer
Absolutely
whites than to some of the crazy colours we have in white ball cricket. As this is a
sure.
beautiful drive by Rodrick down the ground. It goes past Abbott. He hasn't got enough time to get a hand to it. That's down the ground, and that's 4 runs, and that is a beautiful drive. Textbook there from Rodrick, and Worcestershire 14 for 2. Rodrick moves on to 10.
I always say that's the most satisfactory shot for a batsman.
I disagree.
The bowler comes hurtling in, wham, comes down at you, 80 miles an hour, and you whack it back past.
I would disagree. I think it would be up there, but I give more credit to a an on drive. As in comes Abbott now. This one's left alone by Rodrick outside the off stump into the gloves of Brown. I think with the on drive, you can only get it right if everything is in place. Your foot position, your head position, your balance, your bat face, everything has to be right. And I think there's nothing better that beats that when the bowlers run in their follow through, and it just goes past their right hand side and it's down the ground. It looks very pretty as well.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, a little bit of kidology as well for me.
Rodrick, open stance, shuffles and is forward, lets this one go through into the gloves of Brown, and that will conclude the end of the 5th over. Worcestershire 14 for 2 here at a very sunny Utilita Bowl.
And it's going to be sunny all day apparently. The weather forecast locally for this week is excellent.
Well, you've warned me that it might end up becoming like a sauna up here. And I brought exactly the opposite. I had to message Melissa Story saying, you've been here, what are the conditions like? I won't be in a tent like I was at Kidderminster, will I? And she said, bring layers because you'll be outside. So I've gone and brought my coat, I've brought a hoodie. And
You ain't going to need them, mate.
at least I wore my sunscreen.
Mohammed Abbas bowls to Rob Jones, beats him, slips and wicketkeeper get very excited. The bowler gets very excited. His follow through almost takes him to the batsman.
It's been signalled a no ball as well.
Did he hit it? Is that
Front
the frustration?
He's just going.
Possibly got an edge on it. Because the slips and the wicketkeeper were about to go up. Difficult to tell on our replay. I think we could probably conjecture that he got an edge on that. So, it's hard work here for Worcestershire, as we suspected it would be.
Got to dig
These
deep.
two. I mean, the Essex attack is pretty useful. Their opening attack. These two probably, certainly on form. The best opening attack in the country, do we think? This time played back down the pitch to the bowler. If they're fit and going well, these two, they're hard work. There are others who are quite useful around the country, but I think these and the Essex, where Worcestershire won this season for the first time. They've not won here for 21 years in the county championship. Bass bowls, and this time he has gone thickish edge really, although it went through the wicket keeper. We heard the snick from up here, and Worcestershire are, as my dad used to say, in deep doo-doo. 16 for 3. Jones goes. Abbas has all 3.
In deep doo-doo indeed. I may have to think, was it worth Jones actually playing for that one? He reached his hands out in front of him outside the line of his own body, and unfortunately 3 down now. Deep doo-doo indeed, Dave.
Will they send in a lunch watchman, do you think?
Lunch watch.
Has there ever been a lunch watchman?
Well, there's always time to start a new tradition, eh? 16 for 3. Rodrick still at the crease. And I believe if we are
Hampshire,
right,
of course, have another bonus point because they've taken 3 wickets, which will delight the locals, no doubt.
it's going to be Adam Hose making his way out to the middle. He's got a bat in hand, swinging his arms around in circles as he makes his way out to the middle. It's going to be a long 8 minutes.
Yeah.
If you are a Worcestershire supporter, a Worcestershire player. Oh.
Abbas, 3 wickets in. Who was he bowled? Did he bowl 43 wickets in 14 balls this morning? Or pre-lunch, if you want to be pedantic and say that the morning ends at 12 o'clock. Not a cloud. I cannot see a cloud. If you were to give me £500 per cloud.
Oh, I can see a cloud.
Oh, that's
I can see a cloud.
That's not a cloud.
Get your wallet out, Dave. Come on.
That's not a cloud. That's just a. That's where the painter has smudged it a bit. That is over there. 4th slip. Good lads. Makes sense to me. So they are close together. Those slips.
They're literally holding
Their
hands.
correspondent is quite right. Hose facing. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. Oohs and ahs. He's on fire here. We had a message yesterday from a gentleman who was 4 miles north of the Arctic Circle listening to Air Cricket. I said that was very exact.
Wow.
He's been in touch today, Glyn. He's now 10 miles south of the Arctic Circle. I don't know what are you doing, Glyn, if you've gone 14 miles over the Arctic Circle. I suspect he's working up there somewhere. But Glyn today, folks, is 10 miles south of the Arctic Circle, where the weather is balmy. Here's Abbas in bowls. Gets a bat on it, pushes it out on the offside as Adam Hose picks up a single. Worcestershire race to 17 for 3. Adam Hose, well, he's had a decent season with the bat. Let's have a look. I've got so many sheets of paper here. I confuse even myself. Where is he? Adam Hose. Where are you, Adam Hose? He's averaging 27, so not what he would want. I thought he was averaging more than that. Abbas bowls, turned down into the ground, and there is no run as it bounces off short leg. So 18 innings, 463 runs. He would be disappointed with that high score of 90. I thought he was up in the mid-30s, but got that one wrong. 4 slips, a short leg, a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and a fine leg. So only 1 in front of the bat on the offside. As you would expect with the scoreboard reading 17 for 3, a bat in bowls. Hose gets an inside edge past short leg, who is Fletcher Middleton, and picks up a single. Worcestershire 18 for 3. Mo Abbas has 3 overs, 3 for 9. Lunch will be taken in 5 minutes' time.
Great figures there for Mo Abbas. It's going to be Abbott continuing from the pavilion end. I would be quite surprised if there was any change in that prior to lunch. Rodrick on strike.
Don't think we're going to get the spinner bowling one over before lunch today, are we?
This is not one of those days. Rodrick taps his bat, looks down, looks up, and it's forward and turns this into the leg side towards square leg. And he will pick up a couple as it's vacant. 20 for 3. 3 slips in place, and yeah, they're very close to each other. They're practically holding hands. 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-on, short leg, mid-wicket, and a fine leg is in runs Abbott now, and beautiful shot by Rodrick down the ground again, drives with the full face of the bat, and I think that might have the legs to go all the way, and it does. That's a beautiful shot again down the ground by Rodrick. That's his second one in the innings so far this morning, and Worcestershire move on to 24 for 3. That's the one I was talking about earlier, Dave.
What?
That's
that shot?
Yeah. So it was on the right-hand side of Abbott on his follow-through.
Only just, though. I'd still say that. It's just whacked straight back past him. Over his head.
A little bit more.
Over the bowler's head is an even better one.
Abbott to Rodrick now, who's forward and leans into a defence. He really does close his bat right over the ball. Plays it extremely late. So late, like the slip cord and what. Making some interesting sounds. It's 3 minutes till lunch. Rodrick on 17, Worcestershire 24 for 3.
Well, we got 3 balls left, probably the last over before lunch.
Abbott turns, runs down towards Rodrick, who's forward and lets this one go through to the gloves of Brown. It's, again, stays low as it reaches Brown. I've seen a few of them this morning.
I'm not sure what's going on at Edgbaston, but Warwickshire are 38 for 6 in their second innings. They still need 116 to avoid the innings defeat, and Essex only got 232. So 78 all out and 38 for 6, Warwickshire.
Ow.
Ouch.
Abbott running in towards Rodrick, who shuffles this forward and pushes this to mid-on. It's no run. 6 of the over so far. The penultimate ball to go.
Oh, we'll get one more in.
I think we will. 12:28. Lunch at 12:30. As Abbott makes his way back to the top of his mark, turns, his shadow beside him, running along with him as he approaches the crease. Rodrick forward and opens the face of the bat, looks to run this down. It's fielded at slip, and it will also conclude the end of the over. 7 overs gone, Worcestershire 24 for 3, Rodrick with 17, Hose with 1. And we will definitely get another over in.
Some scores around the country. I'll just mention the Warwickshire score. Nottinghamshire made 433. Kent in reply 59 for 2. Canterbury. I got my phone's out of hissy fit there. Lancashire playing Somerset. Lancashire in their second innings 106 for 3, so they lead by 100 runs. Mo Abbas to continue. You wouldn't be surprised to hear. Durham all out for 262. Surrey in reply 154 for 3. Warwickshire now 47 for 6 in their second innings. As Abbas comes in and bowls, loud shout of no, which you probably heard from here, to prevent any run taking place. What's happening on mine? I'm trying to read this off my phone, folks, and it's having a hissy fit, so bear with. We'll get them to you very shortly. 3 slips now for Hose. Not sure why they've gone back to 3. Somewhat puzzling. Next ball, wide of the off stump and slaps into the gloves of wicketkeeper Brown. Right. Okay, go away. I'm not talking to listeners or to my very good friend Nicky. I'm talking to some beastie that has invaded my phone. So I'll get those off the BBC site. We should really take them off the BBC site, as we are employed by the BBC. But I don't think it'll make any difference to our employment record. As Abbas is in again, and this time very solidly forward. That made a nice click off the meat of the bat. Pushed away back down the pitch. Bowler himself does the fielding. Right, here we go. Kent Notts gave you that one. Lancashire, Somerset, Warwickshire, Essex, and Glamorgan, Yorkshire got there at last. Glamorgan 98 for 6. Yorkshire made 361. Sussex going well, having bowled Gloucestershire out for 109. They are 259 for 6, lead by 150. Abbas here bowls forward again. Hose looks determined to get on the front foot here, Adam Hose. Northamptonshire playing Leicestershire. Northamptonshire 249 for 4, lead Leicestershire by 46 with 6 wickets remaining. And Derbyshire Middlesex. Derbyshire 173 all out. Middlesex 207 for 5. It's that lead of 34 with 5 wickets in hand. There we are. Got there in the end, folks. Almost in time for lunch. 4 slips in now. As Bass bowls, Hose. Tall man Adam Hose gets a big stride in. Get that left pad down the pitch. Lunch ball is about to be bowled.
Lunch ball.
Lunch yesterday here was excellent. Nice quiche.
Ooh, you went for the quiche, did you?
It was very good.
What have you gone for today?
Quiche. Yeah. Well, yeah. If it was good yesterday, I would assume it'd be good today. Abbas. 3 for 9. This is the last ball of his 4th over. And this time Hose pushes forward on the offside. Won't be a run. Everybody heads off to lunch. The umpire does not take the bails off, which he normally does at lunchtime. And we're going to go off and blimey, I had a cup of tea for half an hour. I better have a cup of tea as well. We'll be back. Nicky, myself and Kevin James will be back post lunch, which should be at about 1:10 Join us then. We've had a great morning's cricket here with all sorts going on. What do we have? 9 wickets going down in the pre-lunch session. Join us for more fun this afternoon at 1:10.
and promises to continue to do so throughout the day. And we have witnessed 2 hours of blistering cricket, it has to be said. The game has moved rapidly forward. Hampshire resuming this morning on 373 for 4 in their first innings. You would say on first glance that they probably squandered a terrific position they were in. They're still in a very good position, but they did lose their last 6 wickets for just 89 runs. That was in pursuit of quick runs to get maximum batting points, which they did. But their innings came to a conclusion in an hour and 14 minutes. But there was time for Nick Gubbins to register just his second double hundred in his first for Hampshire. He closed on 201 not out, and in the 35 minutes batting that Worcestershire had, they have lost 3 wickets already. Jake Libby, Kashif Ali and Rob Jones have all fallen victim to Mo Abbas. So we're about to get underway the afternoon session here on day 2, and it's going to be Liam Dawson immediately into the attack. I'm Kevin James. A little later Nikki Chowdhury will be with us. So is Nikki Chowdhury, as she's already been nicknamed. And Michael Caulfield, sports psychologist, will be with us for a little while. It's myself and Dave Bradley from BBC Hereford and Worcester to take you through this first 20 minutes. That's worked up to mid-on by Rodrick, and there is no runs. Wow, it was take your breath away stuff this morning, Dave, wasn't it?
A remarkable morning's cricket. A remarkable morning's cricket. It was just that and that's the joy of the game, and you don't know what's going to happen.
So, I think most of us expected, there's a little edge there, and the ball's gone down towards third. It was along the ground, but it does already look as though Liam Dawson's found a bit of turn.
I think there was a conversation at lunchtime, wasn't there? You know, coaches, senior players, get him on. Yeah.
Abbott had 4 overs, didn't take a wicket. Let's get Liam Dawson on to see if there's a bit of turn. Verdi picked up 5 wickets in that Hampshire first innings in the end, the off-spinner. Here's Dawson around the wicket. That's worked up to mid-on. Right, Rodrick, and there is no run. So Rodrick is 17 not out, has watched 3 men come and go already in the short time he's been at the crease, and Worcestershire 24 for 3. Dawson from the pavilion end. Try and get rid of that.
That's
some of it.
Well
That's better. You never know where to place half this kit as that's pushed into the ground and fielded short-lived, because I probably had that there about 20 times this morning and made a noise. Now I've put this particular piece of kit in the same place and it's not making a noise. There's nothing scientific.
It's unexplainable.
It is. It's one of those peculiar things. Dawson has 3 around the bat, 2 behind the bat as Rodrick is forward, and that ball trickles out to short. Extra cup.
Second slip with the helmet on. That's first slip without a helmet on. Only about a metre apart.
Yes. Is that Vincent Prest? Is it? No, Prest is at backward point. Might be Albert. I think it is Albert as Dawson bowls. There's a sweep shot. That's a glorious sweep shot. Let's go for 4. And Dawson's first over has cost 6 runs. And Worcestershire move on to 30 for 3, replying to that Hampshire total of 462 all out.
I'm actually working out the follow-on figure already.
313. Is that right?
Did you just do that, or have you worked it out earlier? You worked it out earlier. Come on.
I'd love to lie.
Put your hand up.
Yes, I will. I worked it. I used the calculator. I'd love to say I was that good.
Honesty is the best policy. Very nice to sit at lunchtime on the middle here. A lot of grounds people from local cricket clubs out there talking to the groundsman. I think is good. As someone who attempts to do the occasional thing on a club cricket ground.
Do you really?
I'm allowed to mow the outfield. Ooh. And if I'm really, really good and Jim the groundsman is really struggling, I'm allowed on the roller. Cool. But, you know, I'm probably I'm probably second outfield mower and third roller driver.
Yes.
In the list.
Do you enjoy it?
I love it. Absolutely love it.
Ride on mower?
Oh, big
everybody's.
like a golf course mower. You know, the blades come down. You could probably do it in less than an hour, but it takes me 2 because those circles have got to be right. Here's Mo Abbas in and bowls. Forward comes Adam Hose, plays out to mid-on. There is, at the end of, you've done that, and you look at it and you think, yeah, that looks pretty good. So you've achieved something, you know. With all due respect, you know, we're here doing radio, aren't we? And we'll probably be doing it tomorrow. And at the end of the day, have we actually achieved? You haven't made anything, have you? You haven't achieved anything. So
Well, hopefully we've enriched people's lives.
but there's nothing there. There's as we
No.
walk away from the ground tonight, we're not going to say, "Wow, look what I did today."
Yeah.
Here's Abbas, two Hose. He's forward. He's getting a big stride in here. Adam Hose. So he's a tall man. Plays it back down the pitch, and there is no run. Few returning from lunch, which I have to say again was excellent. Top marks to the chef here, or the chefs.
He's a good chef as well, yeah, on that far side.
It's very good.
Yeah. He's worked in some top places.
I shall struggle to eat my tea. Abbas. Off about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Probably 17.
Oh, that's out.
Oh, that's a big shout. He's gone, yeah. We could have given that out from here. Abbas didn't even bother to look at the umpire. He just ran straight towards the slips. And Worcestershire are, well, the phrase I used earlier was deep doo-doo. I think they're even deeper doo-doo now. Hose LBW to Abbas for 1. As Kev said, that's out.
Oh God, it looked right, didn't it? From
It
the
did,
moment
yeah.
it wrapped the pad. Well, that's a shame because Adam Hose's dad, Jeff Hose, is here. He was
Oh, is
here
he?
yesterday, over from
Because
the
he's
island.
Local boy, yeah.
From the Isle of Wight, that's right.
Yeah.
And I had a quick chat with Jeff just before the interviews last night, and yeah, it's good to see him. And I had to say to him, I don't think he looks any different. I played against him years ago when Hampshire took one of those games where you go over the Isle of Wight and just play, the local guys there. And I have to say and obviously that was years ago because it's years since I played, and he hardly looks any different. Which is very annoying. And he's here again today, so he'll be as disappointed as I'm sure his boy is walking back to the pavilion. Adam Hose, yes, grew up playing in the young age groups at Hampshire and played one second team game.
Yeah, then went off
To Somerset.
Warwickshire.
Then Warwickshire. Now to you guys.
Yeah. Another lad that came from the island, Chris Russell, who played for Worcestershire. He was an Isle of Wight boy. Okay. I think he's been playing local club cricket because he put on social media this week, I finally retired. And of course I got to put a message in, I thought you retired 10 years ago, mate, But yeah, so he was an Isle of Wight man. Brett D'Oliveira, the skipper, is on his way in. Well, at lunchtime, I was just saying the groundsmen from local persons from local cricket clubs had a master class with the head groundsman here. And I think we are seeing a bit of a masterclass of medium fast, I'm going to call it. Swing, seam, I think he's doing everything, I think. Abbas, using all his skills, and so we're seeing a bit of a masterclass in that. So he could be on a fifer in the first 10 overs.
Yeah, he's he just in the last 2 or 3 games, he's just really on it.
Brett D'Oliveira is facing, and he's forward. Lots of bat on that. He stopped him. Abbas stopped. As he was walking back, he stopped and looked back up the pitch.
Oh dear.
And a couple of
all right.
times. Yeah, no, he's all right. I think he was just working something out in his mind.
He's not taken a fifer this year. Can you believe that?
Really?
Once he's taken 4. That was in the first innings at Trent Bridge against Notts. 4 for 49. That's his best figures of the season. Yeah, he started slowly, I think it's fair to say.
Bowls to D'Oliveira, gets this one away. Just I'll give him a bit of credit there, Brett D'Oliveira. I think he opened the face. It's running down towards third man for 4. As we said yesterday, the outfield here, it looks really lush, but it's very quick. And that one raced away. So 4 to Brett D'Oliveira. Worcestershire are 34 for 4, replying to 462 all out.
10 wickets today already. Oh, gosh.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible, isn't it?
If you'd have told me that.
I know.
If you'd have told me we were having 10 wickets in the day.
I know.
Mad. It's daft, this game. You never know what's going to happen. Abbas with the last ball of his 5th over. Bowls D'Oliveira's down.
Oh!
In the air. Was it a chance? Did it carry? I'm not sure that it carried. It went to who's that at mid-wicket? Under the floppy.
Felix Organ?
Felix Organ, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was just on the
think it
half body at best.
I think it was short.
Oh no, it might be James Fuller. It's James Fuller, tell them.
The two of them have got floppies on. They're
Yeah,
both
it's James Fuller.
They're both about the same height. So 2 to Brett Oliveira. He has 6. Gareth Rodrick has 23. Worcestershire are 36 for 4.
Wow. Yeah, 426 runs behind, so wow. Hampshire have been on a bit of a roll, it has to be said, after that very slow start to the season, where before they went to Notts at Trent Bridge in May, they were actually 9th in the table. But since then, they've been unbeaten. Here's Dawson, bowls, and forward is Rodrick. He's looked okay out there, hasn't he, considering 4 wickets have gone at the other end. Pushes that out on the offside. 23 from 32 he is. Very open stance, as Nicky pointed out earlier, then just goes a little side on, forward there. That's not out the meat of the bat. It spews out square on the offside. So the story this morning was Hampshire chasing the 5th bonus point, and it did cost them some wickets. In the individual game, really, they would have expected to have got more than 462, having resumed at 373 for 4, but they went for broke. So it's pushed back to the bowler because they're just trying to stay in mathematical sight of Surrey, because I guess they're thinking there's no point in playing the season out to be 3rd or whatever. They've done enough of that recently. So they are giving themselves a bit of a chance. That's just hooked away really on the leg side, and it's going for 4, fine. I think that's where Abbas was in the previous over. Went a little squarer after the sweep shot from Rodrick was hit just behind square, and this time it's gone finer. Well played by Rodrick, moves on to 27, 40 for 4. So in the overall scheme of things, with the other games going on up and down the country, Surrey 157 for 3 are behind Durham on the first innings by 105, with 7 wickets remaining. Kent are 362 runs behind Nottinghamshire with 8 wickets remaining. They're 71 for 2 there. There's another sweep shot. That's well played. I think Hampshire are going to have to put somebody out there now, because Rodrick is playing those sweep shots rather well. Moves on to 31, 44 for 4. We're certainly keeping an eye on Lancashire Somerset. Somerset's 2nd in the table. Lancashire 113 for 3 in their second innings. They lead by 107. After both sides were bowled out in the 140s. Would suggest that that wicket, whatever it was doing, has calmed down.
Yeah.
Assuming that was the wicket that was responsible. There is a man out deep now, and Roderick's trying to work it on the offside, gets a thick inside edge, and the ball makes its way up to mid-on. So 44 for 4. Couple of boundaries in that over from Dawson. 2 overs, none for 14. Looks like Rodrick isn't going to let Dawson bowl. Allow him to bowl.
Yeah, well, if he lets him settle, it'll could be a long afternoon, couldn't it? Thanks to Martin White, who's sent me a text this morning saying, I can't find it out, saying basically Worcestershire have a terrible record here. Have they ever won here? Well, in my pre-match research, they did win here in 2003. The last time they won a county championship match here. They haven't played each other every season. But some interesting teams, an interesting event that took place in that game as Abbas bowls to D'Oliveira, played out to mid-on, no run. In that, Kabir Ali was released by England. I got a bit confused because I read the bowling figures and I thought, hang on, he's not in the original lineup. But he was released by England and replaced Mark Harity. And the teams, Worcestershire, Peters Hick, Kadir Ali, who's here, Worcestershire coaching staff, Smith Solanki, Justin Kemp, who didn't play that many games for Worcestershire, Pipe, the wicketkeeper, Batty, Mason, Harity and Hayward. Nanty Hayward, that was.
Oh, yeah. I think he played here for a little while.
Yeah, he played at Kent for a while as well. Pushed out on the offside. Hampshire team, Kenaway, Adams, Katic, Crawley, Pittipal, Pothas, Mascarenhas, Udall, Vass, who also played for Worcestershire, Chaminda Vass,
yeah,
Tremlett and Tomlinson. Good bowler, Chaminda Vass.
Left arm seamer.
Yeah, good player.
Yeah, he was. Actually, I don't think it was Nanti Haymond. I'm thinking of somebody else, some other South African. But yeah, when was that? 2009.
2003.
2003.
Yeah. Kabir only played one test anyways, and got released by England and came and played here. Back to today, D'Oliveira turns this one just behind square on the leg side. Could be two. No, they're going to settle for one. Oh, no, there's a bit of confusion there because there's a misfield. In the end, the throw comes back at the non-striker's end. It didn't hit the stumps, but D'Oliveira was halfway up and halfway back.
That would have looked good, wouldn't it? 45 for 4, and then there's a run out.
Yeah. Wouldn't go down too well in the
No, he wouldn't.
corridors of power.
It's hard enough getting out as it is. Don't get run out.
Yeah.
Can almost hear that now.
What are you doing, lad? What are you doing? Abbas turns. Runs away from us. And forward solidly, Rodrick. Pushes the ball out on the offside and then goes for a walk. Past short square leg. It's really interesting. After the analyst was with us yesterday, and he was saying about watching batsmen in between balls as to what they do, which I'd never really done before. And then he was talking about the idiosyncrasies, Steve Smith and all these people. I've just started watching people.
Have you?
Yeah. And he just went wandering off. Past short square leg. Does he do it every ball? This time forward, Rodrick pushes away on the offside. We won't know for a while. And just dribbles away. Dawson does the fielding, coming round from mid-off. One more to the Worcestershire total.
So here's something. So you mentioned that game in 2003.
3.
So the last time these two sides played in a first-class match here was April 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little quiz for you. There are 5 players playing in this match that played in that.
Can I cheat? I've
You-
actually
you
got the
know it.
scorecard here.
Have you? I see you
Yeah.
know.
Without
Without
D'Oliveira
looking. Yes.
playing in the match, not
Yes.
just for Worcestershire.
In
Okay.
the match. 2 Worcestershire, 3 Hampshire.
Bass bowls, push back up the pitch. Well, unfortunately, I've got to go and do a radio update piece. Dawson.
Yes. So you've got D'Oliveira and Dawson.
Ben Brown here then, was he?
No, he's at Sussex. Then.
Sorry, we'll have to resume this conversation
Yeah,
a little
we'll do
later,
it.
so I've got to go and...
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll put everybody out of their misery.
okay.
Vince,
Oh, yeah.
Abbott,
Yeah.
Leach.
It would have to be Vince, wouldn't it? Because he's been playing for forever. And Leach.
Yes. 46 for 4 then, it's Dawson, who's found Gareth Rodrick a little difficult to bowl to in terms of he's playing some good sweep shots. That's just pushed out with a straight bat, square on the offside. So Dave takes his leave and Nicky Surrey Chowdhury is in alongside. Nobody minds at the moment, Nicky. I think if Surrey win the championship again, they might say, no, we're not having Nicky back. Here comes Dawson. And Roderick's in behind that one. But so far, so good. This game's moving rapidly forward.
It really is. It's flying along, especially since when we got here this morning. Did not expect it to be in this position.
That's right, Dawson bowls. Roderick is forward. Doesn't seem to be too much out there for Dawson at the moment.
Talking about flying, you were flying all the way over to get your lunch during the interval. I've never seen someone walk so quickly.
Yeah. And when there's food at stake, then it's amazing how quickly I move. That's whipped away through mid-wicket. Runs here, chase for Abbott. I think he's giving up, and he's allowing the youngster Tom Prest to come round from deep mid-wicket. And in the meantime, the batter's come through for 3. 49 for 4. Yeah, mention the food, and Kev, can you get there? And I can get there. No problem.
Your one stride length is like 2 strides of mine, so I'm having to literally jog beside you. Plus, you're walking quickly.
And did you find your way back? Because sometimes you need a map here.
Oh,
to
I
get all
found
the way
myself
back.
back. I actually asked someone who was by the gate in a high-vis jacket, and he had no idea the route you told me. So I said, "Oh, we'll find out. I'll figure it out." And
See, little path just behind the tunnel
Yeah.
there? Oh, you found it, that's good, yeah. That's the easy way back. That's the way back that nobody's going to stand in your way and say you can't come through here.
He told me to go all the way around to the west gate,
No.
and I was like, okay, I've never been here before, but I'm sure there's a route down here.
Because that would be actually outside of the ground, which would be a bit silly. Right, so there was a slight change in the field for D'Oliveira. There's another one comes over from the leg side to the offside. That's an inside edge, which goes out to backward of square leg, where Prest feels. So, yeah, it's big distances here.
Get your steps in for sure.
That's for sure, yeah, you've got no worries there. Plenty of exercise to get food. Exercise to go and do the interviews at the end of the day. Here's Dawson. Bowls, sit around, do nothing in between. That's pushed out on the onside. 3 runs off that over, 49 for 4. Worcestershire, they trail Hampshire on the first innings by 413.
Get paid to talk cricket. In the sunshine.
Yep. In the warm. It's warm, isn't it?
It is
going
warm.
round.
Everyone, I came up and both of you taking a layer off.
Yeah. We're there. We got short sleeves on.
Didn't bring your swim trunks, did you?
Fortunately not. You haven't brought your Speedos, have you, Dave? You haven't brought your Speedos today, have you? Oh, he has.
Oh, he has.
Oh, gosh, yeah, other makes of swim are available.
Abbas with ball in hand from the northern end. At the top of his mark, is ready to go, running towards Rodrick, who taps his bat, looks up now, shuffles across and is forward and defends into the offside. It's fielded at extra cover. That's Liam Dawson at extra cover. There was a match a few weeks ago where I believe it was Sussex versus Derbyshire, and the gentleman from Derbyshire, I think his name's Dave.
Dave Fletcher.
Dave Fletcher. Not Dave Fletcher, sorry, it was another game. They've all merged into one. Basically, at the end of the day, they were trying to convince Adrian Harms to go into the sea for a dip, and it was like 15 degrees outside as in comes Abbas, and it's a beautiful delivery, a last minute decision to leave that one by Rodrick as it just nips back in. No harm done. And Adrian was having none of it.
Yeah. So that's at Hove. It's 2 blocks from the sea, isn't it? It's not much of a walk, but...
Oh, it's literally
5
a
minutes?
stone's throw.
Yeah. If that. And he wouldn't do it?
No, he wouldn't. He said it was too cold.
Wimp.
I can't remember the name. Oh, it's going to annoy me now. I'm going to have to find out.
Obviously left a longing impression.
Here's Abbas to Rodrick. He's forward and defends again to Dawson at extra cover. I just remember the gentleman who was like very into his fitness, so he's up at 6 going for runs along the beach before he came down to Hove. I'm going to have to figure out.
What, a main commentator?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that. Wouldn't it be annoying, actually, if you were actually the Sussex commentator, say, and every other week the opposing commentator challenges you to go in the sea?
I bet Adrian's used to it by now.
It'd be annoying, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't say no if it's a lovely day, though, that's for sure. As here's Abbas into Rodrick, now runs away from us, and it's back of the length, and he opens the face of the bat, and it goes to backward point.
I wonder what challenge you could do here at the end of each day. Run around the golf course. It's a bit hilly.
Bit hilly.
That'd
Roll
be fine.
down the hill over there.
Do rolls down the
Roll down.
One of the fairways is very long, and at the bottom of the fairway there's a lake, so you have to be a bit careful.
3 slips and a short leg in place for Rodrick, who's on 35 from 47. Abbas at the top of his mark turns, runs away from us with number 38 printed on his back as Rodrick shuffles across, and this nips back at him, and there's a shout and no interest.
It didn't feel right. It was a good shout. It did nip back. Just watching the replay here, Nicky. He's got forward, hasn't he? Maybe going over the top. It's a good shout, but it didn't actually feel. Didn't feel a stone dead decision. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Abbas looks disappointed though.
He does. Last wicket, he didn't even look at the umpire.
Well, that was That was stone dead. I know a challenge here would be to play 4 or 5 holes after every match on the golf course. That would be a nice challenge.
Are you much of a golfer yourself?
No, very poor, Nikki.
Here's a bass to Rodrick. Off the back foot, drops this into the offside. It's going to be fielded by point, and it's also going to be a maiden over from Mo Abbas. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 17.
Just talking about Nancy Hayward earlier, just before you came on, Nikki. Chris Hutchins, sonandcricket@gmail.com. He says it was Nancy Hayward. He played 11 matches for Hampshire in 2008. 1 first class and 10 T20s. That's right. I think when I said it, I just wasn't quite sure. It did ring a bell. So he was former Worcestershire and Hampshire. South African fast bowler, mean fast bowler.
I remember the game. It was Sussex versus Leicester.
Oh, Richard Ray.
Yes,
oh, he's into his cycling.
Richard Ray was into his cycling and running that weekend.
Ah. Yeah, he loves to cycle. And he challenged him to go in the sea.
Yeah. He did indeed.
Is this me? I can't remember. It is. Yeah.
It is.
Dawson bowls and D'Oliveira, who's on 7, just pads that away or blocks it away. Short leg in, gully in, slip in. But nothing's really turned past the outside edge yet for Dawson from that pavilion end. Straight delivery played along the ground on the onside. I'm waiting for one to go. I'm just waiting for one to bite, and as I'm sure everybody in Hampshire is. Hasn't quite happened yet. 49 for 4. Did you want those towels and you're sitting on the chair there?
Oh no, I'm all right.
You're all right. Forward is D'Oliveira, quietly forward. Not pushing at the ball. Giving any of those close catchers a sniff. You can see over the top of the railing, then you're all right. Because
Yeah, just
Charlotte
about.
Taylor has a struggle with that. Emily does.
Just about.
Yeah, that's all right. That's good. Beautiful sunny day here at the Utilita Bowl. Down the wicket comes D'Oliveira. Just about meets the ball. As he wasn't quite to the pitch, just had to push it out into the covers. Everybody got excited there, thinking that the ball might just turn, but again, not quite enough yet. Dawson in his 4th over here. 0 for 17, comes in again. Balls to D'Oliveira, he's forward. We didn't see Verdi get a lot to turn this morning, did we really? I know he picked up 3 wickets this morning, which gave him 5 in the innings, but it was more to do with Hampshire getting on with it, wasn't it?
Yeah, there wasn't much turn from Verdi. He was potentially just playing around with his flight and trajectory a bit more.
Yeah. Driven off the back foot to short extra cover. End of the over. 49 for 4. And that is a maiden over from Dawson. He's first in the 4 overs that he's bowled.
Seems to have got a little busier after lunch. Seeing some more faces on the left-hand side under the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. Mo Abbas walking back to the top of his mark. Gives it a shine, takes a sweat from his forehead. Gives the ball a shine. As of course, we've got the Kookaburra back for these last few games of the county championship. There's Mo Abbas with ball in hand. 3 slips in place, runs away from us now. This one's pushed into the offside by Rodrick. It's gone straight to point, it's fielded imminently.
He's played well here, Rodrick, hasn't he?
He has.
He's got a good technique. I remember in the 50 over game earlier.
I'd probably say that's a lot down to the fact that he's also come from South Africa, played a lot of his cricket there, and I've noticed that those who've come out through the South African system and those pathways, their technique has been pretty nailed on and have a good solid defence. As here he is now, who drives, and not enough as it's ricocheted off the stumps and gone to mid-off, and sorry. Trying to figure out who that is with number, the sun is shining on her back at mid-off. Number 8. So it's Dawson at mid-off. Well, I must say, I think the floodlights here seem smaller, or is that because we're higher up?
Oh, you mean in height?
Yes.
Yes. It probably has something to do with it. Yeah. I've never noticed that before. I think you could be right.
Abbas in, and this time Rodrick forward. Solid in defence, like we just spoke about. Leans into it, top hand extends, and takes a wander towards the square leg umpire.
Because we're almost, well, we are 4th floor, which is, yeah, decent height, I suppose. Yeah, I think you're right, yeah.
I think I've seen them at some grounds where they're slightly higher.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's because we're normally on the 1st floor or ground floor and having to look up a little bit more.
Don't think we'll be seeing them on in this game.
Definitely not. Rodrick takes his guard once again, and this time it's going to be tapping his bat as he looks up now. And Abbas in, and Rodrick pushes it into the offside, fielded at extra cover. Keepers come up.
Yeah. I think because Gareth Roderick's getting such a good stride in coming forward.
He has used his feet on a couple occasions as well, so maybe he's just noticed he's out of his crease. Abbas on the way back to the top of his mark. Rodrick, his green helmet, looks above, leans on his bat as he awaits Abbas, who approaches the crease now. Is through, and this jags back, and it's a brilliant delivery there. And Roderick's done a fabulous job to watch that. It was jagged back, and he's got a bottom edge, and it's just run into the leg side. Short leg does the fielding.
It just looked like he was opening the face, didn't it? Going out on the offside, and
it cut back a bit too much for him to manage.
Yeah.
Looks like we're on track for another maiden over here from Mo Abbas. Ben Brown up close with the gloves, right behind Roderick's ear, as in runs Abbas now from the northern end. Rodrick forward and defends into the leg side. It's fielded at short mid-wicket, and it will conclude another maiden over from Mo Abbas. 8 overs bowled, 3 maidens, 4 for 17.
Just have a look at the England under-19 game, because they're playing the Scotland Academy today, and I think Dave said that there was a Worcestershire player in that side. He might not be. Oh, Essenhigh. Yeah, he's playing. Because the reason I mention it is because England, with still 2 overs to bat, are 389 for 6. Essenhigh made 52, a Worcestershire player, and the Hampshire player, Ben Mays, also hit a half century. He made 69. So well done to those two. 49 for 4, the Scottish Academy yet to bat. It's been a bit of a series up there for the England under-19s. So Dawson again. There is now a silly mid-off. That's driven out to short extra cover by D'Oliveira. He's 7. Worcestershire 49 for 4. All 4 of those to Mo Abbas. Dawson waiting for a wicket, waiting for one to really turn and really bite. If indeed it's going to. Sweep shot, and that'll be 4. Well, now D'Oliveira is getting that shot out of the locker, as we saw Rodrick a few times against Dawson already. So that might be something for Hampshire to keep an eye on. 50 up for Worcestershire. That's come up in the 17th over.
Picked that up really quickly, did D'Oliveira. He was quick to get down on one knee, and was very quick with his hands as well.
He was. All along the ground as well. Safe shot. Hampshire haven't really responded as yet. I think probably happy they're playing across the line. On the back foot, hits that out to backward a point where Abbas fields.
Slightly quicker delivery there from Dawson as well.
Dawson this season is on course to become the PCA Player of the Year for a 2nd consecutive year. I think he's heading the rankings. There on the wicket. He gets just about to the pitch as he drives to short extra cover. Dawson this year is actually Hampshire's top wicket taker with 43 coming into this game. Just steadies himself, comes in now. Bowls, D'Oliveira on the back foot and hammers that through mid-wicket, 4 runs. 2 boundaries off this over.
Again, another quicker delivery, and I think the danger with that is the quicker the ball, the quicker it also goes off the bat, and slightly easier for a batter as well, because there's not much scope to think. I think as a spinner, if you toss it up, you give it a little bit of flight, there's still that moment of hesitation from a batter, as opposed to it being quicker, flatter, where all they really have to do is just get a bat on it, get their bat down.
True. And they also look to be, they're looking to be positive against Dawson, aren't they? Now that man, I think that's Albert, is out there deep now, deep square leg. It's just a prod forward there by D'Oliveira. They've played Dawson well so far. 5 overs, none for 25 for Hampshire's top wicket taker in this competition this year. 57 for 4. You're right, I think, and maybe at the pace that Dawson's bowling, there's probably not much turn for him. Maybe he's got to give it a little bit of air.
Yeah, you always get a bit more turn if it's slightly slower, isn't it? So as quick as he's getting it through right now, he might not be able to find that bit of turn that he's looking for. Sometimes you've seen bowlers, especially spinners, with the variation where they'll not bowl from the first crease line, they'll bowl from the second crease line, so behind, like in line with the stumps, and then toss it out. So it's really out of reach for the batsman, especially maybe if they're sweeping a lot, or makes it hard for them to reach. There's Abbas making his way to the top of his mark to begin his 9th over this afternoon. Still 3 slips in place. And Rodrick on strike, 35 to his name from 55 deliveries. Taps his stance. As in comes Abbas now. And this one's left alone outside the off stump into the gloves of Brown.
So Abbas bowled, what, 4 overs before lunch. This is his 5th over since. Just imagine Abbott will take over at this end, assuming Dawson carries on. He's going for 5 and over, Dawson.
Abbas, ready to go again. Runs away from us at the northern end. And it's through. It's a full delivery, which Rodrick's forward to, defends. Full face of the bat, it's picked up at extra cover by Dawson. He gives the ball a bit of a shine and then flicks it back to Mo Abbas as he makes his way back to the top of the mark.
He'll be desperate for a 5 for Mo Abbas to get to this stage in the season and not have one.
Oh, for sure, definitely. Especially when you've bowled like how he has this morning and has claimed all 4 wickets of Worcestershire. He definitely needs that one more. As here he is, once again, to Rodrick, who's forward and a full face of the bat defends straight back down the line of the wicket. It's another dot ball.
He's not giving him anything, is he?
He really isn't. Extremely tight with his line and his length.
There's been signs of him just getting a little better. At the start of the season he was okay, but he wasn't the Mo Abbas I think that we've come to know over the last few years. But I think in the last half a dozen games or so he's just got better.
Would you say that's potentially for the fact of getting used to bowling in England, again to English conditions, as Abbas is in now, and Rodrick again defends to Dawson at extra cover?
Well, you think he's had quite a bit of experience, hasn't he? I mean, he was at Leicester before here, and he's had, what, 3 or 4 seasons here now. I don't know. He was bowling all right at the start of the year, but I guess certainly like a lot of seamers, they were struggling early season with the Kookaburra balls and that. Yeah, there was a lot of bowlers, a lot of seamers around the country were way down on the wickets they'd normally expect.
It's been slightly better this half of the season as opposed to the start, when it was an absolute run fest for all the batters. But I think I'm not sure how good it is as Abbas is in now and Rodrick's forward defends once again into the offside, because if you've gone from a Kookaburra to a Dukes, and we know how much the Dukes moves and the challenges that come with it. You could be scoring runs against the Kookaburra, but as soon as you're back to the Dukes, it could be quite humbling. I think that's the best
Quite
way
levelling.
to put it. So you could get off to a flyer, but when the next chunk of the season is against Dukes, you've got to do that adapting again. You've maybe got to sort out your technique a little bit and how you play certain balls and certain bowlers. As here's Abbas once again and Rodrick forward in defence. And that is going to be another maiden over from Mo Abbas. Worcestershire 57 for 4. Abbas moving into his 9th over, 4 maidens, 4 for 17, bowling absolutely brilliantly here. And I believe there's going to be a change in the comms box, a bit of musical mics as Kev James makes way for Dave. Do you like my name?
I am here.
Musical mics, that's what I've
Very
decided
good,
to
that.
call it.
I can see what you did there. See what you did. It's pretty not on Monday because we could have musical mics on a Monday. But we can't. So there it is. We will move on with our lives. This game is moving on, isn't it?
It really is.
My life moving on. 57 runs off. How many overs we had in this innings?
18 on the board.
Yeah.
I need your binoculars for that.
I can't really see anything through them. It's just for show. Had the caps on the ends for 2 days.
They probably weigh like 30 kilos.
Thought the light had gone. It's Dawson. Left arm round to the right-handed D'Oliveira. Getting a little edgish and it skips away down to backward point area. Slipping a short leg are the close catches, although once again the short extra cover. You could say, if you wanted to argue, is in a catching position there for the mistimed drive. D'Oliveira waits and comes forward and plays the ball out solidly. The sun glinting off the car bonnets away to our left, and the car boots, because some of them are facing the other way around. Dawson in bowls. D'Oliveira gets a little inside edge. It trickles down to Vince, who, if there was a circle, would be inside the circle at fine leg. But thank goodness there isn't, because we don't want those in county cricket. D'Oliveira just tapping away at the crease. Dawson bowls, and that one has gone down to the boundary. The umpire is signalling 4 runs.
I was watching it back on the replay because I definitely missed that.
Was it a little bottom edge?
A little bottom edge, and it's beaten Brown and it's run all the way down. It's flown down.
Yet another mystery to me as to where the ball was. Well, I know where it came from, but I know where it went, but I'm not quite sure what happened in between. Anyway, 4 runs to Brett D'Oliveira. He goes to 19, and Worcestershire have reached the heady heights of 61 for 4, having been 30 for 4. That spell from Abbas just before lunch was worth the entry money alone. Dawson just settles himself. D'Oliveira waits solidly forward this time. Just eases the ball out to short extra cover position. Short leg goes across in the guise of Fletcher Middleton to silly mid-off. It's almost standing on the cut strip as D'Oliveira comes forward, and there's a shadow catch, and it is caught. Well, that must have been a little inside edge onto the pad. Couldn't tell from our angle because he got his back to us, Brett D'Oliveira, and another Worcestershire wicket goes down. I think it's just a little inside edge onto the pad. As simple a catch as Fletcher Middleton will ever take in his career if he plays for another 20 years. And Worcestershire have lost their 5th wicket. D'Oliveira goes. Caught Middleton. Bowl by Dawson for 19.
Yes, Mo Abbas is going to have to share the wickets amongst his team today. And Dawson gets his first breakthrough. It feels like that shot wasn't played with a lot of determination by D'Oliveira in terms.
Yeah, I mean the ball before he got very solidly on the bat, so it gives you the impression that it It must have just turned that little bit.
It was
flicked
slightly,
the bat onto the pad.
it was slightly back of a length, and that awkward length as a batter where potentially you may have considered making some space off the back foot. But unfortunately it wasn't to be, and Worcestershire 61 for 5.
Yeah, they bat a good way down these days, Worcestershire, but they will need to bat a good way down. I mean, Ethan Brooks coming in, who's a very useful, I would say he's a batsman who bowls a bit. Van Beek, useful. Tom Taylor, more than useful. Joe Leach, first class century. So there is hope for Worcestershire, but they've got a long, long way to go from here. Now, I think that this game is kind of going towards a scenario that we might. It's got here in an unusual way, but we, after yesterday's play, we thought, well, Hampshire get on, maybe get 500, which they didn't. But then we thought that the Hampshire bowlers might get more out of this pitch than the Worcestershire bowlers did, which is proving the point. Sorry about that. That was a bit of a ramble, wasn't it? But there we are. 61 for 5 is the score. I'll tell you the score, and that'll be it.
Well, it is a change of bowling from the northern end as well. Kyle Abbott comes into the attack once again to replace Mo Abbas. He's got 3 slips in place and short leg, pretty much the same field as Abbas had. As in comes Abbott now to Rodrick, who's forward and drops this into the offside. Will quickly nick a single and gets in just fine as Worcestershire take the score to 62 for 5. Means Brooks comes on to strike. There is a gap on the offside point and mid-off, fairly deep. If there was a ring, they'd be on the ring. And it was a smart single there from Rodrick, who's on 36. Brooks now just doing a little bit of gardening as he marks his guard. Taps his bat, looks up as he sees Abbott approach him, and is forward and opens up a little bit. He's squared up, his right shoulder pops through as the ball is played to point. Again, comes down to do a little bit more gardening.
Even you can't spot a cloud now.
Oh, I do see a cloud.
No, where? There's no cloud.
You'll need your binoculars.
There is no cloud.
You'll need your binoculars to
I
see
need
it.
my binoculars to spot a cloud. There isn't one.
That doesn't mean there's no cloud. It's just you can't see it, Dave. As in comes Abbott now, and Brooks forward and defends straight to Dawson, who's now at short extra cover.
First time I ever noticed that. There's a plane coming in, landing
There's a
at the
plane.
airport away to our right.
I don't think I can see it. There's a
No,
bit of
it's just above the trees. Never seen that before. In the thousands of hours I spent here. Well, we used to be at the other end, so you wouldn't have, I wouldn't
it's
have
a
seen
lovely
it anyway.
it's a lovely ground though.
Yeah, love all the trees around.
And the way the sun just
Great walk up through those trees I went this morning.
Abbott in short ball, and Brooks is off the back foot, defends into the offside at a dot ball.
There's actually a path that goes to a car park. So when they're on international days, you park some distance away, and then the path is lit, obviously, for night games, and you can stroll back to your car that way, thus avoiding the traffic. The only major complaint I would have about this ground is there's only one road in, and there's only one road out.
Isn't that like with most grounds? So as in comes Abbott, and Brooks forward this time and defends to Dawson at extra cover. Isn't that the situation with most grounds?
I'm just trying to think. Go around the grounds. Well,
Unless you're
Northampton's in a town, Derby's on a ring road.
But there's
Leicester.
there's only one road to enter the grounds of the ground.
Oh, yeah, you could say there's only one road going into New Road, but it comes on to a main road. That's what I'm trying to say. Because, trying to get out of here after a big game is a little frustrating, is the word I'm looking for.
Abbott into Brooks, who's forward and defends to short mid-wicket this time to conclude the over. Just one off that over from Kyle Abbott as he concludes his 5th over. And Worcestershire 62 for 5 at the end of 20.
Yeah, it's beginning to warm up as well. On our little gantry, we kept on and on about this, to the extent a gentleman sent us, was it Glyn, sent us a text saying he was 4 miles north of the Arctic Circle. Stop moaning. We were more explaining than moaning, I think. We were commenting on the temperature. Here's Dawson continuing from the pavilion end. He's bowling left arm round. And this time, goes for a reverse here and doesn't. It is a favourite shot.
I just don't see the need when you're 5 down right now.
I mean, he likes that one, Gareth Rodrick. Ethan Brooks plays that one to death, but Rodrick likes that one.
It may be a favourite shot, but
yeah, a ball played back up the pitch to Dawson. I think the supposition, the plan is to not let Dawson get into a rhythm and bog you down. If you can, get a few runs off him and get him thinking. But if he gets into that rhythm and you're not playing any shots at all, you could be in a lot of trouble. They're in a lot of trouble now, Worcestershire. So leg by as the ball just balloons out on the leg side, and Worcestershire go to 62 for 5. If you just joined us, welcome. Mohad Abbas had a magic spell before lunch, going rid of Libby for 0, Kashif Ali for 0, Jones for 4, Hose for 1, and then since lunch Dawson struck Brett D'Oliveira, caught off a bat and pad for 19. But Gareth Rodrick is still there. He's seen it all going on at the other end. He's on 36. Ethan Brooks to face. 3 close grabbers, 4 if you count the wicketkeeper. As Dawson bowls, he sweeps away down backward of square. That's gone away for 4. Nice shot from Brooks. Dawson just a little leg side-ish, and Brooks immediately onto it. The close catches, there's 2 slips and a silly mid-off. What else have we got? Well, there's only 2 on the leg side. One at fine leg, I would say, and a mid-on. Mid-off, extra cover, extra cover, backward point. Dawson in again, forward, solidly this time, Brooks. Middleton, who's under that helmet, flicks the ball back to his wicketkeeper, but Brooks had left a foot behind the crease. Got to be behind, no good being on it. Is another sweep shot. This one is in the air for a while and it's then cut off. So a little risky, that one. It's uppish for a while, but Brooks is still there. He has 4 and Rodrick has 36. Worcestershire 67 for 5 live. Cricket coming to you from the Utilita Bowl here at Hedge End, I'm going to call this. And it's
not in Southampton.
No, Southampton's over there. Be a good walk from here to the middle of Southampton. I shall be heading back to Southampton early next year. What a cruise, another cruise, lovely.
Here's Abbott running away from us now. 87 printed on his back as Rodrick is forward in defence to Dawson at extra cover once again. You off on a cruise?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
The fjords. Fjords up
Fjords
north. I might find there, mate, who's 4 miles inside the Arctic Circle. Yeah. My good lady wife has always wanted to do that, and I've never been on a cruise till last year, earlier this year, and it was excellent. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Oh, I think I know someone who went on that exact cruise this year.
Fjord, yeah.
As in comes Abbott now, and this one just chops back a bit as Rodrick defends into the offside.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. Ate far too much, far too many meals. Excellent entertainment. Went to some lovely cities.
Yes, it's exactly the same cruise.
Yeah.
They went, I think it was maybe, 8 days? Something like that? 8 days?
7 nights, 8 days.
7 nights, 8 days, and it was stunning, apparently. That's what I heard. So
yeah, and you just sit back and...
You might even see the Northern Lights.
Yeah, well, yeah, but we could see them from round here recently.
Abbott in, straight delivery, which is pushed by Rodrick to Dawson again at extra cover. Although say he's...
Where was it the other week?
an orthodox extra cover position and a mid-off. He's right between the two.
North Wales and not the coast. Everybody was seeing the Northern Lights last week.
I did see them earlier in the summer. I think, was it maybe June, early June, when everyone could see them and taking photos outside. You couldn't see them with the naked eye, but apparently you had to take a photo of it on your phone and it would appear. As in comes Abbott now. Rodrick forward and defends a straight ball, which has been defended back in the direction it was received. And we've got our guest back again, our Waspers.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
I think we should start charging it some sort of
£1
levy.
a visit.
Yeah, for coming into our sublime commentary position.
Rodrick taps his bat now as he awaits Abbott, who's in. We now have a short extra cover in plays in this one. It's turned to backward point, slightly back of a length delivery there from Abbott. Worcestershire 67 for 5.
Never quite sure about that position, because surely the bowler on his follow through is covering that area. I mean, there's obviously a reason for it.
It could be more of a psychological reason than an actual.
Yeah. Don't know.
We shall find out.
I would have thought a third slip rather than that position,
Well,
but there you go. He's probably going to drive it straight at him there.
He was that third slip, wasn't he? Pressed as this one's or slightly wider delivery, and Rodrick goes to flash through the offside. It beats the bat and it goes straight into the gloves of Ben Brown, and that will conclude a maiden over there from Rodrick. Worcestershire 67 for 5, and Abbott 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 16. That's his first maiden of his spell.
Yeah, going back to that, sorry to keep going back in history, that game in 2003.
When I was 5 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe 4, who knows?
None of those players are still playing first class cricket. You'd be surprised if 21 years later they would have been in his sweep shot. It's in the air for a while. There's 2 men down there. One a deep backward square, you would say, and one more a fine leg. So they're out there for the sweep shot, for the top edge sweep shot. Gets away with that one. Comes back for 2. Does Brooks? He goes to 6. But none of them playing first class cricket. But Kadir Ali, who's on the Worcestershire coaching staff these days, still plays cricket. Good standard, really good standard cricket in the Birmingham League on a Saturday. Just wonder how many. Kev might know. I'll ask him if any of those Hampshire players still playing in the local leagues. Next ball pushed away on the offside. No run. Worcestershire are 69 for 5. Dawson in again. This time off the back foot, played solidly into the offside. Beat extra cover. I think is that Nick Gubbins in there? Anyway, whoever it was a good stop. Dawson round the wicket again. This time shorter delivery, pushed down into the gully area, pressed the fielder backward point. Tense cricket this afternoon. Dawson in, forward comes Brooks. Middleton, who's at a very short extra cover. Doesn't do the fielding because the ball rather hits him. Next ball is off the back foot. Played into the covers. And there is no run at the end of the over. Worcestershire are 69 for 4. I think Mr. Kevin James, spinster of this parish, is going to. Well, they say that in the church before, when they read the banns out at a wedding. So I believe, anyway. So and so, spinster of this parish. Anyway, James coming in.
Hello, Michael. Michael Caulfield, sports psychologist extraordinaire. back in with us, and he absolutely loves cricket commentary.
I do.
He loves talking to the Hampshire players.
I do.
And he's here. And when in fact, last time I worked with you, you were at Worcester.
I was at Worcester when they were having a very convincing 7-wicket win in the Great Metrobank Monday Cup.
Worcester, yeah, they did, yeah.
Yep.
Push out the covers, that's a 1 run, and Michael loves cricket commentary. So for the next 20 minutes, it's going to be all Michael, and I will be the support.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and good afternoon, everyone. In what can only be described as a beautiful summer's day, because if you look at it by the law of the letter, the summer is not over, and it's not over here. And Hampshire are meanwhile trying to make this game over as quickly as possible. Much work to do. Abbott into Brooks. Played out in the offside, no run. And you could not get a better setting for cricket at this time of the year. It is hot, it is warm, same thing, some wind, good crowd, good wicket, good cricket.
But to be fair, where you've been sitting in the Hampshire changing rooms, that's in the shade, so it won't be as hot over there.
It's actually cold because the wind is blowing through the changing room door. Pop Welch,
yes,
bowling coach, one of the great men of domestic cricket and other cricket too. He's got 2 coats on. There's Abbott up past the umpire into Brooks, and that's driven straight back past him, which we think will make the boundary. Will it be pulled just inside? It is pulled just inside by the substitute fielder, Ethan Bailey. A run save, but still 3 runs to take the score to 73 for 5. Abbott looking for his first wicket, which is extraordinary. But Mo has his customary 4.
Yes, looking for his first 5 of the season as well. I find it incredible that in about the next half an hour we're going to roast, I mean literally boil, and yet over the far side they're wearing 2 coats.
2 coats. Pop Welch has got 2 coats. 2 coats.
Don't tell Dave Bradley that.
Abbott again. Left outside the off stump by Rodrick, taken by Brown. I can see in the distance my bench, which I've donated to the staff and the players.
A bench?
Yeah, wherever I work, I donate at least 1 bench, a park bench, which is known as my office. And each bench is accompanied by a plaque. And that bench, where I can see Pop and 2 others, the bench goes, it's Michael's bench, and then in inverted commas, it's a funny old game. And I donate a bench everywhere I work. Abbott into Rodrick, he just stabs it out on the offside, no run. Yes, I now donate benches wherever I go, and I encourage people to sit outside in the fresh air, phoneless, computerless, onlineless, and just converse.
Okay.
Whatever the mood takes them, wherever the conversation wants to go, just sit and talk. And as you know, a bit like radio commentary, when you're looking forward and you're not looking at the person next to you, conversation flows. I've got a nice cushion, Pop's got his roll-ups, and the world is a good place. Abbott again. That one's down the leg side, taken by the ever-young Ben Brown. End of the over. Worcestershire are 73 for the loss of 5 wickets, which puts Hampshire in a strong position.
I'm intrigued that... Where did this idea for donating benches come from? Did you buy a job lot somewhere and you're trying to get rid of them?
Actually,
and your house is stocked with them?
I'm buying 2 more next week for the Brentford Academy, because we're opening a new academy next month, and I'm donating 2 to the academy. I've got 2 already in the training ground, 1 for the first team, 1 for the reserve team, all with plaques. And I just find that in sport, which can be quite emotional, quite high charged, people can get very frustrated, they can get very up, they can get very down, and people don't talk in team meetings, because why would you? But they'll talk on a bench. And I didn't get the idea from anywhere. I just noticed when at Brentford, where I work, as you know, we opened a brand new training building last year, beautiful building, with lots of offices and rooms and treatment rooms and meeting rooms, but there was nowhere to sit outside, so I started buying benches. And I've now got benches across Europe. It's costing me a fortune. Change of bowling. It's Felix Organ taking it from Liam Dawson. He floats one outside the off stump, which Brooks plays to mid-off. No run. Change of bowling, Kevin, to replace Liam, who is taking his wicket, but maybe he might come on this end.
Agreed.
But Felix Organ, the
the glue of Hampshire, as I called him. That one squirts off the inside edge. Tom Press picks up no run.
And as you will know, Michael, it's unusual for Felix Organ to be playing when there's no Keith Barker.
Yes, because I suppose it's a bit like the England trick last week with Josh Hull for Bashir. The large size 10 boots aren't there to leave a mark. Organ again. Straight on the line and length. Picked up by Fletcher Middleton, no run. The thing about Felix Organ, I've always called him the glue of the side because he holds everything together. He rattles through his overs in a very refreshing manner.
He's quite a good personality as well.
He's a great personality.
He is,
Here is again, and that wasn't his best ball, and that's swiped for 4. That was a full toss waiting to be hit, and it was hit.
Don't want too many of those. So this is Felix Organ's 6th championship game of the season. He's taken 13 wickets at 28 apiece.
And scored runs.
And some runs in there.
And some catches.
Yes.
But also the immeasurable bit, which is hard to say sometimes just by your own words. He really is the heart and soul and energy and glue of particularly for those under 26. Here is again. That was again floated out wide, and that would be 4 more. That probably wasn't his best over he's bowled this season, and they'll be disappointed by that.
I don't know if he's a bit nervous there or what. I think you're right. I think this is as average over as I've seen him bowl. There's been some couple of poor balls. He needs to support the bowlers here. Certainly Dawson. Because they can't just rely on Dawson all the time.
Because Dawson's bowled the proverbial million overs this year, as Liam. Last ball of the over. Again, that's wide, and that will be 4 more if it reaches the boundary, because the outfield is getting quicker. The ball is not going to win. It's just pulled back inside the boundary. Oh. It's not pulled back inside the boundary.
Liam Dawson helped.
So 3 straight 4s, and Liam has bowled a lot of overs this season, battered forever, scored 100 already, just couldn't quite get to the boundary. And the score has gone to 86 for 5 at the end of a Felix Organ over, costing 12 runs.
Yeah, well, I have to say that another over like that, you can't keep the guy on. I mean, I know there's a massive deficit between the two sides, but you don't really want to let the opposition off as easy as that, do you?
No. And he won't either, because that's the most un-Felix Organ-like thing imaginable. But it's the end of the over, and as we thought, Liam Dawson is going to come on from the hotel end. And I can say that as I look down from the hotel here to my left, I can see Andy and Bev, his lovely parents, who barely miss a day's cricket. Speak a lot of sense, they speak the truth, and they're lovely people. Proud parents and grandparents.
Yes, they are. Yeah. Quick drink with them in the bar last night, actually.
Only a quick one?
Having a chat. Well, it was actually relatively, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Work to do in that, Michael?
Yep. I suspect they did too.
Well, I'm sure. My work's never done.
Do we call it work? Do we get away with that term?
Well, I do when the bosses are listening.
Okay. I sometimes find the whole thing scandalous. Liam Dawson from the hotel end. Straight on the money, but just dab it out on the leg side for a single, taking the score to 86 for 5. And Brooks is a rapid 21 of 22. No, it is work, because you can't miss a ball, you can't miss a day, and as I know, spending my life in my car, particularly this week, that the coverage on the radio and the website is invaluable. Dawson again. Just played back up the wicket by Brooks, no run.
You were saying before we came on together that how much you enjoyed last week's game involving Surrey.
I left work in just outside West London, and they were 3 down Surrey, thinking this is a game's going nowhere, and by the time I pulled in my drive, it was all over. Dawson again into Brooks, plays it back up the wicket, no run. It was an hour of golden radio, golden commentary. Anthony Gibson, who you must work with very closely. The
Next
Surrey,
week as well.
The Surrey commentators, and it was everything that the 4-day game stands for. Dawson again, up past the umpire. Big appeal for OBW. Just going down.
Yeah, I agree.
Just going down the leg side.
What's the replay here, Michael? Yeah, on the screen here.
A lovely Dawson reaction, looking disappointed. Yes, just going down the leg side. Good appeal. Good decision. But the question has been asked from this end already by Liam Dawson. He comes in again to pull to Brooks. And that one's just played out in the offside. No run. Fed up by Toby Albert, who's had a breakthrough season at the top of the order.
Been terrific, hasn't he?
Terrific.
Couple of hundreds.
Vital hundreds too. Helped the win against Surrey, the only team to win by innings against Surrey. Dawson's complete is over, and that's just played defensively by Brooks. End of the over, good over too. Just a single off it, taking the score to 86 for 5.
I've got an email here from Chris Hutchins, suncricket@gmail.com. Apparently Dave was discussing the proximity or how far we are from central Southampton. No, I didn't know this. It's 4.7 miles and about 1 hour 45 to walk from the Utilita Bowl to the Guildhall Square in Southampton. That's not something I'm going to try, I don't think. 1 hour 45?
It could take that long in the car, I think, as well.
Well, it can do, actually, yes, you're right.
This really is a quite stunning afternoon.
Yeah, there's not a lot of wind, is there?
No.
It's not up here anyway.
Well, there is, as you can see from the far end, there is when they're all wrapped up in their coats. But we're hoping now for a better over for Felix Organ as he comes into Rodrick, who just literally drops his bat and then it goes to forward short leg, no run. 86 for 5, they're still a long way behind Hampshire, but they'll want to break this partnership. Organ again, and that's gone for a big heave down to good old-fashioned cow corner, and it's made it with ease for 4 runs. So these are expensive over and 2 balls so far from Felix Organ.
Yeah, just watching that again. That's actually not a bad ball, is it? It's just one of those where you just go for it.
As the bowler, you probably wouldn't mind that because there's a top edge in sight from that, isn't there?
They're certainly putting Organ under pressure here. Mind you, Mays didn't help himself in that first over. Just while we're waiting for a bit of chat here and maybe a field change, an email here from Stephen Clark, suncricket@gmail.com, saying there's a game underway in Gaul, so Sri Lanka against New Zealand, that says the first day of 6. And I've just looked it up, actually, it does.
6-day
Day
test.
1 of 6. Well, he says, is there perhaps a rest day?
Or is it so hot that they finish early or they start late? Because, well, I met a colleague at the weekend of yours, perhaps on the radio, Andrew Lenny. But here's Felix Organ again into Rodrick, who steps back and cuts out on the offside for a single. It was a wedding at the weekend for Paul Sterling, the Irish cricket captain, who I've known for years, and he kindly invited me to his wedding on a small island off the coast of Ibiza. And Andrew Leonard made it to the wedding just in time, having covered the test between Afghanistan and New Zealand in Greater Noida, India, where I've been, and not a single ball was bowled in 5 days
I saw
due to rain.
that,
Organ again into Brooks, and that will be 4 more runs as he reverse sweeps a full toss. And this is a curious 2 overs from Felix Organ, who normally is absolutely hard to get away, but his 10 balls have gone for 21 runs.
Yeah. Any more runs, I'd be surprised if he gets another over, but then who do you put on?
And Worcestershire will, you have Tom Prest as well, who can,
Oh, true.
and you've got Nick Gubbins with his leg spin.
True.
But I think he will get tighter, and the next ball is absolutely on a perfect line and length and just played back up the wicket by Brooks for no run.
That small island off Ibiza, what's that, Minorca or something? Or
Formentera.
Oh, Formentera. Yeah.
Recommended for a 3 or 4 day. Mine was briefer than that, but for a lovely short few days it's beautiful. Organ again, back in his crease, no run. I cycled it in a morning, so it can't be that big.
What, all the way around?
All the way around.
Okay.
And stopped for lunch, so it can't be it can't be that big. And at the end of that over, the score has moved on to 95 for 5, so Worcester, who at one point 40 for 4, have now recovered to 96 for 5.
Yeah.
It's still a long way behind the Hampshire score of 462, so a big deficit still.
There is, but just scoring a little too freely
Too
at the
freely,
moment for For my liking. Let's put it that way. Still 2 men round the bat for Dawson.
So Dawson again in for his 10th over. Oh, and that one just keeps a little low. So it's a slip, cover, extra cover, gully, mid-off, mid-on. Deep square leg and a fine leg who is up. Dawson again. Oh, and that one takes the outside edge and will run down for certain 2 if not 3, and it may reach the boundary and just pull back inside, so 3 runs. Good chase.
Is that Prest up there?
That would be Tom Prest. Hence, being 20 years of age and having the energy and agility to... That would not have been chased 15 years ago, or in your era. I suggest that would have...
I would have waved it through.
You'd have waved it through.
Yeah, or put in the dive.
Yeah.
And sort of made out you'd just
Yeah.
pulled a knee or something and just stayed down.
But 4 more to the total. 4 more to Rodrick. He moves on to 45. Dawson again. And that one just squirts on the offside for no run. There is a little bit of turn there.
It's not enough, is it?
I think, look, talking to the ground staff at lunchtime, they think it will dry out more, turn more, get dustier.
I thought at one point, about this time yesterday, that it would turn more by now,
Yes.
but hasn't.
Dawson sweep, big P for LBW. Again turned down by the umpire. He was a long way down, went for the sweep. It may be just outside the line.
Just watching it again now.
Just going down, I think.
You're right.
Just going down. But a good appeal. Dawson again. And that one just dabbed back up the wicket for no run.
So you always have to be careful when you're sweeping from straight. I think a few years ago, a lot of umpires were prepared to give those out. Maybe not so much now, but you're still asking the umpire to make a decision, and that's not always a good thing.
Dawson again. Into Brooks, who again dabbles out round the corner. Another appeal for LBW in the same outcome. Again, just going down the leg side. But that's 3 appeals in the last 2 overs. At the end of the over, you get the impression if they keep doing that, there will be a moment when...
Agreed. You agreed. You're asking the umpire to keep saying no, and at some point...
He'll say yes.
He'll say yes, that's right. Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth there, Michael. We think the same things. We know the same things.
Well, you know your cricket more than me, you've played more than me, but hopefully you pick up a few things, and they are human.
Yeah, definitely.
They are human.
Well, Roderick's having a chat with Brooks there. I'm wondering if he's saying things along the same lines that don't keep making the umpire make a decision.
And now Rodrick on 45 is going to face another over from Felix Organ. And again, he's gone for the big slog down to Cowell corner. I couldn't call it a slog, it's a controlled shot for 4 more runs. And it looks like they're trying to take Felix out of the attack.
They are, yeah.
And they may well do so.
Yeah. 100 up.
So loss of 4 wickets just in the 20th over, so they're going on quickly, as Hampshire were yesterday. And it's not normally a fast-scoring ground, the Utilita Bowl, so this is slightly against normal games here this season, which have been 2.7 or 3.1, 3.2 and over. But this is both sides going over 4 and over. But Organ again into Rodrick on 49. Slightly quicker delivery, and that's his 50. That's his 50. That will bring him up a good half century, an attacking half century. 51 off 83 balls with 8 fours.
He's played well, hasn't he?
Played very well.
4th time he's passed 50 this season. He's got a couple of hundreds to go with that. This is a good player, Gareth Roderick.
He is a very good player.
He's only averaging 30, which surprises me this year.
Organ again. Another sweep and another 4 runs.
Well, whatever Organ's doing or not doing, for me, he's got to come out. He's got to come out of the attack. There needs to be a rethink. I think you're right, maybe Prest with some off spin, but you have to say he's less experienced, and they might just do the same to him as well. But this is good play from Worcestershire.
It is, but Felix, who I don't think I've got a player I admire or like more in the dressing room, but his 2.5 overs have gone for 31 runs. But maybe, knowing Felix, he will make this little comeback. But not that one, that's a full toss. Hit down to long on for a single.
Yeah, it doesn't look right either, does he? Sometimes it happens, doesn't it? You can bowl and it just doesn't feel right, and he certainly...
Well, I've often asked Kyle about that, and he says some days it clicks and some days you feel as if you never bowled a decent ball in your life. But here's Felix Orwin again. And then that's going to be reverse, no run. But you still get the impression there may just be one ball which is the gamble too far.
Yeah. It's whether he's around to take advantage of it.
Well, he's about to complete his third over. Into Brooks. And that's going to be, I suspect, 2 more runs as Mohammed Abbas makes his way around from on the boundary on the cover side, and that's an easy 2 for Brooks, and that completes Felix's 3 overs for 34.
Michael Caulfield is staying on, and he's going to be joined by Surrey's Nicky Chowdhury.
Nicky, how pleasure to meet you, and a pleasure to share 20 minutes on the radio with you.
Yeah, likewise. It's lovely to meet you.
And you have no idea how much I enjoy these little 20 minutes here and there. I get 3 or 4 goes a season, and believe you me, it is an absolute joy. Dawson. Into Brooks, who plays him out on the leg side for a single. Taking the score to, well, after a partnership of 50. And the score onto, I just check when the score comes back up. 111 for 5.
Nelson.
Do we, don't we, do we, don't we, do we do the old superstition? Dawson again. Bit of turn squirts out on the left side. Oh, on the offside, sorry.
Are you superstitious?
Routine based.
Routine based. So if there was anything out of routine, you'd probably say it's more due to that as opposed to...
I think we've all got these strange cricket ways, haven't we? Of where we sit and how we sit. Dawson again. It's going to be reversed, and that will be 4 more runs to Brooks. And this is a strong counter-attack from Worcester here. Very strong counter-attack, taking the score to 115 for 5.
So many strange superstitions in the game, especially if you're one of the playing teams and you're going for a lap around the ground. Make sure you walk right for runs, left for wickets.
If a partnership is in place, you don't leave your chair.
So many superstitions. So that's just as a team. I forget what individuals may have and pre-match routines. And
well, the best batter I've ever seen at Hampshire, apart from the current squad, of course, was Neil Mackenzie, great South African. Dawson again. An appeal for caught behind but no edge, who in his former years as a young player was so broken by the superstitions that he actually sought help and then became the most unsuperstitious cricketer of all time, because he used to tape his bat to the ceiling and all sorts. It can control if you allow it. Dawson again, and that one's just played on the leg side by Brooks for 1. Abbott comes around and does the fielding. The score goes to 116 for 5. So I'm routine based rather than more than superstitious, but I've noticed in my years in sport, Nicky, just how absurd at even the most elite levels of all sport, the highest level, how coaches and players, when they start doing something which works, they stay with it until it doesn't work. Dawson again. No run. I noticed last year in a different sport, in football, that even when it was a blazing hot day towards the end of the football season, that Pep Guardiola had started wearing a big thick wool neck jumper, which he wore to the end of the season because they were winning every game. And when it was 80 degrees and he was still dressed for a day skiing, it looked a bit silly. And even he admitted it was a little superstition, which he kept going.
Yeah, it makes you question, actually. Obviously you'll be in a better position to answer this as well, but how much or how can it affect your mental state if you are heavily involved
Too much.
in superstitions. And
Otherwise, you can't breathe, because if you don't have can't come round your favourite roundabout in the morning because it's been closed for traffic, or you've suddenly put the wrong pad on first. Oh, you think I can't bat? It's
it must
silly.
really affect
It's
some
debilitating.
individuals.
Yeah, which is why hopefully I exist to try and talk people in or out of silly things.
Here's Organ to Brooks from the pavilion end, and Brooks is down on his one knee, and he sweeps this away all the way down towards the deep square leg boundary. That's going to be a boundary, slightly too full there from Organ. And Worcestershire move on to 116 for 5. Picked that up well, actually, just on off stump, and
They're attacking Organ, aren't they?
they really
They
are.
really are taking him on.
And it's safe to say it has worked. They've managed to disrupt his length, and he's finding it difficult to settle. He's already gone for 38 runs in just 3.1 overs as he's in again now, skips in, and this one's slightly straighter, and again so down on one knee and swept away towards the deep square leg boundary, almost identical spot as to the previous ball. Worcestershire move on to 124 for 5. Brooks moves on to 40. He's catching up with Rodrick as well, who's on 57 off 87. And how long have you been a sports psychologist for?
2003. This would be into my 22nd, 23rd year.
Oh, wow.
I had a career before this.
Which was?
There's an organisation in cricket called the Professional Cricketers Association,
okay.
the PCA.
Yes.
I was the equivalent in a different sport, which I'll explain to you after you've...
Organ's in now, and this time Brooks is forward and respectfully defends into the offside. We've now had a bit of a change in field. We've got a deep square leg, and we've got a deep mid wicket on the leg side, as clearly Brooks is in the mood to go big. He's targeting Organ, who's at the top of his mark, ball in hand. Short leg still in play as Organ skips in, and this time reverse swept by Brooks, and it goes all the way to the boundary again. He's timed that beautifully. He's picked it up. One of his strong shots there from Brooke, and Worcestershire move on to 128 for 5. Brooke, 44 from 44 balls. So you were working with a PCA private?
I wasn't in the PCA. That was my sort of analogy. I was the
sorry.
PJA, which is the Professional Jockeys Association
Right,
of horse
okay.
racing. So I did that for 15 years, and then on the back of a chance conversation with a leading jockey said, I think you'd be a good sports psychologist. I researched it and looked at it and thought, well, if he's right, I'll find out. So I found out.
Wow, so that was actually leading me to my next question. So what made you choose sports psychology? Was it this interaction with this particular jockey?
It was that, on the basis of 15 years of knowing them and then understanding their madness, because their routine is mad.
Organ's going round the wicket now, and again Brooks down on one knee, reverse sweeps, but this time it does catch the fielder at backward point.
And I realised the vulnerability of athletes and those involved, and they enjoyed talking to me and I enjoyed listening to them. And
Here's Organ. He's 3 men round the back, short leg slip and a slip as he comes round the wicket now. Tightens up the angle as Brooke again down on one knee, goes reverse sweep, doesn't quite time this, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. 31 overs gone, Worcestershire 128 for 5, Rodrick with 57, Brooks with 44, and that is the end of Organ's 4th over. He's gone for 4 overs, 0 for 46. So yes, there must be some really great moments in the profession, and also some challenges, like anything that you find difficult.
I won't say I've enjoyed every minute of my career, because there's been some very difficult moments with people, with coaches, with teams, with players. Even here on the years that we've had some moments here at Hampshire which have tested you. I'd like to think though that my grey hair has helped along the way. Dawson into Rodrick, who goes back in his crease and plays down the leg side, no run.
I always like to think that grey hair is a sign of wisdom and life experience.
I hope so. I was told years ago, but any team must employ some people with grey hair, and it stuck with me. So I'm one of those with grey hair.
So on the job spec, was it?
It was. Dawson, who hasn't got grey hair, now into Rodrick, who goes back in his crease and again just plays it out on the leg side for a single. The ball is chased enthusiastically, as you would do from Fletcher Middleton, to pick it up. One more to the total, 130 for 5.
And have you had the opportunity to work with lots of different cultures and individuals from different backgrounds as well?
Yes, I have. And
Because that goes on to something I've always wondered and thought a lot about, is obviously sports psychology, but from...
it's people-based. Dawson again, similar outcome, just slightly square of the wicket. Another single to Mo Abbas.
The cultural impacts and effects on individuals, because I think those can also vary
hugely.
And what's that like?
Well, at the moment I'm working in a football team, and we have 2 Brazilian players who've just signed, only speak Portuguese. Liam Dawson again, and he's come down the wicket, then it's squirted out off the outside edge, no run. So in the football team we have far more international players than we do British-based players, and one at the moment I'm conversing with, and I'm doing my Duolingo, learning basic Portuguese at the moment, but it isn't about the Portuguese. Dawson again, and that one's turned round the corner to fine leg. It's Felix Organ, no run. But sport like cricket, if it's outside edges or swing or spin, you can almost talk cricket like slang language.
Because it's also so technical as well.
Yeah. And football's the same, rugby's the same. You can use your body language. Dawson again, that one's left outside the off stump. Good over, just the 2 singles off it, and at the end of the over the score is 130 for 5. So yes, the cultural differences are extreme, but the sporting differences within sports are extreme. And the analogy I use, Nikki, is it's like worshipping in a different church. If I go to a mosque or a synagogue or a Catholic church, I will behave in different ways. I can keep my shoes in a church, I'll take my shoes off in a mosque. I worked in football yesterday where I don't wear training kit. I've never been in the players' dressing room in 7 years and never will. Whereas here, if I don't go in the dressing room, it would be seen as odd behaviour. So even between different sports, the behaviours, the cultures are all very different. And I keep saying none is worse than the other or better, they're just different.
Here's Organ round the wicket to Brooks, who's forward, and this time turns it into the leg side. It's fielded at short mid-wicket. Yeah, I find it extremely interesting because I come from a South Asian background. I've played cricket here in the UK for all my life. And just to think that the culture and the mindset from a South Asian background playing the sport, as in comes Organ now, and again defended into the leg side, growing up in an environment which is predominantly very different from what I've been used to, how I've been raised, has left you with some mental conflicts.
Yes.
And how you navigate those situations. You're still learning, as this one swept away down towards deep backwards square leg, but it won't go all the way. Fabulous bit of work on the boundary and be restricted down to just the 2 runs. Brooks moves on to 47. Worcestershire 132 for 5.
And that's why, as I was explaining earlier, Nikki, that's why I've bought a bench outside the players' dressing room here. People to sit down and talk about their different experiences of life.
Organ in, this one slightly tossed up, and Brooks leans into a lunge to defend the ball as it's played back down the line. And
I think we need to talk more, understand each other more still, especially in the digital era, because we can spend all our days scrolling, which doesn't help us at all.
As Organ's in again, and this one swept away, but hasn't got enough on it. He's just tapped this, but it's running down fine. I'll come back for, I think that's 3. And it is 3 because Brooks moves on to his half century. He gets 50 from 52 balls. He's been playing that sweep shot beautifully throughout his innings. And just played another one who just stabs it round the corner to take him to his half century here. Worcestershire 135 for 5. So Organ to Rodrick now. He's going to stay round the wicket. Just a short leg in now for Rodrick, who's on 58. It's off the back foot and defends into the leg side. And that will also conclude the end of the over. Worcestershire 135 for 5 at the end of 33 overs. 100% agree with you, actually, Mike, because it's important that we talk, but I think when you are interacting with people from different cultures and different backgrounds, you could talk, but that doesn't generally mean the other person will understand where you're coming from. And that's just something that I've realized having conversations, be it how I've played the game or my mindset approaching the game, has been different. And even when you try to comprehend and break things down, I think those cultural boundaries do get in the way.
They can get in the way. And as you say, you have to understand and accept that we may have differences in the way in which we view the world and which we view each other. But as long as you understand and accept those, then you can build on that. But here's Dawson again to start his next over, and that's getting clipped out on the leg side. I think Carl Abbott's doing more fielding than he would like to at the moment, because that was an easy 2 runs to Worcestershire, taking the total of 139 for 5. And then what I find is, I've travelled the world with cricket, is it's exciting to learn about new cultures.
100%
It's exciting to find out how people think and how they've been brought up and how they view the world.
Definitely.
Dawson again. Oh, big appeal for LBW, but the umpire again, he's not interested for the 4th time off Dawson in this spell.
And
There was no sweep involved there. It was a forward defensive shot, and the umpire must have decided it was just outside the line.
I was going to say, I think it also gives you such more of a holistic experience on life and people and their backgrounds.
For example, last year I attended I just explained more after this ball from Dawson. Again, he's asking questions, and that's just played defensively by Brooks. No run. I attended a fascinating workshop last year in football based on Ramadan.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of it was 2 or 3 hours, 2 sessions actually, and I was so then more understanding and accepting of why this is such an important part of the year. Dawson again defended.
And I think it's so great that now pretty much most sports and most teams do have a sports psychologist with them full time or part time when they can, to offer that sort of support, to have someone to...
And also start conversations, which others might not. Dawson again defended by Brooks, good over by Liam Dawson again, asking questions every ball at the batter. And part of my job, I think, and maybe it's my grey hair coming through, I do start conversations and then let others take over.
And sometimes those conversations aren't always comfortable because...
Dawson again. Defended out on the leg side by Brooks, no run, and at the end of that over the score is 137 for 5. Rodrick is on 58, and Brooks is nearly catching him up, and Rodrick scored quickly. Brooks is 52 off 54 balls, and this, as I say, the score has rapidly moved on to 137 for 5.
And I think it's important that those conversations are had, and especially if they are slightly uncomfortable. You need to get slightly uncomfortable to get comfortable.
Yes, you need to explore.
Yeah.
You need to explore, and sport life, I hope, is getting so much better at that.
Yes.
And it's important to be allowed to ask questions without offending, because you may ask silly questions.
To know it's a safe space to have those conversations. As Organ's in round the wicket, and this one's defended by Rodrick to short mid-wicket off the front foot.
It's like this conversation. I hadn't met you until 15 minutes ago, but now we've taken it somewhere.
We have indeed. As here comes Organ, now sun shining, and Rodrick down on one knee, sweeps. He's not going to find the gap between the two men on the leg side boundary, but he will get a single. As that takes the score to 138 for 5. You just mentioned about having those conversations and being open, understanding, but in a team situation where you may be free and open to sit with your psychologist, but what happens if your team, or there's certain members of your team that don't understand where you're coming from? As this one's reverse swept by Brooks, and there is protection at deep point, and it'll just be the single, 139 for 5. So
I think I use players a lot, because I think in all walks of life my absolute baseline is players learn from players, and if you can get them talking and get them discussing on any topic, players learn best from players.
Rodrick open stances off the back foot, turns this down towards deep square leg, will take the single, pushing for 2. He's being sent back by Brooks, who's at the striker's end. That'll just be the 140 for 5. And what's your most enjoyable part of this job? Obviously, there's...
Do you know what? I've asked that question 2 days ago by a vicar whilst working in football. And I've been asked it again this morning, and so I can answer it again
Organ in, and this time Brooks uses his feet, comes forward and defends straight back to Organ along the ground.
This morning I had breakfast with Tom Prest, Fletcher Middleton and Sonny Baker, our new fast bowler. 15 minutes. It just filled me with hope, optimism and joy.
As here's Organ round the wicket, and Brooks goes to sweep, and this has gone straight to 45. It's going to conclude the end of the over as well. Worcestershire 140 for 5, Brooks with 53 off 61, Rodrick with 60 from 96.
And that's the end of my spell, Nikki.
And I think I'm being kicked off as well.
Well, it's a double change. Double change. Thank you for your time.
No worries, thank you so much as well, Michael. I shall make way for Kevin James, and I believe Dave is going to be nicking your headset as well.
Well, quite a fight back in this by Worcestershire. 145, having been 30 for 4 and then 61 for 5. So, and taking the fight back to Hampshire, I feel the Worcestershire batsmen.
100%. They've actually put Hampshire under pressure, would you believe, even though Hampshire are 322 runs ahead in the game. You feel that they're on the back foot and having to rethink plans.
Yeah, it's been refreshing, and they've just not let the bowlers settle, which is, you can't let the likes of Lynn Dawson settle. James Fuller is on from the Hotel Golf
Oh, that's
Course,
out.
our end.
Oh my word.
See, that's why Kevin James is not a first-class umpire, folks. It
can
looked,
see why.
it was a good shout. Did he get a bit of bat on it? I'll tell you from here, it did look a good shout. I'll give you that, mate. It looked a good shout from here. But we're not giving them out from here.
Maybe there was a little nick. It did dart in a fraction at the end, didn't it?
Yeah.
That's a couple of very close decisions.
He's gone for a walk round here.
So he got hit below the knee.
Yeah.
There is that little point on the pad,
Yeah.
isn't there? If you just get hit below the knee,
Yeah.
it seems to go through.
If you
doesn't it?
bend your leg, pings. But he's all right. Gareth Rodrick, he is ready to continue. Fuller in bowls again, and Rodrick turns this off his hip. Oh, he is. He's hopping down the pitch as they pick up a single. This goes just back of the square on the leg side, and might want a bit of magic spray on that, Gareth Rodrick. He's talking to the umpire. He's giving it a good old rub. Obviously in a bit of pain. Worcestershire 141 for 5, and we've only got one slip in, which I find a little puzzling. Okay, these two batted well, put some runs on, but I still think there's one in this pitch. As Fuller is in and bowls down the leg side. Good stop by Ben Brown, because the ball was dying on him as well, so he goes rolling, tumbling away down the leg side. He's walking up the pitch, Gareth Rodrick. He's walking a little more smoothly, I suppose is the word I'm looking for. Just beginning to get warm up here, Jamer. Just beginning to warm up. I've got my eggs ready to go on the front here. Fry them up a bit later. Here's Fuller in again, forward this time comes Brooks, pushes it back down the pitch, and there is no run. Total remains 141 for 5. But there's a few shirtless down in front of us, and talking to a couple of the Worcestershire folk who were sat down there yesterday, and they were saying how that it really was a roaster. Here's Fuller in, bowls down the leg side again, poor ball. Another good stop by Brown. Once again the ball rather dying on him as it passed the batsman. There's always amuses me at cricket that there's little knots of spectators down here, and they probably sit in the same place and chat to their friends. But every now and then there's somebody sat. There's some temporary seating that was put in for the international T20s here. There's somebody sat right at the back of there on their own, 30 yards from the nearest human being. Fuller is in and bowls, and this is worked down to third man by Brooks, and won't come back for a second though. One more to the Worcestershire total, 142 for 5. You know, he just probably wants to just sit there on his own, enjoying the cricket. Not a great conversationalist. Sits up there contemplating the world and nature and.
So if you had to choose your spot on the ground, what would be ideally your situation in terms of how many people around you or whether you want space?
On this ground or any ground?
Any ground.
Probably as close as you can get to being in line. Up a bit, because it gives you that extra view. And maybe with one or two chums to chat to.
Right. So you wouldn't want to be crowded?
Nah, I'm not big on. I've been, you know, test matches and one-day international stuff like that. It's all right. They're all right, those games. If you, what's the phrase I'm looking for?
If you don't like, or you like to. Here's Dawson, who's from the pavilion end now.
Basically, as my dad would say, it's all right as long as you're not sat next to a wazzock.
Oh, right. Yes.
So if you're in a full ground and you can't move, and there's a pillock, a wazzock as they used to call them, sat next to you.
It can spoil the entertainment.
Yes, it can.
Spoil your day.
Yeah.
Right, they still put on 81. Terrific 6-wicket partnership between these two. I thought it might have been a few more the way they've been playing. He's wrapped on the pad there. Coming forward is Ethan Brooks. Got an email here from Ralph Brooker, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good applause around the ground for a fine 50 a little earlier. For I think that was Ethan Brooks. It's been said that Hampshire are curmudgeons. I think I've said that right. It's pushed out square on the leg side for a single. 143 for 5. When it comes to praising opposition landmarks, curmudgeons.
No, they seem.
What does that mean?
I don't know. One-sided.
Indifferent.
Sided, one-eyed.
Yeah.
Don't know. Not a word I use very often.
No, not me, because I'm not. Huh. Chris Kimber, who's in Lanzarote, you remember yesterday?
Oh,
who
yeah.
emailed us a couple of times. Was
Chris, it's hotter here.
I tell you what, he says it's 30 degrees there around the pool.
That's nothing.
Lanzarote, I tell you what, it'll be about 35 here. Whatever you've got, it'll be warmer here. That's beating the outside edge. And it's getting that way. It's going up, that's for sure. The pool is nice and cool, says Christopher. Beer is very cool. Loving the commentary, even the contributions from the Surrey camp. That's Nikki. She just looked over when I said that, because she's lurking in the background. Here's Dawson again. That's whipped away to short fine leg where Abbott fields. No run. Gutted that Gubbins didn't get his highest score. That's right, he caught highest ever with 201 not out. Hoping Lancashire keep going well and set up a second place shootout at Taunton next week. We hope to make the last day at Taunton. That's Chris and Annie in Lanzarote. That's a drive off the back foot, but straight to extra cover. That ends Dawson's 14th over, 1 for 49, 143 for 5.
Going back to your saying about curmudgeons, which we assume it means a bit one-eyed. I think that generally crowds in county cricket over the years have become more and more one-eyed. Some crowds are far worse than others. There's a couple of grounds that I've spoken to players about who do not like playing on those grounds.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, there's one in particular where a few years ago, a Worcestershire player got a very good half century in difficult conditions, not unlike today, really. Fighting back after some early wickets went down, and I think, apart from the Worcestershire players, nobody on the ground clapped, which I thought was pretty poor. Anyway, back to today, back to here. Fuller's in bowls, played solidly off the back foot by Brooks. And there is no run. Total remains on 143 for 5. Worcestershire still need another 170. Is that right? Yeah. To avoid the follow-on. 213. All right. Yes. My mathematics, for once, are reasonably accurate. Fuller's next ball, short, goes back. Brooks plays the ball down into the ground. No chance of a run.
So I've just looked up what makes a person a curmudgeon.
Okay.
It was originally believed to have come from the coeur machin, the French phrase for evil heart. But that theory has long been discarded. Don't worry though, you'll know a curmudgeon when you see one. He'll be ill-tempered and miserly, eager to shake his fist and spout disagreeable opinions.
Cool, there's a few of them, I bet. that's most of my larger family. Next ball turned away by Brooks, neatly through square leg for a single. Curmudgeon. Yeah, certainly when I was a younger person, somebody did well for the opposition, and maybe even hit a boundary, you get a round of applause. But no, not so much, I'm afraid. But some places are better than others. Some crowds are more knowledgeable, I would say, than others. Here's Fuller, who's in and bowls, and this is pushed out on the onside. And there is no run. Just checking the curmudgeons down to our right. There's a couple of shirtless curmudgeons down there. I don't know what that makes. Probably puts them in a different ecological bracket. Is that right, ecological? It sounds all right, and it's a big word. Fuller races away from us, bowls, full length, played out to mid-on. They've got over this from Fuller, he's keeping it tight. He's only conceded one run so far. Not looked particularly threatening, but you'd think that you could have Dawson bowling a long spell from the one end and the medium pacers back on. Get a few out of Fuller and then maybe get Abbas back on. By Jove, he bowled well before lunch. He did bowl well. Last ball of Fuller's over, and this is played to mid-on, and another over ticks by.
Email from Mike Martin here, silentcricket@gmail.com. This is the view of Mike Martin, not necessarily of the BBC or of any of the two clubs that are playing in this game. He says, I'm not sure if you've discussed this earlier, but James Fuller has come back from the 100 and looks spent. Hasn't got a run, and his bowling is nowhere near its usual potency. Would be easy to blame the 100, but I suppose he's definitely not right. Fascinating to listen to the sports psychologist earlier. Excellent chat, says Mike.
Yeah. Down at I'll break off because he's about to bowl.
As I've got more information about the 6-day test match we mentioned earlier. Dawson around the wicket. Forward is Brooks, played superbly for his 56 from 72 currently. Steve Jenkin, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, you referred to the current 6-day test between Sri Lanka and New Zealand. Highlight of this 2-match series is the inclusion of a rare 6-day test match for the first test, which will be played in Gaul. There's Dawson. There's the sweep shot, which has been employed so successfully by both batters, and that's 4 more. 148 for 5, and Brooks moves on to 60. The match will feature a rest day on September the 21st due to a presidential election in Sri Lanka. Thank you very much for that.
Went to Gaul. Gaul was famously the test ground where the BBC were banned from, and the Sri Lankan authorities wouldn't allow them into the ground, but just above the ground
is Dawson. It's flicked away fine, and Abbott just rolls over that one, picks it up. 149 for 5.
Is an ancient fort, and Jonathan Agnew did his commentary from the fort up on the hill overlooking the ground, and when we went to Gaul everybody was going, oh, we're going here, we're going there, I'm going up the fort. Really? You suddenly found an interest in history? No, I want to see where they did the commentary from. It's actually not a bad position.
I think I heard it, part of that.
Yeah, Gaul, nice place.
Yeah. Dawson to Rodrick, who sweeps and again makes good contact as it goes out to Abbas. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Rodrick moves on to 62, 150 up for Worcestershire in the 39th. Not a bad situation. 150 for 5, having been 61 for 5 when Brett D'Oliveira fell as the second wicket after lunch, and that wicket was back at 5 to 2. So it's about an hour and 10 minutes since a wicket that's played into the ground by Brooks. It's been a wonderful partnership, and a partnership that has taken the stuffing out of Hampshire a little bit. They were rampant.
Yeah, taking it back
Well, I have. I think you referred to it as refreshing.
Mm.
It was refreshing as a cool glass of rosé on a day like this. Has turned away on the leg side.
Or
I'm
even
already thinking about alcohol.
or even a cup of tea.
Oh yes. How many cup of teas have you had today?
That's a very good question. I've got a voice behind me. It's like being at home. I'm being heckled. I think only about 6.
Cool.
Yeah, it's not good for you drinking too much tea. Yes, good fight back. This is fully continuing. There's a general wandering around at this stage of the proceedings. It is quite warm, but there's a general lack of urgency in the game. It looks like he's going to bowl around the wicket to the right-hander. Interesting. Short leg, yeah, we've got a short leg and a leg slip coming in.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some short deliveries.
Yeah, deep square, deep fine. Short leg, of course, has to stay in front of the crease line or it's a no ball.
It's a short boundary side there, the hook shot, so a miss hit
Yeah.
can quite easily be 6 without even troubling the fielder.
So what we got? 6-3 field. There's a slip, a third man, and an extra cover on the offside.
What's he like at hooking, Brooks?
Full of bowls down the leg side through to the wicket keeper.
Does he like a hook?
Oh yeah.
He takes it on?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
Well,
he
we'll see
plays
some
them
action
all.
then.
Yeah.
We'll see some action.
Yeah, I think he's a very talented young cricketer. Didn't get the chance to play red ball cricket at Edgbaston, which is why he moved. He's got the opportunity at Worcestershire. Wasn't in the team early season, but got in and has kept his place and some very useful contributions.
And he played 3 matches in 3 years.
Yeah.
First class for Warwickshire.
Yeah. Fuller in bowls, that's short. A bit too short really, because although he ducked underneath it, I think passed way over his head. Not sure there's enough pace in this pitch to trouble the batsman with the short ball. But that obviously is the thoughts.
Yeah, they do this a lot. Once there's a partnership, Fuller usually comes on and does this sort of thing.
He runs away from us, and this time it's played by Brooks out on the offside. That's a comfortable single because, as I said, there's only a third man and an extra cover. It's extra cover that has to go racing round to pick it up. So Brooks goes to, can't see that board clearly, 63. Just checking his just going through my bits of paper, which as we all know takes me forever. There's Fuller bowls, and that's taken on by Rodrick and bangs into short leg, who is Fletcher Middleton, I believe,
Yeah.
under the helmet.
That was nice of Rodrick, went straight up to make sure he was
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. He probably went up to him and said, "I wouldn't stand there, mate," when I'm batting.
Another man gone out on the leg side boundary. His top score's 50 for Warwickshire.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I can't find him on my list. What's that all about? Here's the next ball from Fuller, which does trouble the batsman. Manages to keep it down and down towards fine leg, but it was in the air for a while. Another man at a sort of leg cover position. Brooks' high score for Worcestershire was 50
Hello.
before today, so he's got his high score for Worcestershire.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Just making sure things are right.
You didn't trust me, did you?
No, I do implicitly. No, ever since you cheated on the follow-on score. Here's the next ball, which is pulled away down towards fine leg this time for a single. If you weren't with us earlier, I was trying to work out the follow-on figure. My very good friend Mr. Kevin James, pictured here, said, yeah, it's 313. I thought, oh, that was clever. He'd got a calculator out. He'd rung a mathematician up to sort it out. End of the over at the end of it. Worcestershire 154 for 5. Gareth Rodrick has 63 of those, and Ethan Brooks has 64 of those. These two came together with a score on 61, so heading towards a century partnership.
How many short?
7.
Thank you. Here's Dawson.
Without a calculator.
Your maths is better than you've made out.
Oh, my maths is excellent, especially when
Worcestershire involved. There's a sweep shot.
Especially when our bank statement comes in. I'm on the ball then, mate. Can even work out the VAT.
Well, it's been a good second half to this session for Worcestershire, no doubt about it. Started a little iffy with Adam Hose. LBW to Abbas for 1, and Brett D'Oliveira caught short in off Loam Dawson for 19. But since then, you have to say Worcestershire have been on top with this partnership. It's on the back foot. Oh, it's a bottom edge, and it's just gone past leg stump. The ball's followed Rodrick as he was trying to ease that away on the offside. Fortunately, he got a thick enough inside edge to take it past the stumps. He moves on to 64, 156 for 5. I think he's allowed a couple of little half mistakes because they've batted, both of them have batted so well in the heat. And the sun is making their way slowly across our camera gantry. Forward is Brooks. There are 5 overs after this until the tea break.
Ooh, is that all?
Yeah, it's not too bad, is it?
That's ridiculous.
Yes, time's flown by. It's been a good watch, this partnership, I have to say. Oh, he's beaten on the outside edge there. Little bit of turn there for Liam Dawson. It's been a couple of little moments for Hampshire, but they've really only been little moments. They've had to change plans. The way these two have batted, they've smashed Felix Organ out of the attack. Forward is Brooks, although Felix Organ bowled a bit of a mixture, that has to be said.
Didn't settle into a rhythm, did he?
Not at all. Expensive overs, and Dawson started to go for a few around that time as well. Hampshire would have settled into a little all-spin attack for a while, but they weren't allowed to. Dawson bowls, and there's another sweep shot, which is well hit, and Abbas does well. Gets down low quickly. They'll come back for 2. But we've seen those creep underneath the fielder's hands in the past.
Did well.
158 for 5 at the end of that over. I think it's me off. I think it's Nicky Chowdhury.
Oh, okay.
To join you.
Up
Mr.
to
Bradley.
tea. Is this going to be... No, it's still Fuller. Sorry, Abbas was kind of striding towards the stumps, but he's coming in because he's going to be at mid-off. So Fuller to continue. Maybe after tea, how old's this? 41 overs with this ball so far. So maybe after tea, Abbas and Abbott with a burst. Here's Fuller, right arm over, right arm round rather, to the right-handed Rodrick. Digs it in a bit, and Rodrick on the back foot plays it very comfortably back down the pitch. Little bit of breeze on the tops of the trees. It's not really coming into us, but as we were saying, if you're sat on the far side of the ground, you've got your hoodie on, you're not in your shorts. On this, it's like 2 worlds, 2 different countries. It's southern Spain over here and northern Norway over there. Here's the next ball, which is short again. Rodrick up on his toes, plays it down towards third man, picks up a single, a comfortable single. He now has 65, Brooks has 67. We say this so many times, in the middle of January we'll look back and think, oh, remember that day when we were in Hedge End? Next ball is short, and well, that's gone down to third man for 4 off a bottom edge. Went for the pull stroke hook shot, and to be honest, I was looking down here and I was thought the fielders haven't moved, and suddenly realised that third man was rushing round. A partnership of 100. In fact, 102 runs, of which Ethan Brooks has made 67 and Gareth Rodrick has made 30. So I reckon roughly Ethan Brooks has scored twice as many runs in that partnership as Gareth Rodrick, which was not difficult for me to work out, really. What are we doing here?
Not sure there.
We've stopped and
Someone's running out from the dressing
there's a
room.
12th man coming on. We're not having a drinks break 3 overs before tea, are we? Well, we're midway through an over. That didn't hit his helmet, did it?
You might have to check. Maybe it did. Maybe it skimmed off. I'm not sure. Didn't quite catch it on the replay. But
No, I
hope you're
didn't
not-
see the replay.
Dave, I hope you're not complaining about the weather, saying that we're going to look back in January and then say, I wish it was. I think this is absolutely glorious.
Pretty much, yeah, I think is the answer to your question.
Are you
I
complaining?
I don't do the heat too
You don't
well.
do the heat. You've chosen a summer sport, though, to work on.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm all right. I loved it this morning, just right. It's just here when I'm actually standing even further and further back
I noticed
because there's a
when I
little
was
bit of
off air.
shade. Yeah. This is interesting because that ball must have just hit the helmet because the physio is on, unless it came off. I don't know, unless it hit a glove or something. Difficult to see from here what's going on down there.
We are quite
but
far away.
it's interesting that one of the Hampshire fielders has just nipped out into the groundsman's area, obviously to use the facilities. So he was taken a bit short. Let's get me binocs on this and try and see what is
If only
the problem. Oh, it is the helmet. Yeah.
If only our listeners could see the size of your binoculars.
Oh, these are good binoculars.
Not
mate.
even exaggerating with.
These are my pick a winner at the races binoculars, so they're actually not very good because I don't pick many winners. Yeah, it was Ethan Brooks' helmet, so there we are. That's all been sorted, folks. Yeah. I had a pair of those little ones like Jamer. You can see the coast of France from here with those.
Oh my god.
You can see people on the beach in Calais.
Waving and saying bonjour.
Yeah, I had a pair of smaller ones and I lost them.
So you can't lose these.
I ordered
though.
those online and to be honest I didn't realise how big they were. It turned up in this huge box. What? Mind if you order stuff from Amazon, if you order a thimble it comes in a big box. And
Well, you can never lose them though now. You can't leave a ground and just forget it because you will notice. If not you,
oh, those?
somebody else will notice.
No, I'm not going to lose those.
Exactly.
No. Anyway, we're ready to play cricket again, folks. And it's going to be Fuller to Brooks. Right arm around, and this again is short. Brooks on his toes, just dabs this one out on the offside and pick up a single. Actually, that 4 has come up as leg buys, so it did come off the helmet and not off the bat onto the helmet, so it was direct onto the helmet. So 4 leg buys. That was poor from me because if I'd looked at the scoreboard I'd have worked it out. But the total is 164 for 5. Fuller bowls short, goes for the big one here, Gareth Rodrick.
He really
And,
does, doesn't he?
I think he played over the top of it because it died as it went through to wicketkeeper Brown, who took it on his knees. Well, if Worcestershire get to tea with 5 wickets down, they'll be pretty pleased with their later afternoon efforts. Early afternoon, they were struggling, but the game has turned somewhat. Full of bowls down the leg side. Poor ball, really. Through to wicketkeeper Brown. Batsman can't get anything on it. End of the over, and at the end of it, the total has moved on to 164 for 5. We have 36 overs left in the day, so 4 overs till tea. Whoopee!
Be 4 warm overs till tea. As
Oh, you complaining about the heat?
I'm not. I'm enjoying it.
What's wrong with you?
I am from the subcontinent, so this is what I thrive in.
Okay. You said it took you a long time to get here today, so if you'd come all that distance.
Of course, I'm going to enjoy every single minute, every single second. Because in a month's time, when it's grey and miserable, and you've got your heating on,
Yes. What do
You'll
you
be
mean?
wishing
In a month's
you were
time when
here.
you've got your heating on? You're assuming I haven't had it on already. Yeah. Jamie has. Look. Us
You
old-
have already?
Yeah. Us old people, hypothermia is a real concern, you know. Yeah.
Dawson's ready to go, sunglasses on as the sun beams on to the wicket, and he's in, and Brooks is forward, defends. See, I did consider putting the heating on Friday when it said 2 degrees, because I can't just think it's September, but it's not, and I'm not going to turn the heating on. But I said I'll just put a hoodie on, and I'll be fine. As here's Dawson now, and Brooks down, goes reverse sweep. He's not going to get it all the way. There is protection out on the deep, but he will get a single.
See, what you're going to remember, Nikki, is when myself, and probably my very good friend, Mr. James, were nippers. We didn't have central heating. You had a coal fire, and you had to warm your clothes in front of it every morning because it was freezing going to school. So, central heating, we love it.
Sounds like a scene out of a movie, as here's
It's
Dawson
Oliver.
in. This one off the back foot is dropped into the leg side, and softly enough to nick a single. Worcestershire move on to 166 for 5. So I did consider it, but then by the time I was back, it said the house temperature was 16 to 18 degrees, and I was like, well, I can't really justify heating then. Dawson in now, and again, Brooks down on one knee and goes to reverse sweep. And takes the single. Deep point on the boundary. Does the hard work. Worcestershire 167 for 5. So is it like on fully, or?
Oh, no.
No, I was going to say that's a bit extreme.
Just for a few.
It would be a bit toasty then.
Just for a few hours. Yeah.
I don't think it's not normal to have to turn the heating on in September, though, is it?
No, it's not. But it was cold and damp and manky. Dreek, as they call it in Scotland.
Rodrick with an open stance is down on one knee and sweeps, and this time it does go all the way. It kisses the boundary rope. There's a bit of a fuller delivery there from Dawson, and Worcestershire move on to 171 for 5. There's only one man out on the boundary line on the leg side, and unfortunately that one man was not enough.
Funny days cricket, this. Who'd have said this morning all those wickets were going to fall? And they fell, with Hampshire chasing a bonus point. And then Worcestershire in deep trouble, 61 for 5. And here they are, 171 for 5. It's just... It's a sort of game where you could see another 5 wickets falling after tea before close of play. It's just a topsy-turvy game.
Dawson to Rodrick, who's forward and leans in to a defence. That will also conclude the end of the over. 43 overs gone, Worcestershire 171 for 5. 3 overs left till tea. You can get another cup of tea, your 10th cup of tea of the day, Dave.
I might miss out in the tea break.
Well, I preferred Kev's suggestion of some cold rosé.
Yeah.
Especially in this weather. Make the most of it.
If I had a glass of rosé, I wouldn't make 5 o'clock. I'd be gone. Be snoring like a porky pig at market day. Actually, you see those trees? That's actually lovely if you're outside. The only trouble is where we are. There's no shade and there's no breeze. That's why it gets hot up here. But no,
you
I'm
can
not.
fan yourself. Here you go.
I'm not really complaining, honest. Fuller is in, and he's bowling right arm around the wicket, and that's a poor ball down the leg side. Bounces again before it gets to the wicket keeper. Ethan Brooks has nothing to do with it. He looks to me as if he's a bowler sort of caught between two stools here. Fuller, he's dug it in a couple of times and not really got anything out of it. And he's bowled a few that have just dawdled down the leg side. Let's see what he can do here. This is a better ball. Forces the batsman to play, but played neatly by Brooks off his hip, down towards square leg for a single. A walk rather than a run, that was it, or a gentle jog. 172 for 5, replying to Hampshire's 462 all out. Fuller races away again, and this time better ball forces Rodrick onto the back foot. A puff of dust comes up, not from where the ball landed, but from the batsman's feet. Although, as we were saying on the first day, you probably wouldn't want to be batting last on this pitch, because it was, well, we saw it turn on the first afternoon, which was yesterday. I'm a little bit surprised at Dawson's figures. 1 for 67. Thought he might have chipped a couple more out. Fuller in bowls, that turned away. Stopped by Fletcher Middleton, who's at short leg. He's probably a pitch and a half away from the batsman. In fact, from where the batsman stood and where he stood, he's 2 pitches away. So he's not sort of right under the batsman's back pocket. Game sort of drifting towards tea, really. Fuller bowls, turned away off the pads. Don't think it was in the air for too long. There was some alarm from slips and wicketkeeper. Certainly not an LBW shot, because the ball was pitching way outside leg stump. So maybe it was in the air for a little longer than we could see from our view, but it's 1 more to the total. Both batsmen have 71 now. Brooks 71 has come off 92 balls, and Rodrick 71 has come off 118 balls. Here's Fuller's next delivery, once again. Turned off the leg stump, down to fine leg for a single. Fuller takes his cap, looks a little disconsolate as he walks back. 5 overs for 11 runs. And we got 2 overs till tea.
2 overs till tea, and to bowl one of them will be Liam Dawson as he makes his way to his mark from the pavilion end. Dave, by the way, did we end up finding out why it's a 6-day test match between Sri Lanka and New Zealand?
There's a rest day for the presidential elections in Sri Lanka. So that's the reason.
Oh, wow. Has that ever happened before?
I mean, they've played longer than 6-day tests
in the
past, but certainly not in recent years.
Recent years, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And I don't ever recall a test match in this country being stopped for an election. Well, they're usually in the winter anyway, aren't they? General elections in our country.
Unlike this year, as in comes Dawson now, and Brooks is forward, defends. Dawson does the fielding as he strolls towards the ball, which is played to his right. A slip and a short leg in place for what will be Dawson's last over before tea. As he's in now, skips through, and down on one knee is Brooks. He looks to reverse sweep and doesn't quite get any bat on that, as that, I think it's come off his glove into the leg side.
Pitching outside leg stump from the angle that he's bowling at, one would think.
Here's Dawson. And again, Brooks down on one knee, goes to reverse sweep once again. This time doesn't get it away. It's fielded by slip. Gets through his overs ever so quickly. He's having a quick adjustment in the field, and I believe we're ready to go. As it's Dawson in again to Brooke, who again is on his knee and goes to reverse sweep and fielded at slip. It's pretty much deja vu from the last delivery.
Deja vu all over again, Rodney.
Will it happen again?
Yeah. Yeah, you could do 6. So I've seen Colin Munro reverse sweep. It's all 6 deliveries and over in T20 cricket.
Brooks leans on his bat as he looks up. Dawson, with sunglasses on, is down. And it is deja vu as he goes reverse sweep, and this time it is fielded at short third. Do you think he's going to try this the entire over till he gets one away?
Try an ordinary sweep. I see the ball's pitching outside leg stump.
Brooks on 72 taps his bat. As in comes Dawson, he's down on one knee, goes reverse sweep, and this time does find a gap as it goes through the cover region. It's not got legs to go all the way. It has. Two fielders fail to get the ball, and that is going to kiss the boundary rope, and Worcestershire move on to 178 for 5. Brooks moves on to 76 from 99 deliveries, and that will conclude the end of the over. 45 overs gone. Dawson's bowled 18 overs with 1 maiden and 1 for 71, and it's going to be the final over before tea.
News of Worcestershire's second match against Northamptonshire in the second 11 championship. They won by an innings and 263 runs. Now the highlight of that game for Worcestershire was Henry Cullen, a young wicketkeeper batsman who scored 234, which is the highest ever score by a Worcestershire batsman in a second 11 championship game. I think Tom Fell held the record before. This is interesting. He's going to bowl over the wicket. I think they've had a conversation, and I think they've discovered or worked out that plan wasn't really working, to try and bowl short to these two Worcestershire batsmen. So he's going to bowl the last over the wicket. The last over before tea, that is. Now we've got this field that first time I saw it. Yeah, it was. They got 3 short mid wickets basically. Fuller is in bowls, forward defensively, pushed out on the offside. So we've got, you could say, a straightish short mid on, whose left foot is almost on the cut strip, a mid wicket, and a man just in front of square on the leg side, and they're all 15, 18 metres from the bat.
One of the short mid wickets is pretty much on a parallel pitch, and the one towards square leg is just on the right hand side of the side pitch.
To Rodrick, forward pushes away on the offside and picks up a comfortable single as it's to the left. I think that's Nick Gubbins down there. So 1 more to the total. Worcestershire go to 179 for 5. Be happy if they go into tea on that. I've often said, coming up to an interval many years ago, when the great Graham Hick was facing Jack Simmons, Worcestershire-Lancashire game, Hick will just play this over out till the interval, and he hit the last 2 balls before the interval for 6. So I thought, what do I know? Fuller bowls down the leg side. I think he's bowled at least 1 ball and over down the leg side. James Fuller. No, he's not. He doesn't look happy with himself, does he? As he's walking back, he looks, there's a very long conversation going on here between Kyle Abbott and the umpire. I mean, it could be they're passing on racing tips, or what's the best restaurant to eat in. But it's been going on throughout this over, in between balls. Fuller bowls better, much better. Just eases away a tad from the outside edge of Brooks' bat through to the wicketkeeper.
I think he's frustrated with himself because obviously the field he has set at the moment, he doesn't really want the batter playing into the offside. He wants it to be straight, and the one prior to this delivery was too straight. It went down the leg side, and again, that's too much the other way. So the field he has to really bowl this tight line. He hasn't given himself much opportunity to go here or there.
2 balls till tea, this time forward. That's a much better ball. Brooks actually took his bottom hand away as he played that shot, just pushed it fairly gently into the offside. Was that a noise from a bird or a small child I just heard?
It sounded childlike to me.
Small child wanting its tea. His parents saying, 1 more ball till tea. 1 more ball and you can have your milk. Got to bring children up right, you know. Got to bring them up properly. Last ball before tea, and driven to mid-off. No run. That'll be it. Off they'll troop. So 20-minute tea interval. So I reckon we'll be back here about 3:45. By all means, join us then for the final session on day one.
to a very warm Utilita Bowl, just as it was yesterday, and it's much the same today, which is fabulous for this time of year, let's be honest, and it promises to be set fair for the rest of this game, however long it lasts. And there was a moment today where so many wickets were falling, we wondered if we get past today, let alone go through to today 3. But it's been a good fight back by Worcestershire, because at tea, Worcestershire in their first innings, replying to the Hampshire all-out total of 462, are 179 for 5. So they trail by 283. They are a long way behind still, but when you consider that they were 61 for 5 not too long after lunch, then there has been a good fight back, led by Gareth Rodrick, who's 72 not out, and Ethan Brooks, who's 76 not out, and they have put on 118 unbroken for the 6th wicket. And so good was the partnership that with Hampshire so far on top, they had their plans upset a little bit with the spinners going for a few runs. Felix Organ, 6 overs, none for 54, was particularly expensive. A bit of a mixture of, if I'm honest, some not so good bowling, but some sweeping from Gareth Rodrick and Ethan Brooks, and reverse sweeping was exemplary. I'm Kevin James. A little later, Nicky Chowdhury is still with us. Dave Bradley from BBC Hereford and Worcester. It was an entertaining partnership, wasn't it?
I think he swept every ball, or reverse swept every ball of 1 over.
Yes.
Ethan Brooks. I was saying to Nicky, I remember watching Colin Munro do that in a T20 game. I think it was at Northampton. And he reverse swept every ball of 1 over and got runs doing it. Well, we're in for every session's a big session, isn't it? But you know, if Worcestershire is still batting at close of play, they could be getting very close to that 313 follow-on figure.
Puts the game back in the balance, and
Does,
it's a long way away. Hampshire were 373 for 4 at the start, and in the pursuit of maximum batting points, lost their last 6 wickets for 89 in an hour and 14 minutes. Now Felix Organ is back on, and immediately these runs, as that's nudged away fine on the leg side, and that's come off the bat of Ethan Brooks, and he moves on to, or was it Rodrick? Yeah, 73, Rodrick, apologies. And Worcestershire at 180 for 5. So yeah, Felix Organ was pummeled, I think it's fair to say, and it was a surprise he got as many as 6 overs. But Hampshire, hoping that this wicket starts to turn a little more, are, with Felix Organ's inclusion in this game, hoping that it will be doing a bit more for him. He's got to put the ball in the right areas though. That's just played quietly out on the offside by Ethan Brooks.
Well, this time yesterday, our colleague sat on the floor.
Yes, Emily Windsor. I'm not sure Nicky would be doing that today. She might do, but then again, there's a netting in the way this time, which there wasn't for Emily. That's pushed out on the onside, fielded by Felix Organ off his own bowling. And yes, we are getting to that time of the day where the sun is almost full pelt in the camera gantry. As swept away, this time it's gone fine, straight to Mohammed Abbas, who bowled an unbelievable spell before lunch of 3 for 9. His spell after lunch was 1 for 8. Picked up the first 4 wickets. Reverse sweep, there we go. Brooks, I think in particular, has looked to play that shot more than Rodrick, would you say?
Yeah, he likes to play that shot.
He does, doesn't he? Plays it well as well. Both these batters have really knocked Felix Organ offline, and as I say, he wasn't particularly online, if I'm honest, but certainly with Dawson's figures, come to those in a moment, would be more than you would expect. There's another sweep shot which hits Fletcher Middleton. He's okay because he's running back after the ball. Dawson 18 overs, 1 for 71, so the spinners between them before that over had bowled 24 overs, 1 for 130.
We were conjecturing before tea to see if Mohammed Abbas was going to bowl after tea, and it looks as if he is.
Well, he has to.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not going to get as much out of this pitch now. The ball's 47 overs old, but he bowled such a tight line, didn't he?
Yeah, that pre-lunch spell was superb.
And he wouldn't say the ball was doing lots for him. It was doing just enough.
Yeah. But he will have stiffened up a bit, I would have thought.
Yeah. But the line that he bowled, you could have. It was narrower than the width of a pencil line.
We did think that Rob Jones was caught off a no ball. He was out shortly after anyway, but we got the analytical people on it. Apparently came off the pad, so he wasn't out anyway.
Well, that evens it up maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows? It doesn't matter because it's all in the book.
Well, we got one slip, a couple of people shortish on the onside, straight mid-on and a wide-ish mid-wicket, a mid-on, mid-off, extra cover. Give you the rest in a minute. Bass bowls played to one of those shortish, well, the shortish mid-wicket. So an extra cover, a cover point slip, fine leg and square leg. So obviously in the minds of the Hampshire great thinkers, I mean, there was 4 slips at one time, but only one at the moment, so it's as if they feel it ain't going to do that much. A pass bowls, there he is, spot on line and length. Pushed by Gareth Rodrick. Back down the pitch.
I'm not sure if I mentioned this partnership's 119 unbroken now.
Yeah.
The run since lunch. It's been absolutely superb, I have to say. It's been very watchable.
Yeah.
Normally, you know, from a home fan's point of view, and I'd probably include myself in that, it's frustrating, but they've played so well.
They took it back to Hampshire, didn't
Yeah,
they?
they did.
Abbas, right arm over. Bowls, full length. Turned on the onside. Straight to the short mid-on. Who's that in there?
Fletcher Middleton.
It is Fletcher Middleton.
Not under the helmet.
He hasn't got his helmet on.
No. Hence why you didn't recognise him.
That's it. Yeah.
That would have been hot under there. He's probably glad of that.
Not that we're complaining. Well, we are, but here's Abbas in bowls. Good over this.
Slide.
Come back on. He's spot on, isn't he? Come back on. And bowled for, I don't know, 2 hours?
Yeah.
2.5 hours? Straight back on it.
Well, he got Adam Hose out at 1:15 this afternoon. I guess he wouldn't have lasted much longer after that, so maybe 1:30, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the wrist positions on the ball, and the ball's not doing much, but there is just a hint of in movement and a hint of the ball straightening, but it's no more than a hint, but it's more than others.
180 for 5, Worcestershire. Abbas bowls. There he goes. Batsman's got to play. A blue Mayflower bus goes up the road round the ground because they park at the top of the hill, don't they? To the bus depot. Up there's about 6 or 7 double-decker buses in the morning parked up there. So.
Yeah, I didn't realise it was a depot, I must admit.
Well,
I have seen many buses up there, you're right.
Yeah, yes, well, it may not be a depot, but they kind of just park them up there for the night.
Maybe they're all cricket fans.
Yeah. Be good, wouldn't it? Fill your double-decker bus up with all your mates and take them to the cricket.
But well spotted, you're right, actually, yeah, just up in the corner, over the Shane Warne stand.
Yeah. Abbas, the last ball of his over. And there he is. Yeah, a lesson. Bowl straight.
No matter what the pitch, how well the batters are playing.
Bowl straight. Yeah.
It's a simple game.
It is. Yeah. We try and complicate it. Yeah. Stop the good ball, hit the bad ball. Bowl straight. There you go. That's it.
If it was that simple, we wouldn't be employed to talk about the other intricacies and what people aren't doing and what they should be doing. So 180 for 5, 30 overs left in the day. We will go past 5:30 today quite comfortably, I think. Yesterday, what we were just 10 minutes, 15 minutes past them. I think we'll be a bit more today. Organs round the wicket, down the wicket comes Brooks, drives it, doesn't quite time it, fielded by Dawson at mid-off. Score remains. Oh, he just got that off the bottom of the bat there, Brooks. He's just wringing his right hand out before he takes his guard once more. Round the wicket again, Organ. There's the reverse sweep again. It's in the air, it's dropped! Oh, and you heard the crowd and what they think about that. And that is James Fuller. And that was straight at him.
It was. Very straightforward. May have come out the dark stand, but yeah, you got to take those, haven't you?
Rodrick on 73 gives what I think is his first chance. Dropped. Oh, wow. Straight at him as well. He's only a few yards inside the rope. Goes for a little sweep. Goes Rodrick along the ground to backward of square. Well, poor old Felix Organ is probably wondering what I've got to do here. He did serve up a mixture before tea, it has to be said, but they did target him. So his figures were a lot worse than perhaps they might otherwise have been, but he certainly bowled better. But there was the chance. We haven't seen a chance for a while, as that's played back to the bowler off the back foot by Gareth Rodrick. Oh dear, oh dear, 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 dear.
She went all Yorkshire then. Oh dear.
Oh, I did, I know.
Where's me whippet?
Crowd, it was an amazing reaction from the crowd. A little short that time, and it's easily worked into the gap on the leg side. Rodrick will move on to 74. How expensive will that drop be? Because chances look like they were easy to come by with the new ball, but they have become very difficult. In fact, since Brett D'Oliveira's dismissal at just before 2 o'clock, there hasn't really been a sniff.
No, a couple of appeals.
Yeah, but that's all. A couple of close-ish Shelby's. That's driven but not timed, and Organ, maybe in frustration, throws the ball back, but he's a little off balance, so perhaps doesn't come back to the keeper as hard as it would be, and Organ almost snatches his sun hat from the umpire, and quite rightly so. He'll feel very frustrated indeed. 182 for 5.
Yeah, I said the only excuse for is it doesn't really come out of dark seats, does it? Because the seats where he was looking are white, so
it's just a misjudgment.
Yeah,
total misjudgment. It looked like he was falling backwards as well a little bit, actually. Wasn't really in a great position to take it. So what was it, a couple of feet off the ground by the time it arrived at him?
Yeah. It was
But it was straight at him.
Waist high.
Waist high, yeah.
Here's Mohammed Abbas running away from us. Bowls forward defensively. Played to mid-on. Good line, good length. Making the batsman play. I spotted earlier, Kev, an aeroplane just coming in, just over the top of those trees.
Yes.
Never seen it before.
Eastleigh Airport, Southampton Eastleigh.
Yeah.
Way to our right.
So when it's not called London Southampton, yeah. London Luton, London Gatwick. Yeah, okay. Next ball. I hardly need to tell you. It's on line and length. Probably a little bit fuller. Making Rodrick play. Come forward. What's he bowled so far? 8 balls. Bang on.
Yeah.
Bang on.
And hasn't conceded a run yet.
No, give the batsman absolutely nothing.
Yeah, handy airport that Southampton Eastleigh. I flew first game of the season up to Durham.
Oh right.
There, up to Newcastle.
Yeah.
And as you know, we didn't bowl a ball, but
yeah,
it was mightily handy. I live about 10 minutes away from it.
Abbas bowls. And this one's a little leg full and leg stumpish, so it's turned away down to backward of square on the leg side for a couple. 2 more to the total, which goes to 184 for 5. 76 to Rodrick, 77 to Brooks. Worcestershire need 313 to avoid the follow-on, so a good way to go to that, if indeed the follow-on was to be forced.
That's a morale sapping drop, that, I think, because
Yeah.
the second half of that session this afternoon definitely belonged to the 2 batters out there in the middle, when Hampshire were literally running amok.
Abbas continues his battle with Rodrick. All squares him up a bit there. Pushed away in the end on the offside, but just a little hint that Gareth Rodrick wasn't quite in the right place. He's got his bat in the right place, which is, you could say, is all that matters, but wasn't where it was aiming. Trickles out to Nick Gubbins, who's fielding in the covers. It looks a little bit stiff, as you would, because he batted for a day and some. God, he did bat well. He got his career best score of 201. Abbas to Rodrick. Forward defensively. The straightish short mid-on, who's almost got his left foot on the playing area, on the pitch. My umpiring friends get very annoyed when you call it the wicket.
Do they?
Oh yeah, it's the pitch. The wicket is the three stumps and the bails at the end. That's the wicket. The pitch is the pitch. The ground is the ground, and the pitch is the pitch. They do get quite uptight about it. I took the umpire's course in the winter.
Did you?
Yeah.
You're a qualified umpire?
Yeah.
Oh.
Still rubbish, but next ball. Allowed to. I reckon that's the first ball of the 11 he's bowled so far of ours that the batsman has been able to let go by,
Yeah.
not have to play at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very good. Jake Libby was on it.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's a qualified ump as well. I haven't done many, I haven't done any games really, but it was interesting. It was good to do, and blimey, the last one I did, well, I think they still had 2 stumps. That was a while ago. Yeah, it's always interesting. Abbas is in and bowls. Oh, that is wide of the off stump, and that's easily the poorest ball he's bowled in this spell, and maybe today. Well wide of the off stump and clubbed away by Gareth Rodrick down back of the square. Almost third man. 4-4. Am I away?
Yes.
Good. I'm going to go and sit in an ice bath.
Nicky Chowdhury coming in. Colin Burt has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I came yesterday on my own, and I tried to sit in line yesterday by the sight screen at the bottom of the Hampshire dressing room stairs. Plenty of people to chat to, and in the warm most of the morning. So at lunch, after being allowed on the outfield, which was great, I found a position in the sun below the Hilton. Once again, in line by the sight screen, and had some Worcestershire supporters nearby, and we had some great chit chat. All good fun, says Colin. Unfortunately, I can't be there today, but great commentary, says Colin. Thank you very much. Here's Liam Dawson, who's it's Felix Organ. What am I saying? Who's around the wicket? Oh, he's coming down the wicket. There is Brooks. He edges that one along the ground. Vince has dropped back now from slip to a short third position. What about that drop catch there, Nicky?
It wasn't the right time to drop a catch, really, given how well these two have come together. There was an opportunity to break this partnership.
Certainly was. Organ flights. That's a low full toss as well. Slapped away at deep mid wicket. Organ just hasn't quite settled into a good rhythm here, and there are men all around the boundary, mainly because Felix Organ hasn't quite bowled 3 balls in the same place, really. Plus the batters, of course, have been looking to stay well on top, which they have. Rodrick back on strike. Organ bowls, and Rodrick's on the back foot. Slight leading edge there, but again it's gone to ground and trickles away to Vince. So 191 for 5. Worcestershire trailed by 271. There's not been a wicket since 5-2. Brett D'Oliveira. That's on the back foot. Steers it out to mid wicket. That's a good pick up and throw, but also a good run. Gubbins did well there, but was off balance when he threw the ball in. 192 for 5.
Rodrick on 81, Brooks on 78. He really has caught up with Rodrick as well.
That's Organ from the pavilion end. Then it's got the short leg in. Bowls. Again, Brooks comes down the wicket, just plays it into the ground. And there is no run. We'll get his attention in a minute. Trying to get Dave Bradley's attention. We'll get it in a minute. He's too busy preening his hair. Shouldn't take long. Here comes Organ. That's swept away, and that'll be 4 runs. And takes Worcestershire on to 196 for 5, and this partnership continues, having come together at 61. And the heat and the warmth continues.
I feel like a tomato right now. if this is what it's like to be a tomato in a greenhouse, not a bad life.
No, believe me, when it's cold up here, Nikki, it's
cold.
It's not very nice. I would marginally prefer this.
I agree with you. I agree. The warm sun probably allows Abbas to get a little bit more sweat on his forehead to use on that ball to shine as he rubs it against the top of his thigh. With the ball in hand from the northern end, he runs towards Rodrick. One slip in play. Abbas in now. Rodrick forward. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery. Oh, that's been left alone by Rodrick, but just beats him. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery there from Abbas. He's back into the attack.
It's the line that creates uncertainty.
It's like, do I play it? Do I leave it? And then, hopefully, one of those going your way. Slip backward point, extra cover mid-off, a silly mid-on, a silly mid-wicket, mid-on, square leg and a long leg as in comes Abbas now. This one's down the leg side. It's a beautiful take by Ben Brown with the gloves, diving and rolling to his left.
Well, a couple of indifferent balls from Abbas in the last 4 or 5.
They do need to try something at this point. That catch was dropped, a missed opportunity, but this partnership between Rodrick and Brooks has definitely got too comfortable at the moment as Abbas turns at the top of his mark, runs away from us, and Rodrick is forward and defends. It's picked up at silly mid-on.
Were you talking about women's cricket earlier?
I
Tears?
was.
Oh, you was, yeah, because Michael Lithgow has emailed, sonofcricket@gmail.com. He says, I listened to the discussion earlier on Tier 1 to 3 women's county cricket next season. What will be the format of the games? Are they all 50 over matches? Or the multi-format?
We should talk about that. I don't know where that's come from, but apparently there will be. It was announced the other day there's going to be the equivalent of a Vitality Blast, Women's Vitality Blast, for the Tier 1 teams, as in runs Abbas now to Rodrick, who's forward, lunges into a defence, again picked up at silly mid-on by Middleton. So there'll be a Vitality Blast tournament, and there is going to be some 50 over tournament. I'm not sure what the name is or if it's been announced yet.
Yeah, I think it's Metrobank. I think that's running concurrently as
yes,
well.
it's running. Yes,
Yeah.
there we go. It's running parallel with the men's tournament. And I believe the Tier 2 teams will have the same, which at the moment we know there's not going to be any promotion or relegation, but just I think that maybe is indicative as Abbas is in and Rodrick defends into the offside to point, that maybe down the line that's something that looks a bit more likely. But it's nice to see it in line and matching the men's system. Personally, in my opinion, there's obviously everyone has their own say, but to run side by side, and I believe I've heard on the grapevine some double headers happening as well, like we've seen in the 100, and everyone knows how much that has done for the women's game. To see it happen in the domestic setup will hopefully take things even further in the right direction. As Abbas is in, it's a straight delivery. Rodrick's forward, full face of the bat, defends.
Did I see, was there a competition as well where every team is in it in a knockout? Have I seen that as well?
I read something of that line, but I haven't.
I'd look that up.
It didn't make sense to me. I do need to read up on it, but as far as I know, it's Vitality Blast T20 competition for Tier 1 and 2, and Metrobank 50 Cup as Abbas is in now. And again, Rodrick defends off the front foot into the offside. It will conclude the over. Worcestershire 198 for 5 at the end of 52. I believe you are right, Kev. There is some sort of knockout competition where I did see something get mentioned on those lines.
A knockout comp competition consisting of teams from all 3 tiers of the expanded women's structure will also form part of the 2025 schedule. Yeah, that's in addition. That was an article on the BBC website on the 5th of September.
So the thing is, that's a lot of cricket already in the calendar for Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, which is understandable for a Tier 1 team because all those players would be fully professional. But if you're looking at a Tier 2 side...
Reverse sweep, and that's runs down to backward of square. Brooks picks up a single, moves on to 83, 199 for 5.
I think if you're looking at a Tier 2 side, which is not fully professional, you'll have players who haven't fully committed to the game because the money's not there, and they'll have to make ends meet somehow. How are players going to be able to commit to that much time as well outside of it because they're not being paid?
Sweep shot there. It's gone out along the ground to deep square. Rodrick moves on to 82. That's the 200 up for Hampshire, for Worcestershire in the 53rd.
So it's a bit of a tricky one, really, because you have to still earn money to make things happen, but you also need to train. And if there's this much cricket, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the girls will want to play as many games as they can.
Good drive and a good stop at mid-off by Liam Dawson.
If not most of the games or all, where do you find that balance and how long will it take? Because there's a lot at stake.
Yeah, there is. So I'm thinking if you're a player at Kent, say, Tier 2, or even Sussex, Tier 2, to use, what, even Worcester? No, Worcester, Worcester Tier 2, aren't they? There's a nice drive wide of mid-off, and that should just about make it to the boundary. It does. And Brooks moves on to 87, and it's 204 for 5 at Worcestershire. So you'll be playing, so in Tier 2 then, you'll be playing T20, you'll be playing 50 over cricket in your tier,
Yep.
and you will also be participating in this knockout competition, all 3 tiers.
And how many teams are there in a tier at the moment?
Well, there's 8 in tier 1, isn't there? There's a 10 in Tier 2 to start off
I think
with.
it's between 8 to 10, isn't it?
Yeah. So, assuming it's 10. Now, there's a drive in the air over Dawson. Again, they're targeting Organ here. Brooks moves on to 91 now.
And I'm assuming each side will play twice.
Yeah.
So that's 18 games. 18 50 over games. Then that would be the same with the T20s? Or would that be one?
Well, this year's Charlotte Edwards Cup was home and away, wasn't it?
So 18.
36 games plus your 3-tier
I'll say
straight
that.
knockout.
I'll say maybe that's another 10 games.
Well, if you get through 5
Yeah.
rounds, I guess. But say you got through 2 or 3 rounds, that's, so how many is that? That's 40 games a season? Something like that for people in Tier 2 and Tier 3.
And if you have 24, 22 or 25 days of annual leave, how are you going to make that work?
Is it all on a Sunday? A few Saturdays? Organ again, and down the wicket comes Brooks. He's not quite at the pitch, so he pushes it back to the bowler. It's the end of the over. So Organ continues to be expensive. He continues to be targeted. He's bowled 10 overs, none for 73. And Worcestershire 208 for 5, 253 behind.
But there won't be enough ground space if it's all Saturday, Sundays, because you've also got to factor in for the men's game. You've got academy games going on. Saturday, Sundays, clubs are playing as well. So it will have to be spread across the week as well. And there's not enough Saturdays and Sundays throughout the summer to accommodate all of it.
Fine for the pros, Tier 1, but do you see a situation maybe in Tier 2 and 3 then that actually it'll be like the women's regional games were initially, where you don't play everybody home and away? Do you think that might be what might happen? Because the amount of weeks we just said is ridiculous.
I think especially for the amount of time and commitment you're asking for a player who's not fully contracted, to give that much. There doesn't seem to be a balance with it. If they were full time, that makes sense. You'd probably say, give me more because I want to play as much cricket as I can. But
it wouldn't seem right that you're asking an amateur to play as many games as a pro.
exactly, because then where's the difference? And then you shouldn't be saying, oh, this is... Anyway, Kyle Abbott into the attack from the northern end now, and this one's clipped off the legs down towards fine leg by Rodrick, and they'll take the single. Score moves to 209 for 5. Like, I think it's great. The direction it's going in, it's brilliant. But there are some questions that need to be answered, or things need to be explained to those who are going to be in Tier 2, Tier 3. Because at the moment, if you're in Tier 2 and you see all these games ahead of you, you're like, great. But if you're of that age and you're not at school where you have summer holidays, you've got 4 months to play cricket in the summer, which is fine. But if you're not and you're working, as Abbott is in, and this one, just pops up a little bit into the leg side. It's not going to be a run. 209 for 5. Brooks is into the 90s, 91 to his name.
Do you think they're still talking about it, or do you think they're nearing an end process with this structure next year? I mean, they've obviously got the team sorted, but in terms of actually the format, blah, blah, blah. Well, they've got the format sorted, but you know what I mean, about the fixtures, how it's going to play out.
You'd like to think things are sorted, especially on their side, right? Given it's only a few months away till the new cycle starts, as Abbott's in now and Brooks is forward defends to mid-off. But there's still a lot of bits and bobs that need to be explained, players who want to make it to Tier 1 down the line, and it's just figuring out the logistics of it. There's so many questions that haven't been answered yet that need to be, just to paint a clear picture. Yes, if you're going from a regional team now to a Tier 1 team, it's fine, it's just a transition. Technically, it's just a name change. You're being rebranded. But now, if you've been playing for a county that's now got a Tier 1 side, as in comes Abbott now, and this is a short ball pulled away, and it should go all the way down towards the boundary, and it does. And that takes Brooks on to 95, and the partnership of 152 between Rodrick and Brooks. Brooks has contributed with 95, Rodrick with 48. And these two have batted absolutely brilliantly together.
Oh, Brooks 95 of those, incredible. Looks a bit flat out there from a Hampshire point of view. I think they were expecting to run through that Worcestershire side.
I think they were. And
61 for 5, who would have doubted them at that stage?
Abbott turns away from us, runs towards Brooks now. He's crouched low, takes a step down the track and defends to square leg. So, yeah, just going back to what you asked, I think there are lots of things that need to be said, especially for those in Tier 2 and Tier 3, because if you are at a county at the moment that's been given Tier 2 status and you've been playing cricket there, where do you go? Because obviously it's not like you're suddenly going to get handed a contract. They're going to maybe take, for Essex, for example. Some of the players at Essex now, the girls playing at Sunrisers who are going to move to Essex next year, they'll be taking a spot for a lot of the girls who have been playing at Essex now, as Abbott's in. And this one's defended to silly mid-on. 213 for 5 at the end of 54 overs. So a player at Essex might be looking for a Tier 2 opportunity now. But where do they go? How does it work? Will they still continue playing? Because at the moment, the county structure as it is, safe to say there are limited games. A handful of T20 games, a handful of 50 over games. So it's not too demanding at the moment.
Sure.
But
are you excited by it all?
I think it's great for the women's game. Definitely, I think it's extremely exciting. It's great to see how quickly a sport has developed at this fast pace. But I just feel there's been so many changes over the last few years. That's a bit unsettling.
It does seem as though it's moving fast, doesn't it? We had 5 years of the Kia Super League, 5 years of the women's regional competition. It's not long, really, is it? Here's Organ round the wicket. Roderick's facing, and he's forward defensive to that one. Men scattered for organ, deep mid on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and a man at backward a point, virtually on the fence. Here's Organ again. That's worked into the gap by Rodrick. Moves on to 84, 214 for 5, and it brings Brooks on 95 on strike. Do you think it's moving too fast? Do you think they should have kept either the Kia Super League longer or the Women's Regional Competition longer?
Personally, in my opinion, I think initially when the transition was happening, they should have kept it to the counties in the first place. Because when it comes to, you see the report where it says that members can't identify themselves to a region because it's split and they don't seem to be able to find that association with them.
As Organ bowls, Brooks sweeps, and that is 4. Mo Abbas, I thought might just have smothered that. It's gone under his body, and Brooks moves on to 99. Nicky Chowdhury's going to stay on, and in comes Dave Bradley.
Thanks very much, Kev. Dave's just getting his headset on and he's ready to go.
Ethan Brooks, 1 run away from a maiden county championship 100. And a well-deserved 100, I'd have to say.
Be proud with that knock as well. How he's gone about his innings. He's not given much away.
They've brought the field in to stop him getting this single. And he sweeps again, and it's just trickled down to Abbott, who's at fine leg. As we often say, if there was a circle, he'd be possibly just inside it, but there isn't. The nervous 99s. This time he gets a sweep away, and he's got it down to fine leg for 4. What a super innings from Ethan Brooks. He celebrates with his bat in the air, and he takes his helmet off, and he shows it all to his teammates. Bat around the ground. A really good hand of applause from the Hampshire faithful, and some Worcestershire supporters down in front of us up on their feet. Superb innings. Ethan Brooks, top score of 50 before today. Top championship score of 15 before he joined Worcestershire, and he's got 100. It's
a brilliant knock from him. He will be utterly impressed with that.
He will, and it's put Worcestershire back in the game.
Into a position they didn't probably think they'd be able to reach when they were 5 down, 60 on the board.
No, it's a daft game, this. Here's Organ, bowls again, sweeps again. This time he'll only get a single. Bass down on the rope, does the fielding, and that completes the over. Now we're getting very close here. I'm not a stato normally, but Worcestershire's highest 6-wicket partnership against Hampshire is 245, and so that was set in, no sorry, it's 186. If they get to 245 they will equal it. Set by Lowe and Weldon, who I think was an Aston Villa footballer as well, in 1900 at Bournemouth. So how many years it's in 1900? Quite a lot. 124. There you go. Basic maths. I was surprised our brains are working at all this afternoon, because we're not fried.
Here's Kyle Abbott, 87 printed on his back, running away from us. Orange soles in display in this one. On the off stump is driven through, open face of the bat from Brooks, and that should run all the way down towards the 3rd man boundary, and it does. It's a boundary here for Worcestershire. It's a boundary for Brooks. Worcestershire move on to 227 for 5. Brooks 108. Just with that field, we've still got that silly mid on, short mid wicket, 2 short mid wickets in fact, a square leg. It's not exactly the amount of width that Abbott would be looking to be bowling at Brooks now, especially when he's seeing it like a volleyball. Taps his bat, Brooks, as he looks down. There's a bit of dust comes up from the ground as he taps And in runs Abbott now. Brooks advances down the crease and closes the face of the bat and defends into the leg side. It's fielded at short mid-wicket.
There's some swifts and swallows flying around here, and they're flying fairly low, which I'm told often indicates rain, because the barometric pressure drops and the insects that they feed on drop. How true that is, I don't know, but trust me, it ain't going to rain here.
I will be very surprised.
gonna rain
if
here
it
today.
does rain here, it will be as though someone has cast a spell upon us.
Yeah.
At the moment, we are basking in sunshine as in comes Abbott now, and Brooks forward, defends to extra cover off the front foot. Although the forecast for the weekend doesn't look too great, unfortunately. I'm up in Leicester for the Rachel Hayhoe Flint finals day.
I think a lot of club cricket finished last weekend, so the club cricketers.
Are we relieved?
Yeah, there's still a few end of season tournaments, junior tournaments. There's a women's festival going on in Worcestershire.
I think there's a T20 finals day down in the Sussex League as well. In comes Abbott now to Brooks, who's forward and defends this to cover once again. But weather doesn't look too great, so I hope it's just something that is passing, or it changes. The forecast changes by Saturday. I've got lots of miles to do, Dave. I'll be here on Friday and then tracking it all the way up to Leicester.
Oh, blimey. You sound as if you're going across the continent of Australia. Yeah. Get on the road. Try. It's all right.
On a Friday night, across the M25, I'm not sure.
You're on the M25 for?
Here's Abbott into Brooks, who just makes a bit of space, looks to run this down towards third, but Slip does a good job and takes a tumble to his right to do the fielding.
Go that way.
That helps.
That
You
way.
stood facing me,
Sure.
points
That
towards
helps on the radio. M27, M3, off to Newbury, M4, M5, M42. No, actually M69.
Don't I need to get on the M1 for Leicester?
No, I wouldn't go anywhere near it on a Friday night.
I hate the M1, that's why I want to avoid.
Yeah, we'll work out a route for you, mate.
Amazing. Abbott to Brooks. Straight delivery. Brooks forward, defends with a full face of the bat to conclude the end of the over. 56 overs gone. Worcestershire 227 for 5. Rodrick with 84. Brooks on 108. And he's just being run out a drink. And rightly deserved as well.
It does, yeah. They'll be tired boys by the end of today. I mean, I know Nick Gubbins must have been a tired boy last night, because he batted virtually all day, apart from a few minutes in the morning session, and batted again this morning. If you've not been with us, by the way, throughout the day, home side, Hampshire all out for 462. Gubbins was 201 not out. They lost wickets chasing runs, chasing bonus points, and Amar Verdi finished with 5 wickets for Worcestershire. I'm looking to see, he hasn't played county cricket until this summer for 3 years. 2021 was his last county championship game for Surrey. And then Worcestershire was, well, their innings started disastrously. Libby naught, Kashif Ali naught, Jones 4, Hose 1, D'Oliveira 19. And they were 61 for 5. Abbas, superb spell either side of lunch, picking up 4 wickets. But Messrs Rodrick and Brooks have repaired a lot of the damage. 227 for 5. Next ball. That goes past the outside edge. That ball from Organ past the outside edge of Roderick's bat. I think he was playing for it to come back into him, and it went straight through. A lot of dust comes up as Roderick re-checks his guard. Organ, pavilion end, and swept by Joe, who's in that shot a few times today, down to Abbas, who's at a fine leg position, a straightish fine leg, I'm going to call him. There is a fine leg in there, who is Abbott, and there's a mid-wicket out on the boundary as well, and a long on the leg side, plus a short leg and a mid-wicket. Organ bowls, quicker delivery onto the back foot. Pushed out on the offside goes Brooks. That single took Rodrick to 85 and the total of 228 for 5. Morgan, right arm around to the right-handed, and that's short, and that's punished, and that's whacked away by Brooks. That was too short, and with a 6-3 leg side field, you really can't bowl it there. Rocked onto the back foot, smacked it away through extra cover area.
You really can't. I'm surprised to actually see Organs bowled as many overs as he has. He hasn't really found his line or length, and
no,
has been.
He didn't start well, did he?
No, he didn't. I wouldn't be.
Then he's had a catch dropped off his bowl in, so he's probably not a too happy a bunny. Here's Brooks coming down and driving straight this time, away for 4 more. I say straight, it was more offside-ish than straight, I suppose. It's a straight drive for 4 more. Brooks is really motoring along now. 116 of 138 balls, and Rodrick has 85, and they are 9 away from equalling this Worcestershire's 6th wicket record against Hampshire.
That's a beautiful shot there from Brooks. Straight, found the gap. And I believe there'll be a change in bowling, and we are right. From the northern end, Dawson is going to be coming back into the attack with his sunglasses on. He's crouched on the crease line as he rubs his hand against the soil. I just wonder if they were going to bring Liam Dawson back on. Really desperate for a breakthrough here now, Hampshire. Worcestershire 236 for 5. Strong partnership into the 170s between these two. Rodrick is 15 runs shy of his century. Here's Dawson, slip and play to Rodrick, who leans on his bat, open stance, shuffles off the back foot, turns this into the leg side, will quickly nick a single and runs to the other end. Drops it into the vacant square leg region. Mid-wicket has to come round to do the fielding.
There's a lot of dust out there, isn't there?
There is. Brooks on strike now. There's Dawson, ball in hand. Skips through, past the umpire. Flatter delivery, and Brooks off the back foot, pushes it straight back to Dawson, fields off his own bowling. And our unwelcomed visitor is back, the Wasp.
He's miles away.
Me and a Wasp have had a very bad encounters in the past,
okay.
so...
I don't think it was that individual Wasp.
Here's Dawson, and this one's cut away into the offside, down towards deep point. Come through for a single. Score moves to 238 for 5. You never know. Maybe it's part of the same family.
It could well be, yeah. The Wasp Mafia family.
Out and against Nicky Chowdhury. As Dawson's in now, and this one's attempted sweep by Rodrick. He misses it and it's gone straight into the gloves of Brown.
That looked from here as if that gripped a bit.
If he bowls slightly slower, he hopefully should get his little bit of turn. When he bowled earlier, he was bowling from the far end and was bowling quite darty, as this one's tossed up a bit and a bit of flight, as it's defended by Rodrick off the front foot to mid-on. To a silly mid-on region. Here's Dawson in again now, and slows it down, and off the back foot Rodrick defends into the offside, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. Just 2 from it. 58 overs gone. Rodrick on 86, Brooks on 117, and Worcestershire 238 for 5. You know what they say, Dave, when if you're around a bee or a wasp, that you're not meant to move and stay still, it will just ignore you and fly away.
Really?
Apparently.
Who says that?
That's what I've been told my whole childhood.
Somebody who's never been stung by a wasp.
Clearly,
Yeah.
because I had to suffer. I remember I was at a cricket club on a Saturday afternoon watching my dad play. I had my roller skates, and it was a lovely Saturday afternoon.
Is this recently or?
No, I was
okay.
probably like 12.
Okay.
I wish it was recently. And I was having a skate, and then suddenly this massive bee decides to try and like smell me, and I was told, "So stay still. It will fly away." Guess what?
It didn't.
It didn't.
Here's Organ in, swept away. Down to Abbas, who's at fine leg, and Brooks goes to 118. Rodrick has 86. Now, by massive, how big was this bee? It was. That's no good on the radio.
It was probably the size of an American marshmallow.
Okay. And in comparative size, with all due respect to yourself, how big was it? You know, in percentage, 2%, do you think?
I was a
But
tiny
it was very,
12-year-old.
very scary.
And it was quite intimidating,
Okay.
making all that big buzzing sounds by me.
Next ball pushed back up the pitch. There's also people who have, what's he called? Arachnophobia, fear of spiders.
And
But how big are the spiders? Are they great big tarantulas?
imagine the cheek of this bee. The cheek of this bee. Me minding my own business, staying still, giving it the opportunity to leave.
Next ball turned away on the onside, and there is no run. Gubbins the fielder at short mid-wicket.
Decides to sting me
Well,
on my neck.
there you go. Don't take it personally. Here's the next ball, which is... and that's a bit weird, because that ball is well wide of the off stump, and he's trying to turn it, Rodrick, down the leg side, and the ball ends up trickling out on the offside. So it certainly didn't go where he was playing it. Organ, pavilion end. Right arm round to the right-handed Rodrick, plays to mid-wicket. And there is no run.
And from that day forward, I have
You've
never
not.
stood still for a bee or a wasp.
Well, you're probably wise. I don't think standing still is the best thing, but there again, I am no expert on wasps, jaspers, as they call them. That's the end of the over. Organ has bowled 13 overs and he's conceded 93 runs. So going at what, 7 and over, just over 7 and over. Probably not been his day today. The sun glints off the windscreen of a car that's leaving the ground, the far end of the ground. I think is that called Telegraph Hill behind there? Certainly Telegraph Road is behind there, which was a great song by Dire Straits. Telegraph Road. I don't think it was named after that road there, though.
Dawson's got ball in hand. I believe I'll run you through this over and then make way for Kevin as I get myself a cup of tea.
I don't think there's any left. I think I've drunk it all.
I have to switch to the coffee then. Brooks on strike as he taps his bat. Leans. Dawson in, goes reverse sweep, and this is going to beat the slip fielder and is going to run all the way down towards the boundary. He's connected that well. Quick hands through the ball. And judged the line well as well, did Brooks, and Dawson shakes his head, puts his hands on his hip. Oh, like a teapot, Worcestershire move on to 243 for 5.
So I'm just trying to see, apparently it was a skate park in Ohio. Ohio Telegraph Road. It wasn't a wooded road on the outskirts of Bournemouth.
There's a quick change in the field. As
Bournemouth? I think we're in Southampton, aren't we?
mid-wicket is coming out and going to a gully, a deepish gully sort of position, as point has been moved to third man, short third man, as in comes Dawson now, and this time you saw the feet by Brooks through the offside. It's a beautiful drive through cover. Let's hit that on the rise. Worcestershire move on to 247 for 5, and Brooks is playing some absolutely exquisite shots this evening.
And I reckon these two have broken the record. They came together on 61 and 61 and I've got to work this out now.
6-3 offside fielders. In comes Dawson. Now to full toss, and Brooks is down on one knee, sweeps, but won't get it all the way as we have a deep square leg. Who's hiding in the shade. Comes round to field that. Just a single as Rodrick comes on to strike now. Worcestershire 248 for 5. Rodrick really is being starved of getting to his century at the moment.
I think when they got to 247, they broke the record for the Worcestershire's highest 6-wicket stand against Hampshire.
Dawson into Rodrick, who goes to reverse sweep, and it's misfielded at gully, so they will get through for a single. Rodrick moves on to 87 now, 249 for 5. Lots of field changes happening between these two, for these two. Short mid-wicket's been taken out, and we've now got an extra cover and a wide-ish extra cover, probably potentially a bit more cover now. As Dawson's in, and again reverse sweep by Brooks, and it's gone straight to short third.
Not sure I've seen so many reverse sweeps in a county championship match.
There's quite a few. Should start making a tally at this point.
Yeah, well, somebody will have the facts somewhere.
Dawson in now, slightly flighted, and Brooks is forward, defends to conclude the end of the over. 10 from it. 60 overs gone. Worcestershire 249 for 5. Rodrick on 87. Brooks with 127, and I shall make way for Kevin.
Yeah, go and stand in the shade. Although I do have to say, there's a little bit of hazy cloud coming over. What do they call them? Mackerel skies. Not enough to blot out the sun, but maybe to dent its rays a little bit. Organ bowling from the Purlian end. And this is driven out to mid-off. There's another misfield there. The Hampshire fielding is getting a little bit ragged. That's 250 run partnerships, 250 runs up for Worcestershire. Getting overexcited here. Come off 60 overs, so going at 4+ and over, taking 236 minutes, says the big scoreboard.
It's been an unbelievable partnership. 61 for 5. Could have been all out 100 at that stage. It's been terrific.
If you'd have said this morning that Hampshire would have been all out before lunch and Worcestershire would have been in trouble, and a record partnership, it's a daft game. This is driven back past the bowler. Was it in the air as it went past him? I think it probably was. Dived away to his right, to the offside, but couldn't get a hand on it. So one more to the total, 251 for 5.
So how old was the previous 6-wicket partnership they broke?
It was in 1900.
Oh my word!
At Bournemouth. Yeah. Who was it? Lowe and Weldon. I know Weldon was. I think he played football for England. Somebody will tell me. Off a slightly thickish outside edge, down into the gully area. And there is no run. And there is a little bit of cloud over the sun, definitely, officially. Sorry folks, I shouldn't keep on about it, shall I? It must be really boring to keep going on about the sun and how hot it is. Oh, he's had a real waft at that one, and that's gone way over long on. That might have gone for, 6. Umpire's hands are in the air. A mighty blow there from Gareth Rodrick, takes him to 94.
Absolutely bossing it, this partnership, isn't it? Unbelievable. And that's the 100 up for Felix Organ.
Yeah.
In his 14th over.
Not been his day, has it? Catch dropped off his bowling. Driven back to the bowler, who stoops to stop it. Gareth Rodrick this season got a couple of hundreds, so this would be obviously his third. Waits for the next ball, and there's a loud appeal which the umpire isn't given out. The finger has come up. That was a long wait there. It was a long appeal, and A long, long wait for the finger to go up. A bit difficult to see from our replays, but Gareth Rodrick has gone for a battling, I shall call that, 94. And he's going to get a big hand on his way back to the pavilion. Not too many people in that area of the seating, but he's walking off very slowly.
Well, the drop catch in the end was only costly by 21 runs, but everybody on this ground will give Gareth Rodrick a good hand, and they are. That's been a quite superb innings and part of a quite superb partnership.
196 partnership? Yeah.
Yeah, your maths has been good today. Without even questioning, I will say yep.
Indeed. Say not many spectators over there, but all the Worcestershire players and the staff and everybody up on the balcony. Great knock by Gareth Rodrick.
Cool.
Opened the batting, he saw 5 wickets go down at the opposite end, and he just gutsed it out, really. Got them back into it. Logan van Beek is the new batsman. Worcestershire still 257 is 6 is 5 56 away from avoiding the follow-on.
Well, that's opened up one end.
Or if they were all out, would the follow-on be enforced?
It's been a long day, isn't it? They spent a long time in the field at Canterbury, having forced the follow-on.
Yeah.
They did the same the game before at Old Trafford.
Then again, if they were all out at 11 o'clock in the morning, you'd enforce the follow-on because your bowlers would be fresh.
True.
But we haven't. We've got a long way to go to get there. We've still got 16 overs after this one. Essex have won.
Essex have won already, says Nicky. Have a look at that. So, poor old Felix Organ, if that's the right phrase, has finally got a wicket. It's been a tough time for him. Right, Ethan Brooks, who's played quite superbly for his 128 maiden first-class century, I think I heard you say.
Yes, I scored 50 before today.
Yeah, that's right, for the 23-year-old. Good move from Warwickshire during the winter then. He's forward to Dawson. And it's been a long time since Leon Dawson experienced a breakthrough. Just before 2 o'clock this afternoon when he got Brett D'Oliveira caught off a bat pad on the offside. There's been precious little in this pitch for him, really. Brooks works that on the 45, and that's going for runs. Tom Prest diving forlornly, and that's 4 more. And just like Gareth Rodrick has, Brooks is just bossing it as well out there, really. He's played so well. You were right, I've not seen as many reverse sweeps in a session or so of play as I have in this game. Essex beat Warwickshire by an innings and 40. Wow.
I hear rumblings from Edgbaston.
78 all out and 114 all out Warwickshire.
Oh, they didn't qualify for the T20 finals when they thought they would. They've not done well in the championship.
Imploded.
Yeah.
Imploding. Dawson. And Brooks is forward. It's quite incredible to think that before this game it was 50 was his highest score.
Yeah.
Mind you, he's not played a lot of first-class cricket, has he? 3 for Warwickshire in a 3-year period.
15 was his highest before this season.
Incredible. Brooks is on the back foot. That might have just straightened a fraction, but it's too slow, and there's nothing really for Hampshire to get. This pitch hasn't quite played, I think, how I might have thought it had today. Doesn't seem to have given the bowlers an awful lot of help. And well forward there is Brooks. It's easy to say. Sorry, you were saying.
No, carry on.
I was going to say it's easy to say when you see 6 wickets fall this morning. You think, oh yeah, it's doing loads, but it was mainly Hampshire in pursuit of the 5th or maximum batting bonus points. All those wickets fell. I don't think we would have seen all those fall as quickly. Brooks comes down the wicket, drives. It's off the bottom of the bat. Ball goes out to Gubbins. End of the over. 16 overs left in the day. 261 for 6. Worcestershire 201 behind.
Worcestershire now have 4 points from this game, and I stand to be corrected, but I don't think that mathematically they could be relegated now. I mean, before today's game, it would have been a highly unlikely scenario. or before this game, but yeah, they can't now be relegated, and indeed might be looking up the table a bit, depending where this goes. Logan van Beek taking guard.
Sits sixth currently, 5 points behind Durham in the current live table.
Yeah.
Durham involved in a championship game against Surrey.
Here is Felix Organ in bowls to Van Beek, full length delivery. Van Beek just drops the bat on it, bowls out to short leg, Fletcher Middleton.
And where's that Surrey-Durham game going? Because Surrey are 353 for 7, lead Durham by 91 with 3 first innings wickets remaining.
Next ball turned away on the leg side by Van Beek, no run to be had there. It's only day 2, isn't it? If they batted on and got, I don't know, 150 in front, could be interesting. Morgan in bowls, Van Beek plays it very gently to a backward point position. 261 for 6. Morgan's next ball. Van Beek cautiously forward. Just a hint of breeze around the ground now. Morgan in his 2 balls left of his 15th over. And this ball Van Beek sweeps. And he's off the mark. Is he off the mark with the boundary? No, because it'll be cut off. Who's that coming across there? Mohammed Abbas. And they will take 2. So Van Beek has 2.
Good. Kent are following on for the 4th time this season.
Last ball of the over, and Van Beek goes back onto his stumps, flicks this one away to fine leg. Abbott the fielder there. There is no run.
So Nottinghamshire made 433 all out in their first innings. There were 6 down this morning, 393, and Kent were bowled out for 225 and are now 32 without loss in their second innings. They trail by 176 with all of their second innings wickets remaining. And I think that's just about all the games. Oh, Lancashire Somerset, of course, mustn't forget them. Lancashire making a better fist of it second time round, 252 for 7. They lead Somerset by 247 with 3 wickets remaining. That could be a really good game up at Old Trafford. Both sides bowled out in the 140s in their first innings. Here's Dawson around the wicket. Brooks sweeps again. It's in the air, and that is caught. And a shot which has brought Brooks many runs has ended up being his downfall. He goes for 132, and it is James Fuller that holds on to that one, probably as much by relief as much as anything, having dropped Gareth Rodrick earlier in this session. But take nothing away from Ethan Brooks as he walks back to the pavilion. That has been an absolutely tremendous knock. 132 from 154 deliveries. And you'll get, again, just like Rodrick did before him, a really good hand from this crowd.
He will. Fine innings as he heads back up the pavilion steps. There's quite a few of them here. And those 2 wickets going down, well, they're all just the balance of the day a little bit. If they'd have been there at the end, there was an audible sigh of relief when Fuller caught that from the crowd. It was an ironic cheer.
Oh, he's caught it!
Well batted, Ethan Brooks.
Yes, absolutely
Well
superb.
batted.
And he'll remember this day for a very long time with his first class 100.
Sadly, to put a damper on it, he's now going to have to be interviewed by me at close of play. So
yes, well,
can't be good,
that won't be so memorable, I'm sure.
No. no.
The
Well, it
questions.
might be for another reason. Yeah.
How often, isn't it, when you get an amazing partnership,
Yeah.
which was worth 196, as you say, between Brooks and Rodrick, that within 10 minutes, if that, less than 10 minutes, they're both out. How often does that happen?
Well, 50 more to avoid the chance of being asked to follow on from Worcestershire. This is Joe Leach. I sound surprised because I thought Tom Taylor would have been in front of Joe Leach, unless I missed something altogether.
There you go. Darren Mayles emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, thank you, Kevin, for being in my ear all season. You've been brilliant all season. From the many commentators you've had alongside you this summer, us as Hampshire fans are very lucky. Thank you very much. It's very kind. I won't mention the last line because that's too embarrassing, but thank you.
Was that from Mrs. James? Was that?
No, it says you're very good.
Oh, okay.
I certainly don't want to read that out. Here comes Dawson. That's forward.
I think you just did, mate.
Actually, well, I'm actually joking.
No.
It doesn't mention it at all. I was just trying to build you up there, and it's completely ruined. I was trying to build your confidence there. Here comes Dawson, and he's off the back foot this time. Leach. So Dawson has picked up a second wicket. My word, it's been hard fought second wicket for Hampshire's premier spinner. And he's flighted that one, and Leach is forward. There was a silly mid-off. That's Fletcher Middleton. I know you've mentioned it, but I'm going to mention it as well because it's such a relief to have that sun just disappear behind some hazy cloud for a few moments. I know everybody's saying, stop moaning. But I don't care because I'm going to keep mentioning it. Forward is Leach. Goes out towards extra cover this time. So yes, you're right. It's a partnership which seemed to have Hampshire on the back foot for large periods has now just turned into a situation where Hampshire just force a couple of more wickets here, will be well on top. Not as if they weren't well on top, it didn't feel like that. It's pushed out to extra cover. When you have two batters bat as well as that, Dave, I think you have to look at the scoreboard to keep reminding yourself you're a long way in front in the game.
Yeah.
But when two batters are playing that well, it's very hard to keep saying we are ahead, we're a long way ahead. They've still got to bat like this for a long time. And with them both going out very quickly, has just changed the complexion. It's not like one of them are in and can farm the strike and you're still having one batter on top. Now you've got two new lower order batters out there in the middle, different times.
Interesting email from Chris Montgomery. Hello, Chris. Not email. X message. This ball is swept by Van Beek. Deep mid wicket for a single. 263 for 7. 264 for 7. He said this typifies Worcestershire's season. Probably under the cosh for the first 4 sessions. Yeah, I'd agree with that. In trouble at the start of the afternoon session, but battling back, not giving up. Yeah, I agree with that. Chris, you're spot on. Appeal for LBW, stretching a long way forward there, Joe Leach.
You did say that before the game there were a team of fighters and battlers.
They're scrappers. Scrap for bonus points. Scrap for a couple of draws. There are a lot of people that don't think 8 points for a draw is right, but them's the rules. Here's Leach turning the ball on the leg side. It'll only be 1. And Leach is off the mark. Van Beek has 3, 265 for 7. Organ ready to go. And back and across, pushed away by Van Beek. Both he and Joe Leach do like to get on with it. Interesting to see if they take on the spinners. Morgan's shadow slightly longer than him and almost in front of him. And Beak turns this on the leg side. Brief thoughts of a run. Nick Gubbins comes across and just picks the ball up at mid-wicket. Here's Morgan's next delivery. Forward defensively comes Van Beek. I'll go and find some shade. And Nick is going to come in.
Yes, and this email has come in just as the sun gets stronger again into our gantry. From Christopher Kimber. You'll know who he is when I read this email because he emailed yesterday. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, don't panic in your greenhouse. It's happy hour here in Lanzarote. You remember that he enjoyed happy hour yesterday. And he reminds us that it's €2 a pint. Make sure you all stay hydrated just like we are. Says Chris. Yeah, we'll bear that in mind. Thank you very much. First ball from Liam Dawson has leached forward. Welcome back, Nikki. Bet that makes you feel better, doesn't it?
It does. Although I must say, the price of alcohol in Europe is beautiful. It's a beautiful sight to see.
Beautiful. The price is beautiful.
The price is beautiful.
That's a quote. He's just sent me a photo that's worked away on the leg side by Leach. Moves on to 266 for 7. Happy hour 5 to 6 o'clock with 1 or 2 cocktails on the menu.
Oh wow.
There's you might know what some of these are. Aperol Spritz. What's an Aperol Spritz?
It's like a orangey citrus sort of drink.
Oh,
It's a bit bitter.
Dawson's flighting has turned.
It's something that you have a lot in Italy. I think it's actually originates from Italy, and so it's it's mixed with prosecco and soda water.
Okay.
And yeah, it's very nice.
Good.
Especially when it's hot.
There's a cocktail here, Sex on the Beach. I've heard of sex, but I wouldn't even know what actually it entails.
I have no idea.
So
what's
hopefully
in it.
Nikki will be able to enlighten me as it's pushed out on the leg side. What does that include?
I've never actually had it.
I'm too embarrassed to order it. If I go up to somebody behind the bar and I order that, I think, shall I or shan't I? And I think, no, I'm too embarrassed.
I think you should. I think you should. YOLO. What do you have to lose, Kev?
Sweep shot is wrapped on the pad and that's out. That looked pretty straight. Not sure Van Beek likes it too much, but I'm not sure it looked anything other than very close. Just watching that again on the replay, and he's sweeping that from very straight indeed. And Van Beek goes for 3, and Worcestershire, having battled hard for the second part of the afternoon session onwards, are now just finding that, as so often happens, that one wicket brings one and another one and another one. So Logan Van Beek becomes Liam Dawson's 3rd wicket.
Dawson's been bowling well as well. Mo Abbas with 4. Dawson is slowly creeping up behind him with 3. I'll tell you why the price of alcohol in Europe is so beautiful. So when I was in Barcelona this weekend, so I was in the town for this wedding was happening. I remember taking myself out in the evening to have a beverage, a nice cold beverage in front of the cathedral. Asked for a glass of wine, went to pay for it. It was €2.50. And I've never ever felt so ripped off compared to what we have to pay for a glass of wine here in the UK.
Yeah.
€2.50. When I tapped my card, it was less. It was £1 something.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Brilliant.
I'm told Tom Taylor isn't batting, according to, or is he not batting? Oh, I see what you mean. Has he got injured bowling today? Because he wouldn't bat number 11, that's for sure, would he? So Amar Verdi, the man strolling out to the middle. Well, yeah, but that cheap, Nikki, that's
dangerous.
Great, isn't it? Yeah.
It's dangerously cheap.
So I'm just looking at the Sex of the Beach cocktail recipe. Combine vodka with peach schnapps and cranberry juice. So there you go. I'm just seeing a picture of that. It looks lovely, actually.
What's your go-to cocktail order?
When was the last time I had a cocktail? Which is quite a while ago. Pina colada.
A pina colada.
Well, that's pretty standard, though, isn't it? That's a bit boring, isn't it?
I think it's like a very much I'm on holiday on the beach sort of cocktail.
Which is exactly where I had it. So
Right place,
I
right
was in the right
time.
place, yeah. So, but they're quite dangerous, aren't they, really? Because you don't feel like you're having a cocktail, which I suppose most cocktails are like that, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. So I don't have many of them.
Oh, you've got the
There was another
good
chocolate.
choice.
There was another chocolate type one that I had.
Oh, chocolate one.
It was sort of, the glass was sort of,
Coated in
yeah, it was not dipped in chocolate, but somebody was spraying it or something. Can't remember what that was called. That was quite
like
nice. Only because I saw somebody else have one.
alcoholic version of a dessert.
Yeah, something. It was nice. Here's Dawson then, and Verdi is forward. Now it's on the leg side. So all of a sudden, Dawson is in the wickets once more. 3 for 88 from 23. Worcestershire are 266 for 8. They've got to be careful here a little bit now because they are 196 runs in the game. As I was saying earlier, that when you've got two batters going so well, it doesn't feel like you're too far behind because they were just dictating. They were dictating.
But suddenly now,
Mm.
those quick wickets and losing Rodrick and Brooks, 8 down. Starting to seem miles off again. Organ is ready to go. He's at the top of his mark. His fielder's getting into position. Although I must advise you, the next time you do end up having a cocktail, order a spicy margarita.
Really?
Yep, a slip and a short leg in place as Leach is on strike and plays this out into the leg side towards deep mid wicket. Will take the single, 267 for 8.
How do I get the feeling that your life revolves around, you know, or not maybe revolves around, but it's a large part of your life, or is it? Am I?
No, it isn't.
It isn't.
I think I perhaps drink maybe. I have a drink maybe once a month. I barely.
Oh gosh, no,
I-
not at all then. Oh right, okay.
Organs in. This is tossed up and it's driven to mid off. It's fielded by the conventional long barrier.
I'm being told the one I had was mudslide. That's right, it was called a mudslide.
I've heard what. I've
Yeah,
heard.
nice.
Never had it. There's Organ in round the wicket and Birdie looks to turn this into the leg side and it's dropped in front of short leg who does the fielding. I believe that's actually come off his thigh pad. Organ ready to go once again. I'm in Birdie in his cricket sweater. Off the back foot looks to pull. And that's gone to 45. Doesn't quite time it. More movement from Birdie than actual ball off the bat. Worcestershire 267 for 8. Yeah, I barely drink. I think maybe once a month, and especially after this weekend, I don't even want to look at a glass bottle. Organ is here, skips through round the wicket. Birdie off the back foot drops this into the offside softly enough to nick a single. Takes the score to 268 for 8.
I feel that our discussion over the last couple of minutes should come with a disclaimer that obviously we do not endorse over-the-top drinking, or whatever it was. There is a disclaimer that normally comes with that. Responsible drinking, that's right. We do endorse responsible drinking. Here we are.
Organ to Leach. And taps his bat in his stance and off
Oh,
the back foot. This has gone down the leg side and it's not met with the gloves of Ben Brown either. It's going to be signalled 4 byes. That takes Worcestershire to 272 for 8. They'll take runs by any means. And that'll also conclude the end of the over. 67 overs gone.
11 overs to do today. That was a difficult one for Ben Brown, wasn't it? That was fired in down the leg side. Poor Ben Brown hardly had time to get into position. Organ 17 overs, 1 for 107. Just shows how much Rodrick and Brooks were on top in that partnership. Dawson 3 for 88 from 23, a little bit more expensive than you would expect from him, but for me this wicket just has not offered as much, perhaps, as even Hampshire thought today. Here's Dawson, and Verdi is on the back foot, steers that out into the covers. Paul Williams, sonatcricket@gmail.com, says, I think if we can get Worcestershire all out, the follow-on would be back on, as Carl and Mo would have a few overs tonight and then back refreshed in the morning. Sounds plausible.
It's a valid argument.
Yeah, agreed. Dawson bowls and it's just worked away on the leg side, but Fuller's there. So yes, they're behind by 190, so Hampshire need to get these 2 wickets in the next 40 runs, if that's to be an option. Ideally a couple of overs at Worcester tonight would be... No, he's tried to work that away on the leg side across the line. Oh, the question's being asked. Not sure if there was a slight nick on that one. Let's have a quick look at the replay there, Nikki.
The sun's completely reflected off the screen for me.
Hard, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe going down a fraction. Maybe there was a bit of a nick. Difficult to tell from
He's
this
looking
distance.
a little bit fidgety, Verdi.
Yeah. Well, he only has a first-class average of 10 with the bat. Oh, he's forward there and he's out LBW. Looked like there might have been a nick onto the pad, but no, said the umpire. That's hit the front pad. Maybe just have been on the move a fraction as well. He goes for 1, and Paul Williams' theory might be tested shortly.
Yeah, Verdi trapped. LBW, lack of foot movement. You could just see he was getting a little bit fidgety with a few deliveries prior to his dismissal. And unfortunately, he will have to depart. Worcestershire were going along so well in the afternoon session. That partnership between Rodrick and Brooks had them looking a lot more stronger. And then suddenly, a tumble of wickets from Rodrick. And Brooks making their way back to the pavilion has left Worcestershire 9 down now. 272 on the board. Trailing by 190. Just need this 1 wicket to go, and suddenly you can sense the energy amongst the players.
Yeah, very different now. Incredible to think that that 6th wicket partnership that realised 196 between Rodrick and Brooks, which was broken by Organ, since that 6th wicket has fallen, and including the 6th wicket, Worcestershire have lost 4 wickets for 15. What a different feel.
It's a funny game, this sport, isn't it? Things change, ebbs and flows, and suddenly think it's in your court, and then it's not.
And it just shows how you do need to hang in there, don't you? You know, even when when everything feels as though it's not right, and you think, oh gosh, you know, we're going to get these guys out, the way they're playing, and
you've got to have hope.
You always do. You always have to just go through your tried and trusted methods, even when it feels like nothing's working, because things do change, things do turn, and that has certainly been the case in the last half hour, 25 minutes.
It has indeed. 272 for 9. And just waiting for the fielders to get into their position. As Taylor takes his guard, new batter out to the middle. Two balls left in this over from Dawson.
I forgot, is it still my over?
It's
It is,
your
isn't it?
over.
Yeah, I forgot. All the excitement. Here he is then, Dawson, and that's just nudged away on the 45. But yeah, it's pretty obvious that Tom Taylor was either injured or ill or something like that, because he would never bat number 11. Well, he bats sort of maybe 8, maybe 9. He wouldn't bat 11, that's for sure. Not with Amal Vardy in the side, certainly wouldn't bat below him normally. Here's, without being unkind to Verdi, length ball. Taylor's in behind that one. So all of a sudden, Worcestershire have a lot of work to do again. And with Rodrick and Brooks seemingly getting through that work, Worcestershire once more back, well on the back foot. What, yeah, interesting, isn't it? I must admit, I just felt, I thought, where on earth is this wicket coming from? They were playing so well, the sweeps, the reverse sweeps.
There was one over where I believe Brooks just consecutively went to reverse sweep every single ball, even though I believe the first 4 or 5 he didn't even get away. Persistence. Leach on strike to face Organ, who's currently having a little discussion next to the umpire with his teammates, and I believe they're just trying to figure out a plan of action to get this final wicket, which would make sense.
Yeah, I'm thinking a wicket in this over would make it 9, and then you have a couple for the changeover. So you've got 7 overs tonight. That would be absolutely an ideal from a Hampshire point of view.
It would. Fielders in position, slip and a short leg as Leach on strike. We've got a long on, deep mid wicket and a deep backward square leg. Now, just in case Leach decides to go big, and he's forward, and this one beats the bat. A little bit of spin as that's taken by Ben Brown with the gloves. Half the ground is getting covered in shade as well, as in comes Organ. Round the wicket, Leach forward and pushes it back to Organ, who picks the ball up as he completes his action. Leach ready to go again, looks ahead as Organ skips through off the back foot. This is run down to third, where it's fielded. No run. .272 for 9. Organ takes his time, skips in, and Leach uses his feet, takes a few steps down the wicket to defend the ball into the offside. It lies dead as it's flicked back to Organ by a short leg who comes round to do the fielding. Organ ready to go once again, his head glistening against the sunshine, and Leach off the back foot. This one stayed low, and this that stayed extremely low, didn't it, Kev? We'll have to watch that back on replay.
Yeah, just wonder if there might have been a bit of grip from the pitch as well. Sunbaked today and yesterday.
Here's Organ to Leach. This is slightly shorter down the leg side, and Leach gets a bit of bat on it, turns it down towards deep backward square. We'll take the single, and that will conclude the over as well. Worcestershire 273 for 9 at the end of 69 overs. As of now, 9 overs left in the day. That could change if Hampshire get this final wicket.
Yeah, a wicket in this over, and 6 overs tonight, assuming they enforce the follow-on. Ideal. 3 from Abbas, 3 from Abbott. Little snooze, bit of brekkie. Back out tomorrow morning for the hard work. Still a big gap between these two sides, 189 runs. Hampshire sacrificing a bigger first innings total this morning in the pursuit of full bonus points. Would have, in normal circumstances, would have been a lot further ahead. Here's Dawson bowling, and oh, it's in the air. It falls just short of Fletcher Middleton diving forward at silly mid-off. It's Leach on the back foot there. Floodlight pylon, the shadow, or the actual pylon bit of the floodlight is on the pitch. The actual lights have gone past with the shadows. Forward is Leach. They're not showing much intent, these two, at the moment, are they? Because they're playing for, looks like they're just playing for the end of the day. Frustrating Hampshire, thinking that we certainly won't let you bowl at us again tonight. Dawson in again, bowls. Leach is playing a missing. Just quicker ball there from Dawson, just goes past the outside edge. Dawson on 4 wickets, the same as Mo Abbas. All of a sudden Dawson's looking at another fifer. Snuck up with the last 3 wickets. And Edge just falls. Oh, he's caught it at slip. It's just carried, and there's 5 wickets for Liam Dawson. 5 for 88. Leach goes, caught low down by Prest at slip, and Worcestershire bowled out for 273, 189 runs behind.
What a fantastic spell there from Liam Dawson. A fifer for him. And he's bowled absolutely brilliantly. He's taken some crucial wickets. He's joined Mo Abbas, who started off the day with his 4, and now, well, Liam Dawson's going to walk off with the glory. Fifer for him. And Worcestershire, well, they've definitely not performed to their best today with the bat.
So we wait to see the decision, because there will be something like 6 overs tonight. What's the sign? Just waiting to see. I'm sure they'll be announced over the tannoy as well. Looks like Dave Bradley looks like he's convinced that they're batting again. Are Worcestershire? Hampshire are batting again? Are they? Right. He thinks the Hampshire openers have run off there, so that's Dave Bradley's view anyway. We'll have to wait and see. So Liam Dawson, who's, well, he had to wait ages for his second wicket, and then bang, 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 thank you very much. 5 for 88. And Dawson's run with the ball continues. He got 10 wickets in the match against Lancashire 2 games ago. He got 5 for against Durham here, and a 5 for against Warwickshire here as well. So here we go. We're just going to get the Hampshire bowling figures. So just quickly wrapping up. Worcestershire bowled out for 273. They lost their last 5 wickets for 16 runs, would you believe? Dawson picking up 4 of those. Felix Organ starting that downfall with Gareth Rodrick's wicket. And Worcestershire behind by 189. Credible the last 20 minutes or so, Nikki.
It honestly has been. It suddenly seems like since the partnership got broken, Hampshire were well and truly back on top. That gave them the energy and the determination to get through Worcestershire, because there was a point, which I think it's safe to say, that it suddenly seemed to have gone really flat when Brooks and Rodrick had just taken it away, and it did look like they were extremely comfortable.
Certainly did. Thank you very much, Nikki.
Thank you very much, Kev.
You're back tomorrow.
I am back tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Nikki Chowdhury. Sorry, Nikki Chowdhury. Haven't been mentioned for a while. She'll be back tomorrow, and myself and Dave Bradley will take you through whoever's batting. We're not quite sure, but we'll take a quick break. Do you know now?
Not for sure.
No, we don't. So we'll just.
I think if
hang
they'd
on.
have enforced the follow-on, it would have been announced. So I think, because the 2 openers ran off, did not enforce.
Hampshire not enforcing the follow-on. So Hampshire will bat again tonight, and we'll be back in a few minutes' time.
We will.
Bowl, where we are still going to get some action this evening. We've certainly had some more action today.
Do you know, Kev, I was just looking at this.
Yes.
16 wickets have fallen today, but we've also had a record stand.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. What a daft day's cricket.
Well, when you think the Worcestershire innings, which has just been completed, 273 all out, 189 behind. Hampshire haven't been forced to follow on, so they are batting for about 6 overs tonight. They were 61 for 5. They then lost their last 5 wickets for 16.
Yeah.
But in between that, there was the 196 run stand. Incredible, wasn't it?
Daft. And when those two were batting, they looked fine.
Looked as easy as anything out there, didn't it? It's incredible.
It's interesting that Jack Home is on, 12th man for Worcestershire. Tom Taylor didn't bat until number 11, so I would suggest that he's not going to bowl this evening. Maybe he's got, a bit of a tummy bug or something, but, which happens. Just waiting for the... Come on, board, tell us. We have got 6 overs remaining tonight.
Yep.
Spot on.
And just for the record, that was the 5th 5-wicket innings for Dawson this year. 5 for 88.
We whipped through the bottom end. Joe Leach in, bowls, and played out on the underside. So if Worcestershire are a bowler short, well, if it's just a bowler short this evening for 6 overs, it's probably not so bad. But if they're a bowler short tomorrow morning as well, then that will be somewhat difficult. With all due respect, the sun glinting off the top of Joe Leach's bald pate as he races away and bowls. Played out to mid-off. His shadow follows him all the way up. His shadow probably half as long again as it is with all the Worcestershire fielders and other their bodies. It's that time of year. The shadow from the stand as well, from the Shane Warne stand, beginning to head towards the pitch to the middle. Away goes Leach. Turn 2. Mid-on. Pushed to mid-on. Brett D'Oliveira, the fielder. A lone gull makes its way across the ground. Actually sits on top of the Shane Warne stand. Rather irreverently. Still a few in the ground. I think 1 or 2 have drifted out when Worcestershire were all out. Leach bowls again, and I think he played inside the line of that. Benefit of doubt to the batsman. A bit of cloud that we had, assisting us, stopping us from moaning quite so much, has gone, and it's hot. There's a couple of people making their way to the top of the temporary seating on the nursery side of the ground, as if they've just walked into the ground. Perhaps they have. Leach in, bowls. Played out on the offside. I nearly got locked in last night. Well, I could have gone out the one way, but went round to the east gate?
Westgate.
Westgate.
That's to the
yeah,
right.
Westgate. Which was shut, but somebody showed me how to get out.
Yes, there was a... Don't shout about it.
No, I'm not. I'm not telling anybody. I was shut in here all night. As Leach comes in and bowls and played back down the pitch. End of a maiden over for Joe Leach. Eastgate was, of course, the platoon that were the opponents of Warmington-on-Sea in Dad's army, the Eastgate platoon.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So there, sticks in my mind. I don't know anything about anything else. Can't tell you what my middle name is. Don't know my way home, but that stuff sticks in your head. Or in my head anyway. I was talking to somebody the other day, I said about the first game I ever saw at New Road when I was not quite 5. And they said, "Oh, do you remember it?" I said, "No, not really, but there again, I can't remember the last game." So it all gels into one, doesn't it, in the end? At least you write all your stats down, which I haven't done this season, because I wasn't doing much at the start of the season. This is interesting.
Verdi.
Yeah.
Verdi with the new ball.
There you go.
5-wicket Verdi
Yeah.
in the first innings.
I was saying he hadn't played the championship game until he moved to Worcestershire this season for 3 years.
Yeah, September 21.
Yeah.
It was his last Surrey championship game. So, well, if I'm honest, I didn't think there was a lot there for either Organ or Dawson, even though Dawson picked up 5. And I didn't think there was that much there for Verdi, if I'm really honest, but he also picked up 5, but that was mainly with Hampshire in pursuit of maximum batting points. 36 overs, 5 for 133 he bowled from that pavilion end, and he's opening up from the pavilion end. And he's bowling to Fletcher Middleton. Oh, that's turned a bit. Down the leg side. Good stop from Gareth Rodrick. Bit of puff of dust there as well.
Oh, it's been a lot of dust today.
Maybe that's one of the reasons Hampshire didn't fancy batting last. But as I say, it never absolutely rips here. Not really. You will see the odd ball do that. But you think, oh, I should be doing it more, but it hasn't today, is it?
No, oh no, it's not turned square, is it?
No, not at all. There's a deepish mid-on. Verdi's taking his time with this next delivery. Are they waiting for another helmet? Or are they placing the mid-on? There's a debate about where the mid-on should go, and he's running off. Oh, he's running off to get this helmet. Well, that took a while before that decision was made. Shall we, shan't we?
Communication
No.
was not great.
Shall we? No. Okay. Oh, hang on a minute. Shall we? No. Okay,
I
all right.
think Rob Jones is going to come into second slip, and he's so close there, he's going to wear a helmet. Or is it? No, it's coming into Ethan Brooks, who's going to put the helmet on, and he's going to be at leg slip.
Right, we've got 3 around the back then. Worcestershire would love a wicket tonight. 4.5 overs left in the day's play. Forward is Middleton, who didn't last too long in the first innings. Got a good ball from Taylor, who was out for 6. Toby Albert made 11. So these two will be looking to make amends in this innings. 189 in the head, Hampshire, I remember. Didn't enforce the follow-on, as Middleton is forward. I don't think we'll see too many fireworks tonight from Hampshire. I suppose having decided that they wouldn't enforce the follow-on, they probably ideally would have liked to have bowled Worcestershire out in a few overs extra to what they did.
Yeah.
I think the feeling was, and I must admit I went along with it, that they'd have a few overs tonight. That's pushed towards mid-wicket, but they've decided against that.
I thought Worcestershire having a great stand in the middle, but the top order didn't do well. Maybe say have 6 overs at them tonight. Yeah. Let Abbott and Abbas loose.
He's wrapped on the pad trying to flick that away. But yeah, a crazy innings really, Worcestershire's.
Yeah.
61 for 5. 196 runs, 6-wicket partnership, and then 5 for 16.
94, 132, the next highest is 19.
Incredible. Just shows how well they both played, Rodrick and Brooks. Pushed on the onside by Fletcher Middleton. That's 2 maidens. The first 2 overs that Hampshire have faced in the second innings.
Joe Leach walking a little wearily back to his bowling mark. Sun glinting off the roof of the Shane Warne stand. Very few clouds in the sky. Don't want to keep on about it, but we have for the first 2 afternoons, so you might as well, let's be consistent.
And beware
Yeah.
that if it's like this tomorrow.
Yeah. And maybe going on the golf course and pinching a golf umbrella tomorrow morning.
I've got an umbrella in the car.
Oh, that's
Do you
useful.
want me to bring that up tomorrow?
Well, might help. Leach in from the north end. Pushed away on the offside. No run shall occur. The shadow from the floodlight on the far side of the ground is almost right across the ground. It's almost reaching the boundary rope down in front of us. It's that time of year. The shadows lengthen and the evening comes and the busy world is hushed. Leach. Forward defensive. Very solid. There's a lot of these swifts are just zooming down in front of us. They might be swallows because I didn't get my bird recognition badge when I was in the Brownies. But
Were you close to it?
well, being in the Brownies or my badge. No,
Yeah.
no, I was never in the Scouts.
No.
No, I don't think we had a Scout troop in our village. We'd have done all right at apple scrumping or knocking on doors and running away. We'd got a badge for that. Leach in bowls, play it back up the pitch, and the ball hits the stumps. And the umpire's got to go and put the bail off it. It gently rolled onto the stumps.
Wasn't there a scout troop in the next village?
Oh, possibly, but it's 3 miles away. Not going to go that far. I don't know. I don't think we ever had there might have been. Perhaps I was just never invited to join it. Can't remember.
Was it invitation only?
Well, certain people you wouldn't have had in it. Leach in bowls. Pushed out to mid-on. No, but you're in the Scouts, Jay, weren't you?
I was in the Cubs, yeah.
Yeah, you
I'm
were.
not sure I did much scouts after that.
Oh, okay.
But I did the Cubs. It's quite good fun. We did a camp.
Yeah.
I think I got ill,
Yeah.
like you do.
Yeah.
I don't think I enjoyed it that much, the camp. Cubs was alright. I can't remember what night we were. Monday night it might have been, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we all then graduated to the Scouts, and I didn't last long because I didn't quite enjoy it for some reason.
Leach bowls, wide of the off stump through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, I'm sure it would have
Yeah.
done the good.
I think they did grown-up things in the Scouts, and I wasn't quite ready for that. I was alright with Cubs when we played.
Not sure you're ready for it now, mate, to be honest.
I just remember Cubs being nice and easy, and we played silly little games, and
Yeah.
that suited me at that time.
Sang a few songs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Scouts, they were all too big in the Scouts.
Away goes Leach. And forward defensive. Albert he's absolutely determined not to get out tonight. 3 overs gone. 3 overs left.
Joe suggests that the little birds you're talking about are pied wagtails.
Ah, could be. Yes, I'll give you that one. Yeah, well done. I did say my bird recognition was pretty rubbish.
But you said that as though you actually knew that deep down.
Well, I mean, it's the golden rule of radio, isn't it? If you're going to talk about something you don't know about, sound authoritative. Sound as if you know about the Japanese netball league. You don't, but just sound authoritative and hope that nobody listening knows more about it than you.
There comes a voice who's done a lot of radio programs over the years. Here's Bertie.
Yeah,
He's finally been found out after all these years.
bit late now.
How many programs do you reckon you've presented over the years?
Oh, mate. What are the umpires doing
Oh,
here?
hello.
Is the sun glinting off something?
We've never had that problem here before. So what's going on?
Bat. Where's the bat gauge?
Well, they're not taking a meter reading light, surely.
Oh, mate, they're looking at the light reflecting off the cars up on the hill.
Maybe Fletcher Middleton has said there's a problem.
Yeah.
Yes, I think, good
Yeah.
shout. Now, there's your knowledge coming through.
It was just a guess, wasn't it?
So how many radio programs do you think you've done over the years?
Mate, I don't know. Different ones. I mean, breakfast shows, afternoon shows,
Yeah.
mid-morning shows. I don't know. Don't know.
Obviously, no, there's some first runs off the back foot, single out to extra cover, and those first runs have come off the 19th ball of the Hampshire second innings. It's obviously well into the hundreds and probably thousand.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. It's 35 years this year since I first burgled a job at the BBC.
Birdie bowls, and Albert plays that into the ground. May have been a fraction amount of town there as it goes out square on the leg side. So we have 16 balls left in day 2. We're not going to be far off 6 o'clock
We're not.
tonight. We were about 5:45 last night.
And the spinners have bowled a lot today.
We have.
I suppose there's been a lot of wickets go down, so It's added time on.
It's Verdi. Bowls and forward is Albert. Well, the game's not feeling very far forward at the moment.
No, it's not rushing off.
Hardly
to
been
the
worth playing these 6 overs. It might be different if
They're having 2 minutes for a wicket, don't they? They allow the umpires
Do they?
time, so that's 16 wickets. That's 32 minutes today.
well, there's your half hour. But then you don't play a day with no wickets, do you?
No.
Verdi bowls. It's whipped away behind square on the leg side. Again, there's no run.
I think one of my most boring days doing cricket was a day when a wicket didn't fall. Nottinghamshire batted it out at New Road during COVID,
Oh,
so there was no crowd.
it's turned away for a single, and Albert is off the mark as well. 2 without loss. No crowd,
no
no
crowd.
wickets. It must have been fun.
Hamid batted out the day, and I actually said I went to cut my lawn the next day, and there he was playing forward defensive on my lawn. Oh, that was a long day. Me and the girdler, blimey.
Was it more fun cutting the grass?
It was actually, yeah.
Here's Birdie's round the wicket now to Middleton, who's forward. And that's the end of the 4th over of the Hampshire second innings. So 2 to do. Hampshire 2 without loss, lead by 191. And just to repeat, they didn't enforce the follow on.
Never had a day when a wicket didn't fall. You've never done
Pretty
a day?
close to it. There was a day, they talk a lot here about a day, how many years ago? Not many. When Hashim Amla blocked it out for Surrey
Right.
on the last day, and Mark Church and Dave Allen were with me, and the more he blocked it, the more Mark Church and Dave Allen got excited. So about tea time I thought they were both going to blow up when Hashim Amla blocked his 560th ball.
Here's Joe Leach in and bowls wide of the off stump.
He batted virtually all day for 20 something, and the more he and even the crowd started to enjoy it, if that's the word, because they were clapping any ball that didn't go further than about 3 feet away from him. It was an unbelievable innings.
There was a club game the other week, wasn't it, when the bloke batted some
Yeah.
200 odd balls for
Incredible. What
7 or
story
8
that
runs.
was.
Yeah, he ended up on 5 live. There's Leach's in and bowls, turned away on the onside. I think they were chasing 260 up to win, and they were 24 for 4 at the end. Just didn't bother.
Let's quickly see if I can find that game. I can give you the actual details.
No run off that ball, turned onto the onside. And Joe Leach has got 4 more balls in his day's work. Well, he's got to do some fielding as well. Off he goes, and push back down on the offside. Kashi Valley just about gets there before the ball stops. There is no run. 2 without loss, Hampshire in their second innings. Lead by 191. Skipper D'Oliveira and the senior professional Leach in conversation. Leach bowls, short, goes for a hook shot here. Doesn't get anything on it, Albert. Real, compared to what we've seen so far this evening, a very rash shot. How annoyed would he be if he got out at this time of night? How annoyed would, well, I would think a night watchman ready to come in. 2 more balls, and whoever the night watchman is could take his pads off, because if a wicket falls in the last over, that's it.
I found the scorecard.
All right.
Yeah.
Leach in again. Forward defensive, pushed on the offside, no run.
Now, what I had forgotten was he actually had a little bit of a run spurt towards the end of his innings. So, but when I tell you that Surrey, following on, closed at 122 for 8 off 104 overs.
Oh, that'll get him through the gates.
Amazing. And Amla, I think if I remember right, he did get a few runs right at the end. 37 not out off 278 balls.
Leach bowls. Played it on the offside, no run. 1 over left in the day. Hampshire 2 without loss in their second innings, lead by 191. But you've got to say, well, I mean, how can you concentrate for that long? You know, just I'm not going to get out.
Well, this is it, and I think that's what excited Dave Allen and Mark Church to the point that I don't think I've ever done a commentary where either of them have been as excited, which is quite incredible. Quickly, as we're in the last over, let's just quickly go round the grounds then. In Division 1, still playing actually in all the games. Surrey were bowled out for 415 against Durham. Durham have just started their second innings and they've already lost a wicket. It looks like Parkinson. So you'd be the night watchman, wouldn't he?
You would.
He was out to Worrell for no score. So Durham are 0 for 1 in their second innings. They trail Surrey by 153.
Ooh. That could all be done and dusted tomorrow.
Could be, yes. Nottinghamshire, Kent following on 80 without loss. Trail by 128. 30 bowls, and it's worked away to mid-wicket by Middleton, and there is no run. And Lancashire are still batting in their second innings against Somerset. 298 for 7. They now lead Somerset by 292. And remember, Hampshire go to Somerset next week. Somerset in second place, Hampshire in third, although Hampshire are 19 points behind going into this game.
Could be a lot on that.
Yeah, there could be. That's pushed out for a single on the offside by Middleton. Moves on to 2. Hampshire 3 without loss. Hampshire picking up maximum batting points. They've got maximum bowling points, so they have 8 bonus points in this game currently. Verdi hoping for something to happen in this last over, and it's hit into the ground on the leg side by Albert, and there are 3 balls left in the day. 3 balls left in this over by the looks of it. I was just making sure the scoreboard didn't tick over. It hasn't, because my eye was firmly glued to the screen there for a minute. Albert's on the back foot again. He's hit it into the ground. He thinks about a single as it goes out square on the leg side. Wisely they decide to stay where they are. No point in anything silly now. And 2 balls to do. Noisy bird. Verdi just taking his time here. Bowls, and Albert's full comfortable with that one. Trickles out on the leg side. So last ball coming up.
Last ball of an enthralling day's cricket.
Not sure anybody predicted anything that was going on. Least of all the follow on. He's round the wicket for the last ball is Verdi. Flighted, and that's safely negotiated by Toby Albert. End of day 2. Hampshire 3 without loss in their second innings. They lead Worcestershire by 192.
A very good day's cricket. Thank you, folks, for your company. We shall be back at 10:25 and 13 seconds in the morning. Set your alarms. Well, it might not be. Might be 10:26. You never know, do you? Thanks to Nikki, who's been with us today and is with us tomorrow as well. Yeah. Okay. All it means for myself and my very good friend Mr. Kevin James to say is have a very good evening. Cheers.